And a very good morning, everybody. It is just before sunrise here in Doha, here in Qatar. My name's Regan Tetlow. I'm joined in the studio by Gordy Oliver. Good morning, Gordy.
Oh, good morning, Regan. How are you this morning?
Fantastic. It's going to be an amazing day here as we go into the 6th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. It's day 2 of our coverage, and we're into the qualifying. Very good morning to everybody who's joined us on the live stream all around the world. We'll be giving you a shout out very shortly indeed. But look at that iconic view here with the whale hanging between the two towers. We'll be telling you a little story about that a little bit later on. We've got a full day of action for you. It's been a windy week so far here in Lusail Stadium in Qatar, but the conditions are looking good this morning, Gordy.
Oh, fantastic. I've been checking the weather forecast. The Shamal wind has finally abated. 10 days it's taken for these poor competitors to stand and look at the conditions. We managed to get a day of practicing yesterday. The forecast's due to start from a northeasterly direction, and as the day goes on, it's going to veer around in 180 degrees into the sort of southeast. But it's due to stay light, which is the key point for us today.
It is indeed. Let's have a look at some of the action from yesterday in the practice round for our pilots. We managed to get them into the air and having their first look at the stadium here. So we do have some nice replay for you from yesterday. Talk us through this a little bit. It's only 1 minute.
Fantastic. So here we can see the guys launching yesterday. It was a beautiful morning here in Qatar. It's a bit chillier this morning. It's about 13 degrees when we got up, and it's going to get to about 20 degrees today. So the guys, you can see they're wrapped up as they're flying today and yesterday. These guys are showing you the absolute cutting edge of our sport and what's achievable with these amazing Paramotor Slalom wings and these highly tuned Paramotor racing engines. We've got various types. We've got the foot launch, as you can see there, and we've also got the trikes. Yesterday was challenging conditions. The wind increased. It came over the land and over the towns and the buildings and created quite really challenging conditions. But hopefully today it's a lot better. The forecast is looking fantastic. And boy, are we excited.
Yeah, we can have a look at the start list there for you. That's what we're going to be doing today, just off the top of the... well, these are actually the results from yesterday, the times we got from the practice that we threw through. We've got plenty of tasks coming your way today. Let's have a look at the first task that we're going to be setting up and getting everybody ready for. We can bring that on the screen for you in a moment. The task 1 of the competition. Let's have a look at what we're going to be doing there as we get that beautiful beauty shot of this arena. And here we go, task 1.
Oh, they've livened it up from yesterday. So yesterday we only had 2 pylons. You can see there we've got a 4-4 pylon race today. So the S is the start gate, and if you follow the serrated line, you can see we head down to the first pylon and we go around in an anti-clockwise direction. Heading then up to the second pylon, and again we're going around in an anti-clockwise direction, up to the third pylon where it'll be a clockwise rotation, round to the fourth pylon, anti-clockwise, and then back to the finish gate. So yesterday it was a simple figure of 8 pattern. This is much more complex. The guys haven't practiced on this, so it's not only the ability to fly around it, it's the ability to remember it as well. So this is going to open up a whole new ball of excitement today. I can't wait. I'm really ready to go.
Yeah, we're all excited here in the studio. We've got a full day of action. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Joshua in Alabama, USA. We've got Sandor in Illinois. Josh in New Jersey. We've got Dave Manning, part of the UK Parahawk team.
I've got to give Dave a big up. Hi, Dave.
And Sandor says, I'm going to be back to PA early in April, and I'm going to look forward to seeing it. So give us a shout out, guys. It's great to hear from you. So let us know where you're watching from. We've got Chris in Belgium there as well. And everybody's getting ready. These great shots. We've got a fantastic team of coverage here from our great live stream team, multi-views, multi-cameras. We've got drones in the air. We've got the remote control camera out on the field. And here we go. This is the entry list for the PF1 coming up on screen right now.
That's right. So the PF1's the foot launch category, and you can see there that we've got the start list for us now. Our first is an Iranian pilot, and then we've obviously got the Moldovians, and then we're into the Belgians, which has got a large team here this time. There's a French guy there in 6th, and then there'll be more French coming later because the French also have a large team.
All right, so wow, we're in for a big day. We're in for a big day indeed. We are. I think we've got at least 4 tasks. I've not scrolled all the way through the email yet, but there's at least 4 to go. It's going to be right the way through till sunset, isn't it?
It's looking that way, yeah. Yesterday we only managed a couple of hours flying. We were finished by about 9 o'clock, weren't we? I think, yeah. But today it looks like we could be sat here for quite some time. Regan and I are actually looking from the camera view now. We're across the water, looking back across, and we're in a small sort of tent, but with loads of high-tech equipment, which is where the live feed's being edited for you. It's fantastic for me and Regan because as we commentate, our team next to us then start pulling up the slow-mos on what we've commentated live on, and that allows us then to explain what's going on. So please, guys, if you need anything answered, ask the questions on the live feed. We'll do our best to give you an immediate response to the best of our technical ability. We don't know everything, but we'll certainly try.
Well, I've got my laptop in front of me and I've got the comment section up on YouTube to have a look at. My eyes are waking up. It was an early start here for everybody. We were, 3:30 a.m. alarm and out into the transport and here over to the studio. Look at that beautiful shot now as the day starts to get going. Tell us what's happening here, Gordy.
So the guys are already starting to get the motors ready. From about an hour ago, the motors were being fired up, warmed up, and to be truthful, they needed to be warmed up. It was chilly. It was 13 degrees. We've been shivering this morning. Regan's got his shorts on. Unfortunately, put a bit more warmer clothing on. But as the day goes on, it's due to go up to about 20 degrees Celsius. It's not warm, to be truthful, for Qatar at this time of year. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of goose pimples out there, both from the nerves and both from the cold at this time in the morning.
You were having a bit of a fly around on your jet paramotor the other day.
I was fortunate, yeah. I managed to get here a number of days before the competition. I was due to be displaying and for the opening ceremony. So we've had a number of days flying whilst the winds were calm and light and the weather was fantastic. And then, unfortunately, just around the time of the opening ceremony, the Shamal wind kicked in and we've had 20, 30 kilometre-an-hour winds fairly constantly throughout.
So you can see now, we can see the takeoff area on the green. Top left, you can see the actual circuit, can't you?
Well, that's right. You can see the pylons up there now and the pattern which we mentioned there, which they're going to be taking. As I've said, it's a much more complex pattern than the practice round. These guys do practice, at home, and they do these routes, but this is new for them here. They've obviously not flown much since they've been here. So, yeah, this really is going to be exciting. It's also going to be very challenging for them and certainly pushing the competitors to the very, very limit of their abilities.
And there's going to be a lot of visualization as well. You've got that routing in your mind. I've seen some people putting cones out on the ground so they can walk around it and really start to get that image into the mind of where those turns need to be.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to be walking it through. You need to be closing your eyes. You maybe see a lot of sports people before an event will be stood there thinking things through, visualising it. That's what these guys have been doing in preparation for this. And now that the sun's starting to rise above this beautiful scene here in LaSalle, we're pretty well ready to go.
Well, if you just joined us, a very good morning. We're coming to you live from Qatar. What a great week we've had here. Well, I have personally. I've been doing a few other events as well as this. So, engine already starting up here.
Yeah, this is it. The two-strokes are firing up. There's nothing like the smell of two-stroke oil in the morning, Regan.
Bit of a shot there, Rob Hughes, watching the action. And as we carve around, I think this is number 54. That's Alexander Sisler from Moldova that we're looking at here. He should be the second one into the course. What kind of time gap have they got between the first one and the next one and the next one and the next one?
It'll be rapid. Yeah. There's not a huge amount of time, and obviously we don't want much gaps. We want to try and get as much done as possible. Although we have got a great forecast, you never know. And the other thing today is with the wind veering through 180 degrees, you can see the entrance gate is normally an into-wind entrance gate at the start. And that's going to certainly change as the day goes on.
So we got the image there. Can you tell me where that would be, where they're going to enter from there, guys?
So I would expect they're going to be coming in from where the little white boat was there and entering the course in that direction at first. I couldn't actually see where they've put the boys yet for the start gate, so that might change. Because it's a nice pattern, you could effectively put the start entrance gate at any point to enter that course. So we'll just see once the marshals have decided what's best for today, what's best for the weather. That decision is always left pretty well to the last minute in the sense of we want to make the most out of the conditions on the day.
Well, thank you very much for everybody at the Qatar Air Sports Committee for having the vision to bring this to us. It's really cool to see air sports showcased on such a grand scale like this, like we've had in skydiving, with base jumping, with ballooning, many other air sports as well. They always get that moment to shine, and this is the moment for the slalom, for paramotor slalom. It's quite a new discipline, isn't it?
Very much so, yeah. So in the history of paragliding, which has been going for a good 30, 40 years now, the slalom side's around about the last sort of 10 years, it's really matured. And in truth, we're only in the 6th World Championships now. So this is very new, really, in the history of our sport. And the other thing is, what must be said is, you've just commented, Regan, that event here is incredible. The Qatar Air Sports Committee have done an absolutely amazing job in preparation for this event. They've got a huge amount of logistics in to support the competitors, from just the catering side, just looking after them. But then when you get into the actual competing and the way that the marshals and all that side of things has been prepared, it's literally like a Formula One of our sport now here, and it's something to behold and something that we're all feeling a great amount of pride about.
Before we crack on with the actual event, let's have a few minutes just to find out a bit about you, Gordy. Tell me your potted history of paragliding.
So yeah, I'm fortunate. As a child, like many of us out there, I had those dreams of flight. So as soon as I got old enough, paragliding got invented, and that dream of flight could be realised. So from the age of about 19, I've been involved in the sport. I started teaching quite early on. I was also an outdoor instructor, and it was just a natural progression to take paragliding on from there. I've had a school now since 1997, so I'm an old schooler. I'm an old timer. And to be here now, 30 odd years into the sport I love, in this position to be able to commentate on the world's best pilots, I can't tell you, I'm absolutely buzzing for this moment.
It's brilliant to have you here, Gordy. It really is. It's a real pleasure to be on live with everybody and to bring you the action. Number 35 we're looking at there on the screen. Let me just get through my start list and see.
Yeah, on the trike, on the FP2.
On the FP2, so...
Oh, look at the anticipation in his eyes. You'll also notice some of the competitors are sort of fairly lightly dressed. It's not because it's warm, it's just in case they do get wet. God forbid, when we're all praying and hoping that everybody has a safe flight today. But as I've mentioned, these guys push the limits. They're competitors now. This is a competitive heat. They're going to be flying at the limit of their abilities and the conditions to try and become champions in this sport. So there are things which can potentially happen and potentially go wrong. You can see there we've got the Qatar Coast Guard who are offering fantastic support with safety boats on the water. And you'll notice the competitors are all wearing life jackets as well. So fingers crossed we don't get any swimmers today, but if the worst does occur, we've got all the safety and people there ready to sort people out and make sure it's a safe and happy competition.
We do have two stadiums running at exactly the same time for the trikes and for the foot launch. We've got PF1 North and then PL1 South. So all our footage, all our camera is focused on the foot launch, I do believe.
Yeah, so he's not started his engine, so he's getting a little push along there. He's not trying to bump start it, he's just moving him across, as you've said, to the other location so we keep the two bar. And look at that. This shows how the wind is perfect. That's the first time I've seen balloons since I've been here. Yeah,
these are the two balloons which are used on a daily basis for pleasure flights. The big Vodafone balloon and the Safari balloon from Safe Flight Solutions and from Captain Hassan, who actually got you here.
Yeah, we both need to give Captain Hassan
with the jet team
a tremendous debt of gratitude. Captain Hassan is one of the main organisers of many events in this country, and he's fantastic. He does a lot with air sports. He's the reason I'm here, and he brought us here to help and support this event. And you could see his balloons there in the distance and our flying as well. So I'm sure Captain Hassan is a very happy man this morning, like the rest of us.
And as you watch the images, the sky is getting lighter. The sun is about to come over the horizon, and we are getting very much ready and close to the start of this event. The trikes are all getting lined up, ready for their takeoff. Do you think they'll be taking off first?
I'm not sure how they're going to do it. We've got start lists, but we're just waiting. I think those decisions are just being finalised, and then we'll see. But yeah, it's looking like they're getting ready to go. We'll soon see them firing engines up. We've got them competitors. You notice part of the reason they're actually moving here is because of the wind direction. It's a different direction than yesterday. What will happen is they'll be taking off towards the marquee. So you'll see as soon as they take off and they're flying safely, they'll put an immediate right turn in to clear away from all our logistical areas, and then they'll head out over the water. There's the start gates now. We can see them there. You've got the white and the red gates. That's the start and the finish gate.
Yeah.
So they're actually going to be entering the course in a crosswind direction at first, which means they'll be going really fast at the beginning over the water. Our sport, we have different speeds depending what direction we fly. So if we're flying into the wind, we go slow over the ground. If we're flying with the wind, we go much, much faster over the ground. So you'll notice that as they're flying, sometimes you think they're slowing down, speeding up. Airspeed wise, they're still zooming along at the same speed. It's just that the wind direction is changing as they're flying through it.
Great smiles of views there. That's from our Iranian pilot. He will be the first one through our course, Mohammad Rezed Kezavev, Iran.
Oh, fantastic guy. I had him strapped to one of my jetpacks earlier this week. The first Iranian jet pilot, shall we say. And yeah, there's not a huge amount of pilots in Iran, but he also has a school in Iran. And he was helped set up the school by Alex Ledger, a British guy, and he's now bringing the sport that we all love to the people of Iran as well. Just across the Persian Gulf from us here. I wouldn't say a stone's throw away, but not too far away from us here now.
Very good morning down to South Korea and Daromir. Great to have you here watching the show. Daromir, welcome.
Absolutely. This is our Spanish competitor who's flying the Mustache glider. You may have noticed yesterday. There you can see him getting it out. A totally different glider to everybody else who's flying. It's quite unique what this guy does. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see him fly today as well.
Number 2, Javier Terrero Lopez.
Javier, one thing you must forgive Regan and I for, we're English, we sometimes struggle with the foreign names, especially remembering them. As soon as we find them on our list, we'll get them out to you. So Javier, good luck today. We're wishing you all the best on the moustache.
Yeah, he is from Spain. He's actually based out here at the moment as well, Javier, so it's always good to have a little chat with him. I interviewed him the other morning.
Yeah, no, he's a great guy, very animated, shall we say, and very excitable. Yeah, he's fantastic.
This is number 54 on screen right now, Alexandro Sitior from Moldova.
The Moldovan team, bless them. There's only 2 of them. There's him and then there's Oleg as well. Big shout out to Oleg, who's given us a tremendous amount of support since we've been here. He also is based out here full time. He's actually a back specialist. He's a doctor now, just qualifying, and he works on people's spines and helps them in the medical industry out here. But his hobby is obviously flying paramotors. And he gave us a tremendous amount of support with the jet team, and he sourced us Jet A1 fuel for our jets whilst we were here. So I've got to give him a big shout out to Oleg from the Moldovan team.
Brilliant. And for anybody's watching for the first time, wondering about the timing, it is done with infrared or lasers or...
Lasers from, yeah, I believe. Yeah, lasers generally the way we do it. So as the person starts, they'll break the laser beam, and that starts the clock ticking, so to speak. And then as they go back out through the finish gate, bang, the laser's gone again, and that'll give us a finish time for them. So it's absolutely, split beyond split second accurate. And that's the Qatar team. Now, the Qatar team, we must mention them. They're effectively professional pilots. They're all military, and they fly as a team as much as they can out here. They're coached by Kamil from Poland, who's a very experienced paramotor pilot. And they're going to be the guys to beat. They've got home advantage today. They've been training here for months now and training on this course. So, obviously the pressure's on them as well. Oh, look at that. The Coast Guard are finally getting a little bit of a spin out there and enjoying what they do as well.
So we know the Qatar team are very, very strong. Who else should we be keeping our eyes on?
Oh, there's a lot. I mean, the French team as well is incredibly strong. We've got the Polish team, the Czech. To be truthful, all nations here are strong. And because the conditions today are much calmer, it's a level playing field. Yesterday when we were watching the heats, we could see that the conditions were a bit of a lottery. Some guys got a smooth ride through the course. Some guys really got knocked around. It was exciting to watch and exciting for them flying. And also some of the competitors made the right decision because of the rough air not to complete the whole training and to head back and do a safe landing. And that's another point that must be made. We want everybody to leave here in a nice, safe manner and fly home, back to their home countries with big smiles and nothing else on their bodies.
Yeah, or maybe a medal around the neck.
And a medal, of course, yeah.
So watching on YouTube, very good morning, everybody. Do us a little favour if you can. We are, niche activity air sports. We want to try and get as many people watching as possible. And there's a couple of things you can do to help with that. First of all, you can hit like on your YouTube there that you're watching. In fact, I can do that myself. I've not done it yet either. So I'm just going to hit like there. Hit the thumbs up for the like, and if you would be so kind as to hit share and share that on your social media. Let's get a few more people watching and get a few more people outside of the sport interested in your sport of Paramotor Slalom.
Absolutely. We love what we do. We love our sport. So share the love, guys. Get the likes out there. Get the shares out there. Spread what we're doing around the world. This is a live feed. We're only going to be here once. Yes, you'll be able to watch it back for years to come. But this is right now, it's happening. It's time to get everybody up. Come on, wake up Europe, get out of bed and get yourselves in front of the TVs to watch this amazing spectacle here coming at you live from LaSalle, Qatar.
There's the Vodafone balloon. I've flown in that one, and then the Asfari balloon just down below it. We do a annual balloon festival here in Qatar. We do it normally in December. We had 60 balloons this year. Competitors and pilots from all over the world. We're here flying every morning, and a big program of entertainment in the evening. We also do a kite festival, which we just finished last week, which I MC as well. Great to be here with Gordy doing the live stream for this. We finished this. I go back home to England for one day, then I'm down to Spain for the indoor skydiving championships in Ampuriya Brava, the Win Games. So it's back-to-back commentating for me.
Absolutely, and for me too. I go off to the Philippines once I finish here to a massive international balloon festival in the Philippines. It's one of the largest events which goes on in the country, and I'll be demonstrating the sport that we're all so fascinated about here, paramotoring. But I'll be using my jet packs. Some of you may know out there that I've got a jet team, a jet display team. You've got your own. Oh, we're off. I'm going to hand over to you, Regan, as the first competitor is now starting to get into the air, and I think he's one of the French team, possibly looking at his uniform.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome if you've just joined us on the live feed. The iconic view of the towers here in Lusail as we get the action underway. This is the 6th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. I'm your host, Regan Tetlow, and I'm joined in the studio by expert Gordy Oliver. Good morning, Gordy.
Oh, good morning, Regan. Oh, yeah, I'm awake now.
Yeah, it's coming, isn't it?
We've been up early. Regan and I were up about 3:30 this morning. We've been at the base here now for about 2 hours in preparation for this. The sun's now starting to rise. We've got our first competitor in the air on the trike. We've not got the start list in front of us just for the trikes just yet, so we can't give you that, but we'll be coming at you very soon with these. But I do believe it's one of the French competitors.
Yeah, let me try and get that for you. Let's have a look. It's in the PL1. We'll just let me get my start list in front of me. PL1 here. Yeah, so we've got, it should be Glenn.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's fantastic. So Glenn McCall.
That's what I was saying.
I've got to hand it to the team that's sat next to us. They literally, they think before we think, and there we go. We've got the start list coming up for you now.
So this is Glenn McCalland, who's going to be the first pilot number 45 as he heads towards this course. We do have two courses set up here for this competition, and I'm not sure if our cameras are covering both or whether they're just covering the PF1 course.
Well, they're not far apart. They're about maybe about 800 meters distance from each other, if that. So what will happen is once the competitors start, I'm sure the cameras will pan round and the drones will start to pan round, and we'll catch the action as it happens. So the course you're looking at there, I think, is the foot launch course as such, and I believe the trike course is just slightly to the south, which is where that guy's just heading now. He's taken off.
Quite a big team of officials around, all in the high vis.
Absolutely. We've got, I think that's Amelia there in the high vis. Yeah, that's Amelia Plack. Many of you'll know if you're in the sports. She's in charge of Ozone Power. We've got the Polish officials there. You've got Simon there with the flags in his hands from Poland. You know, it's not just the competitors who've been preparing and putting a lot of work into to allow this event to happen. All these marshals, there we go, and we've got one of the Qatari guys attempting to launch. You can see that I mentioned earlier, there's not a huge amount of room to take off in this wind direction before the infrastructure what's been laid on for this event. So that guy's done the right thing. His wings popped up. Regularly with the wings we fly, they might get a little collapse on launch, especially if the wind's coming over the hills. And we're going to get ready to go.
It's another great start to the day here. You can see these boys, can't you? They're just slightly moving around there. That tells a story in itself, Gordy.
Yeah, so the boys, part of that's just from the waves wriggling them. The wind isn't too strong, I would estimate. Outside when I was just stood there then, it's maybe about 8-9 kilometres an hour. And it is due to actually get lighter. It was due to be, because it's an offshore wind at the moment, it's due to lighten up in the next few hours. And then it's due to slowly veer around as that's turning in clockwise direction. And it will be actually coming the other way later in the day. And you'll notice the competitors will adjust their positions on takeoff. You can see the safety crew there just tightening up the leashes on the pylons to stop them wobbling around, because that's not fair really. If the top of the pylon's moving around by 10 feet, you can appreciate, and you're trying to judge your turn on it, you want it as solid as possible. So it's just those final little bits of preparation. The boats will stop moving because you can see a lot of the waves there have actually been created by the safety boats which are causing these disturbances. And there's Simon from Poland, another big shout out, one of the main organisers. Guys! And we're just about ready to rock.
It was really interesting to see the safety boat and the guy there at the pylon, because just on the view you can't really get the scale of the size of it, but then to see the guy next to me, you can see how big they are.
Absolutely, yeah, and they need to be, because obviously as these guys are turning, they've got to stay within the pylons as they turn. If it was 2 foot high, it wouldn't be much of an event. So yeah, the pylons are about sort of like 8-9 meters high at times. And here's one of our, this is our first foot launch pilot launching. And Ruby's going to tell us who he is just now.
It is indeed. It's number 56. It's Mohammed Reza Kazaev from Iran. I can confirm we only have the North Stadium on the camera view, so we won't be showing the trikes. We're just showing the foot launch.
Okay, so it's going to be the foot launch. We'll see. So the trikes will be flying off to effectively the left if we looked at screen there. So here's our Iranian competitor there. You notice he did a beautiful launch, and you notice the power of the engine as he climbed out. These engines are not your normal run-of-the-mill off-the-shelf Paramotors. They've all been specifically built for the pilots and tuned up for each pilot. And they've brought their engineers with them, a lot of the teams, to help them keep these machines running in absolute tip-top condition. You'll notice there, if you are a Paramotor pilot looking at this guy's engine, how even the fuel tank, a specialist fuel tank. We've got a massive cooling system on the exhaust that looks like a titanium exhaust, which, my Paramotor cost me a lot of money. These guys probably cost them about 2 or 3 times. And here we go now with another competitor taking off. And again, a fantastic launching an ozone free ride. I think it was in a free ride 1 wing there. Not the easiest to launch, so good on them guys, getting them in the air. They're also taking off, as I mentioned, with the wind coming over the buildings on the launch area, so it's not going to be the easiest launch for them. But fortunately, once they're out over the water, it's going to be smoother. And as I've mentioned, we're hopefully going to get a level playing field today, which is key to have a good, nice competition.
Gordy, these pylons, the distances between them, is that set in the rules? Is that always consistent?
Yes, it has to be. So this now is set, and those pylons are obviously anchored down to the. It's about 6. Well, yeah, it's 6 meters deep. The water there. I know how deep it is because I needed to find that out when I was flying the jet.
Right. Yeah.
So we've got a 6 meter depth. They'll be on tethers, obviously anchors down to the ground underneath. This is all reclaimed ground we're on as well, which is fantastic. 2 or 3 years ago it was water. So it's a purpose-built stadium area we've got, and it's just amazing what the Qatar state have done to develop this area and allow us to take the opportunity to use it for this amazing spectacle we've got in front of us now.
And the first few that have already taken off, we can hear them flying over our studio right now.
Oh, it gets us excited right now. You can almost feel the engines as they're flying over us now. We can almost smell the 2-stroke. Yeah, it's the excitement really starts to mount.
There we go. You can see the white boys. You can see the red boys in the top right-hand corner of your picture. On the left, those five
pylons,
buoys, pylons ready. Oh, and here we go, approaching Iran.
Okay.
Here we go.
So we've got our Iranian competitor here. He's entering the course. He's taken it quite in a quite controlled manner. He's flying well within his ability, which is great because, again, he's only had 1 test flight so far. So a lot of these competitors are still finding and feeling the way around these courses. It's the first time he's flown this course, so it'll be quite challenging for him to remember. We mentioned about how they may have had walkthroughs in the direction they were flying. The other thing is, as he turns into wind there, it is difficult because the gliders will naturally want to climb and convert that energy. And you'll notice he's going into wind now. And as he turns to go the other way, he'll be starting to head downwind, and the glider will naturally want to gain more airspeed and will start to drop. So it's going to be a challenging flight for him. Here we go now, and he's also on quite a large glider, so it's not flying as fast as some of the competitors really get the gliders down in size to a point where they can only just launch them because they're having to run so fast. So this is actually really nice to see our Iranian friend as the first competitor, and it also gives you a chance to see the direction of the course in a nice, calm, slow way to wake up in the morning.
Yeah. And this is what sport's all about, isn't it? It's not all about the top 3 or the top 5. It's about getting out there, committing to something, learning a skill and putting yourself on the world circuit.
Absolutely. And that's what's so amazing about these events. It brings pilots together from all around the world. It's my first time here. As I mentioned, the guy flying now, I managed to get him on my jetpack earlier this week. I've made friends with so many people since I've been out here. It's just been an amazing experience for us all to be here, to share that with each other. And now we're in here in a the reason we're here, let's face it, at long last, after 10 days of preparation, after 10 days of waiting for the winds to abate, all these guys now are ready to rock.
Let's see if we can have a look at this task 1 again, just to familiarise ourselves with the routing around the pylons. The task 1 is what we're flying at the moment. I think we can get.
Oh
that
no,
on
we've got
screen.
another competitor. I think it's
Yeah, it's
yes,
Alexander Citro, number 54 from Moldova.
yes, so he's flying an Ozone Freeride 1, the original version of the Ozone Freeride Slalom wing. They've now moved it onto the Freeride 2, which is my personal wing. You can see he's flying a bit faster. The wing's a purpose-built slalom wing. You can see him going around the pylon there, and now he's moving up to the third turn, and he's going around in a nice clockwise direction. You'll notice with his legs, he'll try and apply speed bar if he's feeling brave enough. I say feeling brave enough. As we push our legs out and apply the speed bar, it lowers the nose of the glider and increases the speed of the glider, but it also makes the gliders closer to a point where they may become more unstable and collapse. So it's a little bit of a gamble in some ways if you're going to take it that far. And as you can see there, his legs are bent, the glider's slowed, and all that energy is converted. What they do when they're flying is they try and use that speed in a turn. So they'll go really fast, they'll turn the glider, they'll come off the speed bar, and then rather than climbing vertically, they'll climb into the turn effectively and carve round and pull you into the turn.
We are running the list in reverse order from what we flew yesterday on times. So you should see as we go through the morning here, the times and the speeds getting faster in as the pilots come at the course. It is task 1. It's the first flight here for the qualifying.
It is, yeah, and we've just had an update on the course. They've slightly changed the initial course we showed you. We're now on what's called the 44M9 configuration, I believe, which means from the start gate they'll proceed to the pylon furthest to the pilot's left and go around anti-clockwise, and then they'll head up to the centre pylon in the configuration of course and return. They'll head then downwind to the pylon, which is downwind to the pilot's right, back upwind to the top pylon, and then they'll be heading back to the finish. So there is one pylon that's in the pattern that we're not actually using at the moment in this configuration.
And we'll bring the task onto the screen for you when we get an opportunity to show you what's going on. Taking off there, Thomas Minot from France into the air.
Absolutely. So I've mentioned the French team as the ones to beat, some of the best pilots. He's flying an Ozone Freeride 2 wing, so it'll be interesting to see him once he's out. Above our commentary marquee now, and we've got a number of pilots we can hear above us now who are preparing to start, who are lining up. And here we go with our next competitor start to line up into the course.
This is 53, Naomi Dieppe from Belgium.
So we've only got 3 ladies, I believe, competing today. We need a big shout out to Naomi. Incredible that we've got female competitors here, and it's something we'd love to encourage and see more of. Paragliding is one of those fantastic sports which is a leveler. In other sports and athletics you might get difference between men and women. And the beauties of flying, it's a head game. It's all about, how you feel as a pilot. So there's no disadvantage to being a male or a female pilot. As such, we will split the categories when we give prizes. And Naomi is taking it cautiously. Again, it's her first competitive flight. And the wind is challenging. She's turning downwind. You notice the glider drop there as it's trying to gain energy. And you'll notice now as she's coming round the pylon back into wind, the glider would just naturally want to climb. Makes it a little bit challenging. The more experienced, shall we say, competitors will also try and control that pitching motion of the glider by applying their speed bar. Naomi's doing it using the power of the engine and also on her controls, on her brakes. And she's heading now for, I believe, the upwind pylon, where she's going round that in the clockwise direction and heading back towards the finish gate, if I believe, after that. And you'll notice again, as I mentioned, as she turns downwind, the glider tries to drop. So they're having to think as they fly, not only how they're controlling the pitch and their height, but also how they're controlling the throttle of the motors to try and keep them within that level attitude of flying, so they get a nice smooth flight and get around the course in a safe manner.
It's really good to see the ones that we were watching yesterday, because it was tricky conditions. It was kind of the ones with a lot more skill that were going out there. It was a lot faster. This is like you say, it's an easier way to get the feel as what's actually happening, isn't it? It's a bit slower like this.
Absolutely. You'll notice if you were with us yesterday, the gliders were being rocked and kicked and nudged. The gliders are a lot smoother today. They're flying nicely. There's no turbulence in the air at the moment. We've just got this sort of 8-9 kilometers of wind blowing. That is going to lighten off, so yeah, possibly some pilots will have an advantage later if the wind's lighter. But again, it's also down to the skill level and how they're able to use the various dimensions, shall we say, as we're flying, whether that will be our power controlling our pitch or our speed controlling our pitch, using ways to accelerate the glide on the speed bar and on the brakes. So we'll just have to see how the day develops. As everybody out there watching this knows, paragliding, it's one of those sports we're in the lap of the gods. Every minute can be different, every second can be different whilst we're flying, which is why as a good pilot you should always be adjusting and adapting. You should never set out with a fixed plan. We're always ready to adjust and adapt to make the best out of the conditions and keep us safe.
So number 50 here, Thomas Minot from France, he took off once and he landed back. So what would that be? What would the reason?
Not sure. Possibly something to do with his equipment, maybe. Occasionally, sometimes when we take off, our speed bar might come unclipped. They're attached by things called bramble hooks. When you were a kid, if you ever had magic rings, what you could link together, it's a bit like that. So yeah.
So here we go, number 52, Nicolas Bourdanes from Belgium, approaching.
Yep, so he's in the course here now. You'll see he's flying quite a large glider. Again, he's flying in a cautious manner. He's not using the bar at the moment. He's just getting the feel for the course. We are going to have a number of heats today. That's the other point to be made. So this is just their first flight. It's not a one-flight wonder like it was yesterday. So, you know, it's probably right. Your first flight, you just take it steady. You get the feeling for the course, feeling for the conditions. And then as your confidence and ability grows, you can start to push it more and become more competitive and take it closer to sort of your technical and skills ability. Oh, isn't that beautiful, Riga?
It is.
We are so fortunate to have these scenes now. And I'm sure all you guys out there watching are with us on that point. 10 days in, to finally be getting this competition underway is just a fantastic thing. And for the Qatar Air Sports Committee that have put so much work and logistical support into this, we're all just so pleased for them to be able to showcase this sport at the absolute top level. We've never seen a scene like this in Paramotor and World Championships. Yes, there's been some great competitions in the past, but to see it here now with the sail towers in the background, with the sailed shark hanging there in the distance, that was beautifully lit with LED lights this morning as we drove here. It's a fantastic scene, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. It's absolutely beautiful. As we get the different shots we describing what we can see, there's a stunning plaza, an arena which they've built for spectators with seating, and we were showing you that great shot there at the top right of the picture. That's the team tents and the takeoff and landing area for our pilots.
And I must just point out on the left of the shot, you can see the Waldorf Astoria on the edge of those buildings. That's where all the competitors are staying. The Qatar Sports Committee have put them up in a 5-star hotel. They've been fantastic. The competitors paid their flights, paid an entrance fee, and then the rest has been provided. Now we've got the course up at last. So this is now the updated course. So the S is the start gate. So you'll see they're entering the start gate in a crosswind direction, and then they're going round the first pylon, going downwind in a counterclockwise, back up into an interwind, which is where we can see some of the gliders have been pitching up and climbing because it's an interwind component. And then we'll be going around the other pylons. And as we've mentioned, one of the pylons has been now left out of this particular pattern which we're racing at the moment.
This is number 51 on the red wing. This is Chris Claessens from Belgium approaching the course.
Okay, so this is looking quite exciting. You can see he's applying the bar for speed. He's crosswind as well, so he's also got like the wind now is turning downwind. He's let off his bar to try and convert the energy in return. Initially, as he lets off the bar, you'll notice the corner of the glider's curling in because he's trying to use what's called tip steering. If he didn't do that, and if he just used the brakes of the glider to turn, it could cause the gliders to collapse. I'll explain a little bit more about why that is later when we've got a chance. But you can see now the pattern of the course he's flying. Now it's the third pylon here, which is going around in a clockwise direction, and then they'll be heading back down and out of the course. And as I've mentioned, I'm not sure. I think he's done a different possible route to the course we've had up in front of us there.
Right.
Yeah, I do believe that pylon that just went around wasn't actually. But we'll see. As I've said, paragliding is paragliding. We have to adapt. We have to change. The marshals are obviously making that decision on what course is best, and that information has to be transmitted across to us. So yeah, forgive us if we get the odd little thing wrong. That's paragliding. It's not always as good as I think. It's a sport where we adapt and we change, and as commentators we're doing that right now as well.
So on the right-hand side of the pitch, you've just got a little shot there of the plaza where the seating is, where the audience can come along there. They've got big screens as well, big LED screens. Looking there, we've got number 48, Toon Haribos from Belgium, looking for a start. What's happening here?
Okay, yeah, just forgive me on my comment there on the course. I've just had it updating for me. He was correct. What it is now is, I understand, effectively the pylon which is nearest the marquees and the takeoff is the one what we've taken out of this pattern. So yeah, he did get it right there. So well done. Forgive me for that comment.
You are forgiven.
Yeah, it's an amateur sport, and we're amateur commentators commentating on this as well. But we do our best. None of us are professionals in this. None of us are paid to be here. We're all doing it for the love of being here and the love of what we're doing. Now this is looking. This is our French competitor, isn't it? Yeah, there we go, Thomas. And you notice there he's on his bar. He'll let off his bar now. He's using the energy of the glider to carve around the turn. This guy's a lot more switched on, and yeah, he's really trying to like push hard for his first heat. Going around the second pylon in that counterclockwise direction. He'll be flying into wind once he's coming out of this, as you can see there. And he's managed to control the energy as he went into wind there. Well, that was a really good turn there to get it around there like that. We've got one more pylon left to go, and as you can see there, he'll now be heading for the finish gate. And as I've just mentioned, the pylon nearest to all the spectator area and takeoff area, you can see there, won't be getting used. And there we go. That was a good run. That's probably, I would say, the leading competitor so far from what I can see that we've got so far this morning. So well done, Thomas. You're probably in the lead.
That's number 50, Thomas Mignot from France, with a replay on screen.
Excellent. So there you can see the carving around the turn. If you watch this next turn, you'll notice the column of the glider will come back to the see what's happening. It's all happening at once. And as you can see there, the next competitor's taking off. I've mentioned as soon as they get in the air, they'll do a turn to exit the takeoff area, because we've got marquees and buildings upwind of us, so we don't want to go too far upwind before we start heading out over the water and preparing for the flight. And above us now we can hear there's a number of competitors who are effectively, they're a bit like planes coming into an airport. They're being held in a holding pattern above us. They'll be circling, and then as they're called into the course, they'll come in one at a time to complete their first competitive run on the first heat here of the first competitive task of the Paramotor World Championships. Coming at you live from Doha, Ras Qatar, in the beautiful Persian Gulf on this fantastic morning as the sun's just rising for us now.
Here's Maxine van Olivel from Belgium.
Okay, so again, Maxine, you can see he's using the bar, he's trying to carve out the turns. Got a little bit of height there because of the energy of the glider converting the speed. He's pushed on his speed bar there now to accelerate, which has kept the glider down low, which is great. He's coming around that pylon, and he'll be heading up towards his last pylon, I believe. No, we've got 2 more pylons to go. It's sometimes a bit hard for us to tell when the camera changes angle. So yeah, you'll see him now coming to the last pylon of the course, carving around that, and now we'll be heading to the finish gate. We'll be belting the bar on to get the speed up, to get out of the course as fast as possible. As you can see, just skimming the water there. What a beautiful shot. And as he let his speed bar off, the glider converting all that energy in that beautiful climb out and getting a nice high above the water for a safe flight back to the landing area. And lucky him, he's probably going to head for a coffee, Regan, and that's something we could do with as well right now.
Yeah, it's great to have him there. Now 48 will be the next one. It is going to be also from Belgium, Toon Hayabos. He had a bit of problem starting his engine, but I believe he's going to be okay, and he's going to be flying very shortly.
Absolutely. So, you know, these are 2-stroke motors. We have to pull start them to get them going. Sometimes you might flood the engine, for example, with fuel, and it might take a while to get it going by we blow it through effectively by putting the throttle on full and flooding it, and it blows loads of air through and hopefully blows the fuel clean out of the piston.
Yeah.
What's flooding the spark plug. So, you know, sometimes we do have issues. The motors as well have what's called a centrifugal clutch, so you might think, oh, that motor wasn't running, so it started running. How did it start that? The motor was running, but it wasn't revved up. So on idle, it didn't run. So here we go, the next competitor, two Iolobos from Belgium.
Yeah, here he comes now, attacking the course. He had a bit of trouble starting his engine at first, and then he had to restart, so he's back with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, it might have been that it flooded the engine here. So yeah, he's flying well. He's pushing on the bar, getting the speed up. He's trying to control the energy glider to keep him low in the course, which he's handled really well on that turn around that pylon there now. And again, as he flies into wind now, the glider will change. And something you may already be noticing is it looks like the wind is starting to drop off a little bit from what the early competitors had. So it's becoming somewhat easier, I think, now, which is what the forecast said, and the conditions for these later pilots who are taking off for this first heat.
We can feel them getting a little bit faster. They're coming through the course a little bit faster, Gordy. We can feel it already speeding up.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the conditions. I think 50-odd, 60-odd pilots stood here for 10 days. All that karma and positive energy's finally come together, and the weather's finally changed that way for us as well. And it looks like we're getting some fantastic. Well, we are. We've got perfect conditions here now for this competition.
Great shot of the landing and take-off area. It's quite a big space, Gordy, but they have to allocate exactly where they're going to land, right? You've got to be taking off in one part and landing in a different part.
For sure, yeah. So, you don't want some guy coming across in front of you just as you're about to start your takeoff run for the competition. So this next competitor's flying in a more cautious manner. Again, I've mentioned it's his first heat. He's not using the bar. So, and he was a bit nervous there on that turn. So what's happening? Yeah, as I've mentioned, the key thing is for all these competitors is to fly within their ability. This is a competitive thing we're doing now, and often competition can cloud judgment. So when I see a pilot flying slower, I actually am almost more impressed because he's doing it in a really safe manner, which is something he's happy to do.
This is number 47, Danny Polspot from Belgium.
So Danny's obviously just getting the feel for this course. It's only his first heat of the morning. We've hopefully got a full day of flying ahead of us. There's no need to push it too far on your first course. And you can see he's getting a bit more height than the other competitors as he's getting the feel for this course. So yeah, let's just sit here now and just see how he gets on. Although he's high above the pylons, it does allow us to give you some fantastic camera shots though of the beautiful sail towers in the distance there behind us, and these drone shots. I've got to say, we've got to hand it to our drone team as well. Again, they've been up with us since 3 o'clock this morning preparing for this, and when they give you that pilot's eye view as well of what we're seeing here in front of us, fantastic, absolutely superb.
This is Belgium. That was 3 competitors from Belgium we've had. Next up is going to be Iran, USA, Moldova and Qatari. Next 4 are going to be through the course.
Fantastic. So yeah, we've got a number of competitors from effectively, we should say, almost local competitors in the Persian Gulf, and then we've got somebody who's had to travel from the other side of the world to be here. This truly is an international event, and it's fantastic to be here with all these guys. All the competitors getting to know each other and making solid friendships, which are probably, they will last for the rest of their lives. And it's a brilliant thing, paragliding. It brings us all together. It's a brilliant sport and a brilliant leveler.
Here we go. This is number 46, Rayman Manzouri from Iran.
Okay, so Raymond's starting his first turn there and going around the first pylon. He was using a bit of speed bar, and there we go. You see him pushing on the speed bar again, trying to accelerate the glider as fast as possible. We'll let off the speed bar, get the glider banked up, and then we'll slow the glider to carve it into the turns. He's into wind now, which means that the glider's trying to sort of almost fight against him a little bit. The gliders want to climb and gain energy. As you know, when you're in your plane on a runway taking off, it will always go into the wind when it takes off. Even a big jet, 1 mile an hour wind, it will want to go that way. And it's the same for us. We're probably the nearest to flying like a bird you can possibly get on these things. We're totally naked, for want of a better word, with the conditions. So they really affect us more than anything else. So when we fly into wind, we feel that energy conversion, and when we fly into downwind, because our ground speed increases, the gliders naturally tend to pitch forward as we drop us. And again, Regan, look at that shot. climbs out from the drone, and as we've panned out there to the beautiful sail towers in the distance.
Well, it's a great start to the day. That iconic shot we saw all yesterday. As we continue with the action, we have our second female pilot will be next to the course. It's Leah Catullo from USA. And yesterday she was saying whenever she's competing, all the commentators are always saying him or him up there, or he did this and he did that, because they don't realise it's actually a woman flying. So we will make sure now, when she comes at the course, we'll get the right pronouns and
absolutely, yeah. And I know Leah. I met her a number of days ago, and I'd fortunate to strap Leah to one of my jetpacks, let her have a little play with that in this area you can see now. It's too windy to fly, so Leah was the first female American jet pilot as well. So big up to Leah, and let's hope that she does well in her competitive run today. We can see the Qatari guys here now. You can notice how the Qatari guys have also got all this support and logistical support with engineers, helping them get set up, making sure everything's right, and checking the speed bars are attached. I mentioned sometimes the bramble hooks may come undone, and you can see there the guy slowly pulling the motor over to get the fuel through the system, and now he's giving it a good solid pull start, and now it's fired up. These are real racing machines, and the Qatari guys have got some of the best motors in the world here. You can see they're water cooled and highly tuned bits of kit. And here we go, let's see how he's launching. It's a nice bit of breeze, pops right up nicely, and you can see there it's a perfect condition to give him a nice safe launch. You'll notice how he'll start exiting into a turn fairly readily, so he gets away from any turbulence from the towers or the logistical area, and he'll start climbing up now and heading out over towards the holding area in preparation for his run.
So we've had a few moments since our last pilot through the course.
Okay, so this is our this is Oleg. I've got to give a big shout out to Oleg from Moldova. Moldova, he's flying a machine which is carbon fiber, which is why you might think it looks a little bit different to the other machines. I mentioned earlier he lives out here. He's a doctor and he works on. He's a spinal doctor. And when he's not fixing people's backs, he's out there playing on paramotors and enjoying this fantastic sport which we all share. He's my new friend. He's helped me a lot this week since I've been here in support with the jets. Never known the guy, and honestly, me and him are going to be best buddies for life now. So I've got a real debt of gratitude to this guy, and it's lovely to see him play now. There's only 2 Moldovan pilots as well representing their country, so hat off to Oleg, and good luck, Oleg. You're looking great out there right now.
I wonder what happened to Leah. We didn't see her fly through, did we?
No, well, sometimes it may be that just the positions might just be changed by the marshals last minute for some reason.
Yeah.
We're not party to that information, shall I say. We've not got the headsets on, which all the competitors have. We don't want them on because it would distract us from our commentary. So we need to be focused on our task, just like these guys need to be focused on their task as well. So Oleg, yeah, he's doing great here. You might think, oh, why is his legs hanging down so much? It's because he's a big lad, I can tell you. I stand next to him, he's like a giant. He's probably one of the tallest competitors here. So, yeah, that was a fantastic run there from Oleg. Well done, mate. Hat off to you.
Well done, Oleg. Great job through the course. Next up should be Qatar, Abdulrahman Gawas. That's who we could be looking for, number 28 as we progress.
Absolutely, and you can see there the Start Marshal Simon, and we've also got Amelia there. Amelia's Polish, she's actually captain of the American team this time, and Amelia is in charge of one of the main companies, Ozone, who produce wings, and she offers a lot of support and help to people who wish to use these power gliders, and she's certainly helped me and my jet team a lot, so I owe her a huge debt of gratitude as well as everybody else here.
Well, I've just been informed that Leah Catullo, USA, has actually just taken off, so we'll keep our eyes open for her. She's number 34, she's white with black top, white underneath with a black top. So we're looking now, Qatar heading for the course. This is 28, Abdulrahman Gawas.
Okay, so yeah, one of the home pilots, so to speak. The pressure's on these guys, it's their home competition. He's flying well, he's handling the pressure well, obviously. So you can really see him there pulling some amazing turns. He's giving it everything he's got. He's belting the speed bar and he's off the speed bar. He's pulling the glider up into a really high angle of bank, which allows him to pull a really tight high turn. The glider is trying to convert energy. The wind's affecting him slightly, but that is an amazing run. And I think we may have a new leader here looking at that. I think the Qataris are finally pulling it out of the bag. And yeah, as we've said earlier there, the goal wants to be, I mean, that was literally the blink of an eye through the course there.
That was very fast, wasn't it? It really was. A great shot there of him just leaving, heading back to the landing area. Wow, that was fast.
Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah, that got my adrenaline going. Never mind his. Yeah, look at these slow motion shots now. So you'll see as he gets into the turn, he gets it banked up. Then he pulls both brakes to convert the energy to help him carve around the turn. He'll be pulling in that speed. He'll probably be pulling about 2-3G at this point. Yeah, you know, that's enough to make your eyes go blurry normally. But these are trained pilots. We're used to it. We're used to feeling those forces in our body. In fact, we enjoy feeling those forces in our body. You may enjoy going to the fairground ride. We are very fortunate. We've got our own fairground rides if we wish. So yeah, here's our next competitors getting fired up. We've got a full team. So they've probably got loaded up for a whole day of flight now.
And a very good morning from Russia. We've got one of our Russian friends watching there, Jack. Says please show the flight times. I don't think we've got the flight times available to us at the moment, have we?
I'm not sure. So what we'll do is we'll have a word with our commentary team and we'll see if we can start getting some results through. Yeah, as I say, just at the moment, I'm afraid we're not packed for information. Oh, look, we've got the drone following this guy. This is spectacular. I'm not sure which pilot it is, but look at these shots. You can see now what it's like if you're not used to flying these paragliders to be flying this way. And this is what it's like for us when we're flying these courses. You can even see the drones struggling to keep up with the course and keep up with this guy. You can see the drone banking over as well, and he's completed the last gate there. He's now converting out and he's heading towards the finish gate. And when that guy goes home, he'll have this footage now to share with his friends. He's going to be the top star, the top pop star, shall we say, of this event so far. So well done there, and well done to our drone team for getting that footage. That was fantastic.
That is such a cool shot. And have it in competition as well. To have the drones are getting more and more involved in other air sports in competition now. You know, we're seeing it in base jumping and in many other parts of canopy piloting as well. Having the drones following. Very interesting. I think that's heavy, isn't it?
And the great thing is with the drones, the technology is moving on, the pilots are becoming more experienced, and we're able to trust the drone pilots now to fly that close to us. The drone pilots will be wearing a headset, so they're not looking from the ground at the drone, they're seeing what we saw there, so they can fly the drones as if as well. And some of the drone pilots now are getting so experienced when they fly with us, they actually fly the drones through our lines as we're flying, which is just incredible. And also the drones they're using, they're not big drones. They're you could literally hold them in one hand. And again, we've got another shot coming to us from our fantastic drone team now, chasing this guy in formation. This is like being in a high-speed fighter jet display team now. And we're going to enter this course by the looks of it with him, and the drone's going to follow him through. So I'll hand out to Regan to let you know who this pilot is.
This is Poland, and it's Andrzej Kozaj, number 12. And just an update on the times. We'll get the times after the full round, but we don't have an update as we're actually going through at the moment. We're not that technically advanced just at the yet.
Absolutely. So yeah, with these fantastic drone shots now, it allows us to see how the gliders are flying. Whoa! Oh, our first collapse. And can he get it out? Oh. Yay! Well done. There. That was really well handled. I had my breath held there, as I suspect you all did. I was just going to actually explain why that occurred, and there it did. So what happens is, when we're flying full speed on the speed bar, the force which keeps us in the air, which is sucking up on the top surface of the wing, moves forward. We have wings, what we call reflex wings, and as we apply our speed bar, that sucking force moves to the leading edge and supports the leading edge really well. As soon as we start to apply the brakes, though, that force moves back, further back down the wing, which means the leading edge isn't supported as well, and that can lead to the gliders collapsing. So, as I've mentioned, it's hard and difficult to fly these wings. You've got to try and fly them within your ability, and sometimes, you know, in a competitive scenario like this, you know, you are on the envelope of what the gliders can do. And, you know, in all truth, we've had how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 so far. fantastic. So it shows that, although these things do happen, it's a rare occurrence, and fingers crossed we don't get too many today. It makes for spectacular TV, I know, and often when, if you're just a person off the street watching this, you're probably saying, we want them in the wall. We don't want them in the wall. We want these guys to fly as safe as possible, to fly within their ability, and to have a nice, safe competition today. It's only the first heat. They've got another 2 flights.
Yeah, we just had Andre on Cairo on the screen there. I think he's already flown through. This is number 5, Agustin Len Sanchez from Spain.
Okay, yeah, so the Spanish team are a strong team. They held the World Championships in their country last summer. So they have the climate and also the facilities to practice well for this event as well. And you see he's on the bar there. That was a good fast run. So again, the Spaniards, they're one of the teams that are going to be flying strong here, and the pilots are going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, just to confirm, this is number 5, Agustin Len Sanchez from España.
Excellent, and we're getting these amazing slow-mo shots of him carving there around the turn. As I've said already, I'm really grateful to our production team who are sat with us here in the commentary tent, able to give us these shots for Regan and myself to give us this commentary with immediately, and they're listening to it as we're commentating, and they're pulling these slow motion shots up to back up effectively what we said if we've watched the live run through each course.
So next up we should have number 3, should be Navid Salik from Sweden. I'm just checking my notes just to make sure that's who we should have coming through. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Absolutely, and we've got one of our female competitors, and unfortunately it's probably she just failed the launch in the sense that as she's taking off, she's probably been hit by a bit of turbulence which has caused the wing to collapse. So she's now too close to the marquees to re-inflate. So you can see there she's just doing the central thing. We're just going to ball the wing up, take it back down to the takeoff area, and give her that opportunity to get a nice safe launch.
That's Helena from Finland, who's actually a tunnel instructor as well, a wind tunnel instructor.
Oh, brilliant, yeah. Well, there you go. Multi-sport, multi-talented lady. I told you that the girls can keep up with the boys in this sport. How fun.
Back to the action, we should have number 3, Navik.
Yeah, so this is Navik from Sweden. He's the only Swedish competitor, so he's representing his country here. I was with him in the opening ceremony, and it was fantastic because he's a consulate who's in the country. The Swedish consulate came, and it was great to see him getting that support from his own government whilst he's out here competing in this fantastic competition.
Look at this drone shot.
Oh, it's there, it's after him. He's getting chased down by the drone. You can see how the sun's starting to rise now with beautiful reflection on the water, and that's a really good run, and he's out of the finish gate there, and he's completed his first heat, so well done, excellent.
We saw the drone there as well disappearing from the bottom of the screen. Keep an eye on some of these competitors who are doing some very good social media as well. Follow them if you're not doing already on Instagram. Navid being one of them, who's doing some great behind the scenes content as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and as you can see in the front there, you can see the drone racing right behind him there, and chasing him and giving him those fantastic shots that we witnessed earlier. And as Regan just mentioned there, all these competitors often have really good high profile Instagram accounts and what have you. So if you hashtag World Paramotoring Championships over the next few hours and days, you'll see countless videos coming up. A lot of the competitors are flying with their own cameras, 3D, 60 Instagram cameras and GoPros, and they'll be loading their own footage of them competing here and going through the slalom course as well. So yeah, get on the YouTube, get out there, get Googling, and see if you can find some more footage of this fantastic event.
Just for your information, the PL1, the trikes, they have started, but they're not in our stadium, so we don't have the coverage of them. But here we go.
Okay, so we've got there from Spain. Now he's flying this mustache glider. You might have heard me comment on it tomorrow. It's totally different to any other paraglider which is here. It flies by means of controlling the whole angle of attack. And he's doing really well today. Look at that turn. So as he applies the brakes, it actually doesn't just apply the brakes, it changes the whole angle of attack, the angle that the wing is going through the wing. He's got special consent to use this wing for this competition because it wasn't initially designed for power, and the manufacturer, a company called Flair, were a bit concerned at first. But what happened was people like him and also myself started using it with my jetpack. and they're amazing to fly under power. So for me to see that wing being used here in competition is fantastic. So you'll notice as he turns, there's no deformity of the trailing edge where the brakes would normally apply, like it's been happening to the other competitors. There's no deformity on the corner of the wing from the tip steering. The whole riser system, as he pulls the brakes on, is increasing the angle of attack, and as he lets his hands up on the controls, it's much like flying basically a hang glider matched with a paraglider at the same time, and it's an amazing, fantastic way to fly.
Great shot there of Helena preparing herself. She has to restart. Javier has just been through there from Spain. She is number 15. Javier was number 2. This is a great morning so far, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. No, it's fantastic. So, as we've said, the conditions are perfect. They're only going to get better from the forecast we've got. The wind direction is going to slowly veer around to 180 degrees to the south. You can see the motor here. It's just a little bit of trouble to start. So I mentioned earlier, sometimes the engines may flood because they're too broken. But there we go, we've got it fired up now to give a little bit of power just to get the engine warmed up and make sure it's running in a good manner. And fingers crossed that our second her run. So here we go, gliders up. Let's hear it for the ladies. She's looking good. And there we go. I think that's round of applause there. And she's also flying an ITV glider, which not many competitors are here.
And a big shout out to all the production crew here with these shots that they're bringing to us. Absolutely excellent, doing a great job with the live stream. And also from support from Rob Hughes, who we all know, who's sending us through little bits of information as well. So thanks very much for that, Rob. Do appreciate it. So back to the action. We're getting towards the middle of the pack now.
Great, so we're already halfway through the first heat of the foot launch category. We've got the 44M9 slalom course set up, so we've basically dropped one pylon out of what's available to us out of this course today. As the S is the start, you'll see they come in, they go downwind, round the first pylon, up to the middle pylon, and then round that, up to the top 2 interwind pylons as such, and then when they've gone round the last pylon, it's a crosswind flight, slightly downwind actually to the finish straight. So yeah, it's great, and I'm also pleased that they've put more pylons in, more of a challenge for the competitors, and to make it more of a competition, shall we say.
If you just joined us, a very warm welcome. It's me, Regan Tetlow, and Gordy Oliver in the studio for you with the 6th FAI World Slalom Paramotor Championship. Thanks everybody who's watching on YouTube and all your great comments that are coming through. Keep on coming through. Remember, do us a little favour if you don't mind. Hit that like button, hit that share button. Let's go viral. 41 taking off right now. Peter Hidase from Hungary into the air and lining up onto the course. Helena Nanyan from Finland, skydiver, wind tunnel instructor, ready for her run through the course. Good morning to Oliver Libroge. I hope I've got your name right there, Oliver. Sandor says, awesome drone shot. We asked about the times. The times are coming through. They're being put into a table and they'll be on the screen for you as soon as we get them. But being followed on drone and commentary from Gordon.
Okay, so here's Helena, one of our 3 female competitors. We've got the drone following her. You can see there she's coming in for the first gate here. She's banking the glider over. She's held that height there really well on that first turn. Oh, that shot's amazing. Coming up for the second pylon. So if you see the guys are staying lower in their turn. Oh no! Bless. Okay, so what will happen now is the buoyancy aid will inflate. The lifeboats will get over to her incredibly quickly to get her sorted. So sadly we've got our first swimmer. But you know that's the risk you take in this sport. It is a competitive sport, and occasionally things can go wrong. So we'll get her sorted. We'll get her out of the water. You can see immediately the safety crew with her. We'll hold the competition for a little while we get this situation dealt with. And then Helena will be taken over to the area. She'll be checked over by the medical crew. and then if all's good and well, bless her, yeah. So just on that turn there, I was commentating how she was doing well, keeping the glider low, but sadly, just as she was turning, she was slightly crosswind. The glider's slightly pitched forward to gain energy, and just a little bit of a misjudgment, shall we say, there, and that's the risk you take. But the key thing is that's why we're doing it over water. If that had been over land, you could imagine it'd been a whole different ball game. She should be fine, I would suspect. She should be okay. So we'll get her recovered. You can see the Qatar Coast Guard there. Fantastic support from them. You notice the police Coast Guard as such. That's the level of support we've got in this country. All the organisations have been fantastic. On the takeoff area, we've got about 5 or 6 fire trucks. We've got medical facilities. It's incredible to be truthfully here. It's been a real pleasure and an honour to be here and to be treated like royalty, all the pilots, myself and Regan, the commentary crew, whilst we're here. And basically, yeah, everything looks okay. There's no, so we say, panic in the guys who are retrieving her right now. I'm sure she's going to be okay. She's sadly had her first baptism of the event. And yeah, we'll get her sorted, and we'll also get back to you once we find out how she is and give you feedback on everything. And then from there, if she's all okay, her motor will be stripped. We'll obviously get all the seawater out of it because this isn't freshwater what we're flying over here, and it'll all be cleaned up. We've actually got large pools, like large paddling pools around the back of the logistic tents in case of a scenario like this, so the competitors can wash all the equipment in fresh water. Seawater's not great for our gliders because as it dries it crystallises, and then you basically got a load of sandpaper inside the glider. Plus also seawater can be corrosive as well. So it's important once we do retrieve, if any pilots do go underwater, we get them over, make sure they're safe, and then make sure their equipment's sorted as quickly as possible so that they can continue with the competition if they're happy to do so and if they're okay for that.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. It's good to be here with you on the action and not on the course. And we're just keeping one eye here on the retrieving of Helena. As we can see, she hit the water. Helena Nyman from Finland. Good team of rescue here for the competitors as they go into the water. This is our first day of actual competition. It's the qualifying. It's a day 2 of flying. Yesterday, we had our first flights of the week, and it was an opportunity for the pilots to get a feel for the conditions, get a feel for the course as we move in. And we're going to see now Helena's crash.
Yeah, Helena's run here. So what's happening is you start to turn downwind, so the glider naturally wants to speed up. And as she's gone high in this bank, you see the glider speeding and dropping. And unfortunately, she's just this calculation from her. And you can see there she's hit the water. And a bit of a motor, so unfortunately, as actually I can see there on the slow-mo, broken off. It looked like it was the frame of the motor, which is screw attached. And you can see she's now in our boat, she's on her feet. Oh, that's really good to see. She's always taken a bit of a knock. She's probably had a bit of a wind in, unfortunately. She's a strong girl, you know. She's a skydiver. Physically, she's people prepare for this. They are athletes at the end of the day. You don't just walk off the street to do this sport, should we say? So she'll be taken now, as I mentioned, over to the hospitality area, etc., where the medical crew will just check her over. You can see there the Qatar Coast Guard and police looking after her, checking that she's okay. But it's good to see she's fine, everything's okay. Her equipment may be a bit damaged, so we'll just have to see if it's possible for her to continue with this event. It's a shame, it was her first competitive heat, but she flew yesterday in a practice, and as I've mentioned, this was the first competitive heat, so she was trying to push it, she was trying to fly as best she could within her ability, and just the nature of the wind and what have you, so caught her out a little bit there, and sadly she has ended up in the water. But all's well, she's all good, and that's the reason why we have this fantastic support from all the safety crew here. And it's not just the safety crew here, this will continue now for Helena for the next sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. You can see there she's taking a drink, washing the salt water out of her body as well as her equipment in a minute, which will also be cleaned and sorted out. So yeah, so we'll just take a wee break on the action. whilst we deal with this situation. That's what happens in live competition, and that's why we're over water. We try to do it in as safe a manner as possible. All the competitors, it's compulsory for them to wear life jackets, and I say life jackets. That's because a buoyancy aid, it doesn't keep your head above the water, but a life jacket would naturally keep your head above the water. So as they go in, they automatically inflate, and what that does is keeps the head above the water, and it counteracts the buoyancy of the fuel tank basically on the back, which has got air in it, which would normally push them onto the face, and it would be like somebody holding your head down under the water. So, you know, everything's done in the way to try and make this as safe as possible for what we're doing, but it's competitive sport at the end of the day, and these things can happen. So you can see there now, the competitors are on hold. Probably some of them have stopped their engines. They're just taking a little bit of a time. And the other thing is now, if you've noticed the windsock, I mentioned earlier the wind was going to drop, and it's done exactly that. And you'll also notice the wind starting to go around to the south. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen is the competitors will also now take this opportunity on this hold, I suspect, for the to change the layout area, and we're going to take a break as well. And when you come back to it, you'll probably find that the takeoff's going to be different, and the whole thing will be different from what we've witnessed so far this morning.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break from the commentary, and we'll be right back.
Curioso que se pueda ver que te puedas ¿sabe por qué hace así la boya? No, está al revés, están apagados. ¿Tú has visto que hace así la boya? Para mover el agua, para que vean el agua, si no, no ven la altura que tiene. Aquella boya hace así.
So, good morning. I'm here with competitor number 33 from the USA, Johnson Q. Johnson, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. We're taking the calm before the storm meditation right now.
How many more have you got before you go?
It's a little bit complicated right now because we just had a water splash. So we had 2 pilots that were in the air that waiting their turn, and they probably come back to land, and they're resetting to go again. So I believe there are 3 pilots that will launch before me, and then it's going to be my turn.
And how does the mental state change when you know that a pilot in front of you has just crashed?
You have to, it's harder when it's a friend, which in this case it was Helena from Finland. We've been having dinner every night, it's great. So it's a little bit tougher knowing that, you know, it's one of your friends that's gone down. It's going to be a little bit tougher time for them to get back in the race. Otherwise, the course is your course. When it enters, the only thing you're thinking about is your pylons and your turns.
And what do you think of the conditions today?
They were looking really excellent. I seem to have gotten the luck of the wind has turned back to offshore. For the last hour or so, we've been getting a breeze from the east onto the land, which makes it really smooth. So now that it's turning offshore, it's going to be a little bit bumpier. It's not looking as strong as it was yesterday, thankfully, so hopefully the conditions won't be that choppy in the course, but it is what it is.
Okay, last question. Johnson, how are you going to do? What are your hopes for this week?
So I've come up with a formula, which is if I can take Alex Mateos' time at 60% and I beat that, I'm happy.
So Alex is hot favourite, he's current world champion, he's probably going to be the fastest, so you want his plus 60.
60%.
Best of luck, fly well.
Right.
We're making the most of the break in the action, what with Elina having a bit of a swim. I'm here with competitor number 38. This is Cyril Canton from France. Cyril, how are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you. And you?
I'm great. Everything's absolutely perfect here. So you've just seen Helena go into the water. How does that make you feel?
It's a shame for her because we always know going to the water at the first task is not good for mine. And even more for a girl, maybe it's harder. That's the game. That's why also we fly over the water. It's safer, so sometimes it happens. That's the game.
So you're a husband and wife team here. Your wife Morgane is also flying. How do you think she's feeling right now?
She feels nice. Now she learned how to handle pressure, and she's really relaxed with takeoff and landing places, even when it's not on the grass like we used to do at home. And she knows her wing. She's confident, so everything should be okay.
So how do you deal with pressure? You look fine. You look very relaxed.
I'm
Is
not.
that how you
Definitely
feel?
not. I had already, I think, 15 coffees this morning. And yeah, there's a lot of pressure. We know the championship will be a short one, maybe with 4 or 3, we don't know, a task. So we know that everything is, we play everything today.
And what do you expect from this week? What do you hope to do?
Try my best, at least, enjoy, keep dry if possible. And the results, I will try to do my best, but with the new rules and the wind loading rules, we don't know exactly yet what would be the best strategy. So in a few minutes, hours, we will know. For now, it's a bit of expectation.
So to be clear, what we have for the first time this year is making sure that the weight of the pilot and paramotor matches the wing. This is being closely followed. This is why you're talking about the different wing.
Exactly.
So what do you think of the conditions today?
The conditions are absolutely perfect. We have no winds. The forecasts are good until the sunset. So I think we will have a really good day and big day today in the sail.
You're looking forward to flying until sunset?
Hopefully, yeah.
Good. Best of luck, fly well, hope you do good. Thank you very much.
See you.
entrando. Nota el circuito.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are back to the action with the competition. A little break there as we add Helena into the water. She's out of the water. She's looking good. And here we go. Let's find out exactly who this is. This is number 41, Peter Hidesi from Hungary.
Okay, yeah, so Peter's in the course. You can see him carving nicely around. because of Helena, it's probably given some of the competitors a little bit of a sort of like nerves, and you may find some of the competitors have just decided to take things a little bit easier. But I've got to say, the conditions are improving all the time. You notice the wind on the water there has calmed off. Regan and I just took the opportunity to get outside the commentary tent and just get some fresh air and look, and you can see the windsock there, perfect time to look at it. This means it's going to get even better now, this competition. The wind's getting lighter, the forecast is doing exactly what it said, which was to drop and then slowly veer around to the south. You heard there in the interview with one of the competitors how we're planning to fly all day today to get potentially 3 heats in, because unfortunately after today I'm afraid the wind is due to pick up strong again as it does veer around to the southwesterly direction. So this is the day to do as much flying as possible, and it's brilliant that we are in this position now where the weather's getting better. It's giving us a level playing field for all the competitors. Bang on key, the windsock's doing what I'm telling you, Tim. I tell you what, if I could run my paragliding school, the wind would be when I tell it to make my life a lot easier. So yeah, it's we're ready to go. We're ready to get the competitors through the course again. Some of the competitors have had a little bit of a break this week, and we have. We're already fired up, ready to go again to give you this fantastic spectacle of the World Paramotor Championships live from Qatar.
So it was Peter Hidese from Hungary, number 41, was the first one through there. Next up line, we've got number 39, Morgan Clapton from France, will be next. Here at the 6th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championship, brought to you by the Qatar Air Sports Committee, bringing you the live feed of the action as it happens. We have got 2 stadiums in use right now, right behind the shot there, behind the buoys. You can see those red seats on an angle. We've got 2 sets of those. To the left, that's the VIP section where the spectators can be, where they did the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony as well. Focusing now in on our next competitor to come through the course as we get towards the middle of the pack. I think we've done about 16 or 17 pilots so far. Very good morning to Jeremy, who's joined us on the live stream, and who else have we got there? Fly Baby Fly PPG, and as you can see, Morgan Plankton comes to the course.
Okay, so another one of our female competitors. She's on a speed bar, that's why her legs are stretched out. The reason her legs are down is she tries to get the angle of the motor pushing down, so it helps her keep the glider down as well. That was a fantastic turn there that she's just done. Again, she's pushing on the bar, she's trying to keep the motor down. She's trying to control the energy of the glider so it doesn't climb up too high in altitude and keep low. And now here we go with a drone shot again. This is amazing stuff. And she's doing well here. I suspect this is going to be our leading female competitor by the time she's through this course. Let's see if she's coming around the last gate, I believe. And yeah, here she goes out the finish gate. And I'm sure if you can find the live timings anyway, you'll find that will be definitely the leading female competitor so far. So congratulations to her.
That great drone shot is awesome, isn't it?
Something else, isn't it? Yeah. As I've mentioned earlier, the drone pilots are getting better and better and better. And to have this ability to be able to fly so close to the competitors and to bring you this footage, and for me and Regan to be able to sat here witnessing and give you the commentary to accompany that is something really good. And look at that water now. We've got the reflection of those sail towers. If we were going to order competitions for the perfect paramotoring competition, that's what you got in front of you right now. The gods are shining and smiling on us, and we're ready to rock.
Jeremy on the live feed says, yo, what's up, commentator guys? I'll tell you what's up.
Yeah,
Paramotors
are all.
Paramotors.
We're having it. The competition's live. The conditions
Yes.
are perfect. Nobody's got any excuses. We've been here for 10 days waiting for this action to happen. And here we go with our next competitor.
This is number 55, Gilles Schlinger from the Netherlands.
So yeah, another competitor. You notice he's wearing shorts because weather's getting bad. But he's also, let's face it, if you're going to go in the water, you don't want your best clothes on. So yeah, he's on his speed bar, pushing his legs down, keeping the angle of the motor and the thrust at a good angle. As he lets off the speed bar, the thrust angle also changes the motor as well. He's using the energy of the wing to carry into the turn. So there's probably about 4 or 5 different dimensions changing constantly while this guy's flying in the way he's flying. He's now carved into this next turn, using both brakes to slow the glider down and pull the bank of the glider around, which also puts G loading on the body. He's accelerating away here. He's now going for the last gate of the course, and he'll belt the bar on now. He'll try and keep his thrust angle down to stop himself climbing. Hands nice and high on the brakes, and there we go. He's out of the course, converting the energy for a nice and gone.
Just a comment there. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to hear us. We're just trying to keep ourselves on the mic there for you to make sure we get those words straight down the pipe for you.
Okay, yes, so sorry about that if that's the case. Also, it's really lovely to get your comments, and if you do want any questions answered, please put them up there and we'll do our best to do that. And as we watch these fantastic slow-mo and recap shots of that competitor going through.
Yeah, Jilly Slinger from the Netherlands there, just on the slow-mo. And Sendo says, yeah, we need this in the USA. Well, we're available for you guys. You can find us on social media.
Yeah. And that's another point, actually. If you do wish, if you do want to search Regan Tetlow or Gordy Oliver on social media, you'll find Facebook accounts for us and Instagram accounts. And we've been loading up some sort of, like I said, private footage of what us being here and us in the commentary tents and what we're actually witnessing as ourselves as watching. So yeah, the USA, you want in the USA, you've got the USA competitor here with Johnson. So he's into the course now. It's our first male competitor from the USA. There's only actually him, the only male competitor from the USA. He's flying a free ride to slalom wing from Ozone. I've got to know this guy as this week gone on, and we even got him on my jetpack earlier this week. So he was the first American jet paramotor pilot as well. So he's doing well here. His altitude's been climbing up. As the conditions have changed, obviously the pilots are having to adapt to this. They flew yesterday in very challenging conditions. This is only the first heat, so they're still all getting a bit of a feel for it. He's done a nice run through the course there, and he's climbing out with that beautiful carbon fibre paramotor there. That'll probably cost the same as a nice family car, I would suspect, that bit of kit. So yeah, well done Johnson, fantastic run. And Johnson was also the guy that gave me that interview while we had that small hold earlier. So he's been a busy boy this morning. He's been giving you some interviews, and a few minutes later you've watched him live there now, carving through the course here in Qatar this morning.
Very good morning, everybody. We do appreciate your feedback there. We're just looking at the microphones to make sure everything's okay. So it's very hard to hear the commentary over the engines and prop noise. It sounds like they're in the background. We'll check on that for you.
Yeah, that's right. So we are literally under the holding pattern for the paramotor pilots where we're doing the commentary. So we do get the engine noise interfering. But that's what we are. We're a paramotoring competition. It also should be that way, really.
Just let us know, guys. Sorry to interrupt there. Just let us know if you can hear us both correctly. This is Regan speaking now,
and I'm Gordy. So just I don't know if you want to put an R with a thumbs up for Regan and a G with a thumbs up for Gordy if it's all sounding good. And if not, give us a thumbs down. We won't take it personally. We know it's just you mean you can't hear us so well.
Yeah, we just want to check with the production just to make sure that you can hear us okay.
Okay, so the next competitor in the course, again flying well. You notice how smooth the glider's flying. That's because of the skill level of the pilot, but also the conditions, which have just been coming so perfectly in tune this morning. And if all our prayers have effectively been answered as pilots here this morning. And it's just an amazing thing to see this competition underway.
This is number 7 that we've got in the sky right now, Norbert Pajek from Poland. Yeah, we just adjusted the volumes on the mics a little bit, and we'll make sure we keep ourselves right in front of them for you there. Good. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the feedback. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's we're all in it together. You guys are watching this, we're doing the commentary, so please keep those comments coming. If there's any issues technically with what we're doing, please let us know. It's the only way we'll find out. It's very intense for what we're doing here. We're obviously focused on the commentary. There's a lot going on around us, so we're trying to do the best we can. We're experts. we're amateur experts.
Speak for yourself, Sunshine.
Yeah. So you know, we may not always get it perfect, but we're trying our hardest to give you the best production we can here. With this, and I've mentioned before, we've got an amazing crew around us. So yeah, any feedback you've got, give us it. We'll sort it out. The guys will be on it straight away for you to improve what we're doing here and make it even better for you.
You see the one of the trikes taking off there. We do have 2 arenas in operation right now in this competition. All our live stream is focused on the foot launch, and here we go. It is number 11, Juri Šviga from. It is, let me just check, Juri Šviga from Czech Republic.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was Czech. Sometimes you can get that flag confused with the Filipino flag, but no, it's the Czech flag. So here he is, that Czech competitor. He's flying a Dudek snake wing. I think it's a Snake 4, the latest variant of this wing, specifically designed for the slalom course racing, which he's doing at the moment. And this amazing drone shot here now is just showing you how well he's flying, and also how well tuned that wing and his equipment is for the task. He's just going to look at that as he lets off the bar. Oh, I'm a bit jealous now. I don't want to be. I want to be there with them doing it as well. But hey, yeah, you can't always have it your own way.
Here you go with the replay of our Czech.
Great. So I've mentioned about how they push the feet down on the speed bar, and you notice how the angle of the motor there is like very vertical on his back. As they push their feet up in front of them, the motor will pitch back further. So it's great to see these pilots trying to use every possible millimetre and degree of tuning on their equipment to give them the ultimate advantage in getting around the course. And what happens when the thrust angle changes is, obviously, if the thrust is the motor's pushing down more towards the terrain, the ground, then that's going to help hold them down as well. If it's more leant back, it'll also want to make them climb. So they're also playing with that. You're probably thinking, oh, I don't do that if you're a normal paramotor pilot. That's because you're not a slalom racer. These guys are at the cutting edge of their sport, and certainly the guys that are really good will really hammer it on. So we've now got our next competitor coming into the course. I'll let Regan tell you who he is.
This is number 13, again, Czech Republic, Dzień dobry, or Dobrý den, I should say, Alois Singol from the Czech Republic.
Excellent, fantastic Regan. He's a lot better with the foreign names than I am, and so I'll always let Regan introduce him in case I get them wrong. So again, we've got this amazing drone shot. It's brilliant to see a white prop on the back of the motor. The prop's spinning a lot faster than that. It's just the frame speed of the drone is giving you this image of it spinning like a windmill. But no, that's spinning at around about 8,000 RPM when it's on full throttle. You could certainly clean the leaves in your garden very quickly with a machine like that, that's for sure.
Yes, this is the orange with the blue stripe of Alois Single, Czech Republic, number 13, carving round that back pylon there. Like you say, the angle and the G-force that's coming out of it, it's pretty intense.
It is. It's like the best fairground ride in the world. It's a lot of fun to do this, and yeah, these guys are obviously enjoying today. There's going to be, they'll be nervous still. They've got 2 heats to go, but they'll be smiling. They'll be landing. There'll be adrenaline in the system. Probably some of the guys are hardly taking a breath as they're going around this course. They won't be daring to blink even. So yeah, it's brilliant. We're here to live when we do this sport, and these guys are certainly living this to the absolute limit at the moment, which is brilliant to see.
Next pilot through the course should be number 25, Mohsen Al-Yafi from Qatar. Here we go.
Okay, so one of the home pilots with the home advantage. And again, you can see how he's a good pilot. He's keeping his legs down on the speed bar, keeping the angle of thrust, and he's off the bar. A lot of energy and speed in the wing as he went into that turn, which actually meant it was quite a fast, broad turn. He ideally would have been a bit closer if possible, and now he's going for the third pylon. He's trying to keep the angle of bank up and converting all the energies to keep him as close to the pylon as possible. He's getting a fast time through the course, and for the first competitive heat, yeah, it's a good effort, but he's really pushing it as far as he can, this guy. And now as he come out the course, out the finish gate, a good fast time. He'll probably look for improvement in the later heats and just try and get a little bit tighter on the pylons, but time-wise, that was a good run.
And we'll be bringing you the times that have been scored once we get to the end of this heat. We'll get everybody through, they are being collated, and we'll have a screen for you with all that information on as we get it. Next is going to be back to the Czech Republic, number 9. Alex Trammell will be number 9, black, white with a red top. That's what we're looking for number 9.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting through them well here now. We're probably about 2/3 of the way through the competitors this morning. The conditions are just getting better and better. That wind's dropped as it was forecast to, and here he goes now as he's entering the course LS for his first competitive run. Again, he's good. He knows what he's doing. You see the motor there pitching forward and pitching him down on his back. That's a really good turn on that first pylon. This could be quite a good run, quite a competitive run. Yeah, he's keeping it down, he's getting the angle of bank up, he's using all the energy of the wing. Hey, that's how far he's pushing it. Very close to the wall, but he handled it well. This is where I look at that. Yeah, this guy's really got millimetre precision. As an experienced pilot, you know, when you see the guys flying like this, he's just unfortunately got kicked up there. I think he possibly lost his speed bar there, I'm not sure. There's some. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what's happened there. It looks like he's got halfway around, and there's maybe been something gone on with his equipment. I'm not sure. It didn't look like he'd actually done the full run of the course. It might have just have been because he was so fast I missed it. But yeah, we'll see.
We're moving into the top 10, ladies and gentlemen, the last 10 of this heat, and these are the fastest qualifiers from yesterday's practice session, which is now moving over to Poland, and Bartosz Nowicki will be on the 4.
Okay, so the Polish team there. The Poles are some of the best guys in the world. They do a lot of paramotoring in Poland. They've got quite a lot of flatland areas, so it's very popular in their country. And so we're expecting big things from the Polish team this year whilst they're here. And we wish them all the best of luck. You can see this lovely shot now of the last of the pilots preparing for this first heat in our takeoff area, with our marshals there stood helping and assisting them. And it's hard for them. You know, you come to an amateur event and you've got a TV camera in your face. It certainly puts the pressure on you a little bit more, so you can see they're trying to look the other way and not smile at the camera. Certainly by the end of the heat they will be. So you can see here we've got the course up for you again, just to recap it. So we've got a 4 pylon course we're using today. We've got 5 pylons on the water, but we're using 4 of them. And if you follow the serrated line from the S, you'll see that's the start, and you can see the direction of travel that they're taking around the course.
It's 7:39 in the morning here Saturday in Qatar, with drone shots following the action here in the championships.
It's all happening here. Where else would you want to be in the world right now? Where else would you want to be watching sport in the world right now? Here live at Qatar in the fantastic Persian Gulf with this beautiful weather what we've got for you, and these amazing drone shots as this guy's now carving around the course, doing well here. You can see how he got really close to that pylon there. He's coming towards the finish gate. So again, that's going to be a competitive run. That'll be really scoring high, that run. That was a really good fast time, and he was really good in his coordination around the pylons. So yeah, impressive flight.
This is Lubos Hlamana from the Czech Republic, and I believe we're still waiting for number 4 Bartosz Nowicki from Poland. He had to reset, so right now we are watching number 31.
As we've said, the conditions are great, but we're also prone to things like the equipment maybe affecting us. So some of the pilots might just be a little bit delayed on takeoff for one reason or another, or as the previous pilot, there may have been a technical issue halfway through the flight. Again, one of the Qatari pilots, the guys who are under the pressure here with a home advantage, and they've had the ability to practice on this course. We expect big things. You see they've all got these beautiful custom-made wings with the Qatar Air Sports Committee logos on them. And again, we keep saying it, but we do have to. We've got to thank the Qatar Air Sports Committee for laying on this event. You can see all the marquees in the distance and the logistical support we've got. All these marquees are air-conditioned. For us as Paramotor pilots coming here to this event, we've been treated like royalty, and we really have to thank them for it.
So I can tell you now, Bartosz, number 4, he had to land back, but here he is now, back into the action. Nowicki, Poland.
Excellent. So here we go. He's flying a free ride 2 glider. He's flying well. You can see that carving turn there. Even the drone's struggling to keep up with this guy. He's going so well. I did tell you the Poles would be good. I think this is that the last gate he's done already? Wow. And yeah, he's out. Oh, yeah. So look out for him on the leaderboard. That's going to be a really good competitive time.
So on the live stream, Jeremy says, hey, commentators, what did you think of the Jet Paramotor? Well, actually, Gordy is part of the Jet Paramotor team.
Okay, so I'll try and do it quickly. So I actually formed the Jet Paramotor team. I work with a guy called Alan Hewitt. Alan Hewitt's instrumental in the film world in stunts and what have you, with James Bond, Mission Impossible, things like that. The jetpacks were invented as a concept to be used in the film industry for stunts. We've now formed a display team. We've been signed off by our governing body in the UK, the Civil Aviation Authority, as the display team, and we're now travelling the world doing air shows and what have you. This was our debut performance, was here in Qatar for the Qatar Air Sports Committee in the opening ceremony. We sadly was just too windy for us to fly in the opening ceremony, but we did manage to practice display, and I managed to fly alongside the Qatar National Air Force aerobatic display team and the Qatar National skydiving team, and you can appreciate for a lad like me from the north of England who's into paragliding to have been given that opportunity was just, it was out of this world, it really was.
And I posted a Instagram reel of one of the guys taking off with his Jet Paramotor. It's had 1.5 million views so far.
Yeah, we never thought we'd be going viral, but we have. So here comes Thomas on his competitive run. Again, and he's looking like a good pilot. What's actually... Oh, yeah. We've actually... what we've been doing is... the guys are sort of ranked from previous competitions, and the best guys are the later pilots. So that's what you're seeing now. The guys who've done well in previous competitions, and you could see from those turns, the wingtip touching the water there, the way he's coming around this course. We're almost struggling to keep up with these guys on the commentary now. They're going so fast. So certainly for the next 5 minutes or so, we've got about another 7 pilots left to compete, and these guys now are the world's best paramotor pilots coming at you.
This was Lithuania, Thomas Misiunas. Next up's going to be back to France, and Cyril Plankton, number 38. Well, here's a replay.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that. Even on the slow motion, it looks fast. Yeah, so anyway, we're getting ready for the next guy. You can see as he's just leaving the scene there. Oh, there we got a time on screen as well, so that was 26.59 seconds there. So this is great now that we've managed to get our timing screens coordinated with what's going on, and now we're hopefully going to be able to show you live times off each competitor as they come through the course. There you see Simon from Poland, one of the officials, giving the green flag for the next pilot to take off, one of the French team, and we've got a number of French guys, because they're so good, in the next 5 or 6 pilots that are coming through. And as I've mentioned, these guys now are the world's best pilots, and the great thing is, as you can see on the water, the wind is slightly going around now to the south, but it's very light, so that they've actually they've got lucky, you know. They've got the best conditions you could ever wish to see and fly in, and here we are now bringing you this action in just pristine competitive conditions. So Cyril Plantin from France coming into the course, again another top pilot, flying a Dudek snake wing. You'll see him there carving into the turn. You notice how smooth they are, converting the energy and the roll of the gliders to get that carve around that next pylon, and immediately he's onto the last pylon, and he's already going for the finish gate, belting on the speed bar to get the speed out of the glider, converting out now. The drone will pull away because he's going to go skywards. He's taking it a bit slow because he's got so much energy there. He actually was a bit gentle on the back because he'd probably done a thing called the Death Loop, which is the new stunt in paramotoring, which has just been invented. We don't want to see them at that altitude.
There's a replay. Remember, before we saw this, about just under 26 seconds was the fastest that we've recorded here on our system, but we'll see what time we get here on the screen.
Yeah, so that was the replay over, and you can see him exiting the course now, and let's see if we can collaborate our timings with the thing. Yay! We got time.
25.184.
Oh, so that's so far. I think that's probably the leader at the moment. There were obviously some really good guys earlier on that maybe haven't been ranked as high as these guys, which did do fast times. We're not party to that information at the moment. So this is one of the Qatari guys.
This is number 23, Saeed Mahia from Qatar. Here he goes.
So he scored high, obviously, in the last Paramotor World Championships last summer in Spain. You can see him carving around there on this fantastic wing with the Qatar Air Sports Committee logo on it. We've got the drone following him. For the Car Air Sports Meet who've organised this event, to get this footage for them as well is fantastic. They must be so pleased to have this event underway after all their logistics and everything else they've sorted out for us. And again, that's a really good rapid time. You notice how he held the glider low on the pylons and didn't climb? That means that it's getting even better, and these guys are coming around the course faster with more ability and speed.
Absolutely brilliant. The drone shot following is so incredible to see.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we need to have a drone racing slalom competition as well, the way these guys are going, you know, between each heat. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Let's look at the time. We had a 25.184 just before this. What we got here, we have 27.050.
Yeah, so that would, for ourselves, if we have a little tally up, I think that's third so far. So yeah, so let's see how it goes. So again, each competitor coming through now. We've got the timing screens running for us. We'll be able to give you the feedback on that and let you know exactly where these heats are going and who's in the lead.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more pilots to come. Next through is going to be France, Nicolas Aubert.
Okay, so you can see the long shot here while we prepare for Nicolas to come out of holding. Here he's coming out of the holding pattern. You might hear the noise of the holding pattern above us. He's entering the course, he's keeping his feet down, he's keeping the thrust angle of the motor down. We've got the drone right behind him there now. And he's coming in for the first pylon. It's all on the first pylon, how well they are. So he's carved it into the first pylon. He's got a bit wide there, so that will lose him some time. He's again a bit wide on that pylon. I'm not being critical, it's just we are at the world's best here now, and that means that he's taking longer to get round. So if I was to guess, I would estimate this is going to be about a 28 second run, I would estimate. So what he'll do, he'll probably recap on his run in the lane to get tighter turns on the pylons for his future heats.
Wow, it's exciting stuff. The top 5 from the times of the practice run. Here is a replay now with Nicolas Aubert from France.
Did you see him hit the pylon there? So that was great, yeah. So what happened is he came out of the pylon early, hit the pylon, and that brought him wider on the exit of the pylon, which would have lost him a bit of time. It's sometimes better to come in wide on the pylon and try and exit it tight. So again, these guys practice for this. 26.9, yeah.
Yeah,
so
26.905.
about a second off my estimation.
Yes.
I'll get better as the day goes on, I'm sure. So here we go now.
Moving into our top 4 again with France, Jeremy Penon will be number 37. After that, we've got Qatar, and then the champion from France, Alexander Mateos, finishing off this run.
That's right, yeah. The current reigning world champion will be the last to go on the course. He's a young lad. He started paramotoring at the age of 12, but I'll cut back now to the commentary of this run. So here we go with Chris. And he's, again, an experienced pilot, getting the thrust angle low on a snake forewing, carving round there on that first pylon, heading out for the second pylon, keeping his energy low and the glider flying low. This is a good run, this. Again, a really tight turn. You notice how he almost went inverted above the wing there, so he could pull it back really hard in the turn.
I think this is actually at 37, Jeremy Penon, actually.
Okay, our apologies there. And so Jeremy's like hammering out the course now, and out he comes. He's certainly the French team, I can tell from the French colours, but we've got a couple of French guys, so yeah.
So there we go, that is France into our top 4, Jeremy Penon from France. We've got the replay for you. Then we'll be bringing the time on the screen. Fastest we've seen so far that we've recorded, 25.184. Previously we just had a 26.905, and Jeremy brings through his time of 24.783. Wow. 4.783 puts him in the lead right now as we move into the top 3. Next is number 17, Naif Al-Baroshi from Qatar, followed by Elsa Al-Haraji from Qatar, and then Alexandre Mateos will be the last one through as we get a shot of the trike heading into the sky for the other stadium just a little bit further down the water. But now back to Gordy, and here we go.
So it's hotting up here. It's not just the sun what's warming us up here, it's the action. Me and Regan have got our jackets off now. We're raring to go with the last 3 in this first heat.
I think that's the...
ignore the title there. This is the Qatari team, pilot flying. He's one of the top guys in the world, Nayaf, and you can see how good he is, how tight he's staying to the pylons. He's coming in wide initially, and then you'll notice his exit's a lot tighter on the pylon. I mentioned earlier that's the best way to fly it. So get in wide, pull it in tight on the exit. There you go. Beautiful piloting skills. He's on the bar, he's looking to exit, and he's out. That's going to be a very competitive time, that. I can't wait to see what it is.
We'll see that in a moment as we come through with the replay.
Here it comes. So here's our replay of his flight. You can see how he's almost going inverted above the centre of the glider there, which allows him to keep low in the turn.
We're just waiting for the time.
Yeah.
On there
So yeah, so you can see there how he's keeping the glider low. He's not allowing the energy to balloon the glider up into the air, which means he's really good.
So here we go now. The fastest we've seen, 24.783, and we have 26.218.
Okay, so they're all pushing each other hard now with these final runs. We've got our last two competitors to come, and then we'll have complete our first heat here in the Paramotor World Championships live from Doha, Qatar.
We are moving into number 19, Aisa Al-Hajji from Qatar. Fourth this time so far, 24.783. We've got a few 26s in there. We've got a 25 in there. Just to reiterate, we've only got the timings from the final 10 that we've seen. We don't know exactly whether we've had anybody faster previously, but we doubt it really with what we've seen.
Yeah, so it's from the Qatar team is going to be entering the course now. Second last year in the World Championships. He's been planning for this moment for the last 8 months, shall we say. So this is his moment to shine. That was a good turn on the first pylon. Quite wide on the exit, but he's getting better on that second pylon, coming up for the third pylon. Wide entry, going inverted above the glider to carve and also dive, which helps build up energy in the wing. And he's coming around the last pylon now, and he'll be accelerating out the course, pushing the speed bar. And again, another really good run from the Qatari team there.
What do you think on the time? Is it going to be faster than 24.783?
I know what I think, I don't want to say.
All right. Still just a fraction
slower, maybe.
Yeah,
we'll see. And we'll just see in a second.
So here we go. This is number 19 on the replay. Only one more to come from the Frenchman. But here we go. Qatar take their time of 26.047.
There we go. So obviously Regan and I are getting our eye on the course as well. I'm sure you guys watching on the live feed have got a feeling for the times as well before they're shown on the screen. So now we have Alexander Martinez, the world champion, the last guy to fly on the course. Flying since he was 12 years old on paramotors because his dad built him one. That was a tiny little baby one for him to fly. And then over the years that's developed and the paramotors got bigger, and now they have their own company called MacFly, which makes some of the best paramotors in the world. I'm biased because I've got a MacFly motor, sorry, but that's the way it is. And he's certainly going to be the guy to watch, so I'm really waiting for this next run. This is going to be really exciting.
Beautiful action. You can see just to the right of the towers there, the Lusail Stadium. That's the venue for the final of the Asia Cup, which I think is today, or it might be tomorrow, maybe today actually. And it was also the venue of the World Cup. Here we go, Alexandre Mateos, France.
Okay, so the pressure's on. This is the best guy in the world. He's around the first pylon, really tight on the first pylon, accelerating away, keeping the glider low to the water. This is so far looking like an excellent run from Alexander. Round the next pylon, he'll dive down from that to gain energy for the last pylon. Again, wide, tight exit through the gap between the pylons for the finish gate. That is definitely going to be a competitive time. I'm not going to guess it. Let's see what the timing brings back to us. But yeah, that could well be the lead.
Certainly look good, my friend. Certainly look good. Here comes a replay.
So you can see there, carved really tight around that pylon. You notice the MacFly logos on his glider, getting a bit of sponsorship in there for his family's company. And head coming up here now for the third pylon. He got high on that, but what he did, he dove the paraglider down. You see there how he got it back down towards the ground. That actually allowed him to gain a bit more speed as well. And then you can see for the exit, and as I mentioned, that slow motion you watched there, and that looked fast. So well, yeah, that was a good time.
Here it comes, 24.783 to beat. We wait with bated breath.
Yeah!
24.304. 24.304. That's the fastest time we've seen so far. So, Gordy, we're looking at about just short of 2 hours for that list to go through. What happens next?
So next we'll have a little bit of a hold. Obviously, we'll just all gather ourselves, gather our thoughts. The competitors will start looking at the motors again, just making sure that they're running great, and any little tweaks they might need to do on them, they'll certainly do that. It's like a parc ferme in a motorsports competition this now. So what will happen is, as the commentary team, we'll probably take a little bit of a break in a sec, and we'll show you some highlights from this first heat, and hopefully we'll be able to show you some of the trike stuff later on as well.
Good stuff. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Stay with us.
Back. This is the end of task 1 here at the takeoff landing zone. We've gone quiet for a few minutes while we're waiting for the next pilot, who's 56 just over there. I'm with competitor number 3, who is Navid. I'm going to look at your surname, Saleki.
Yes.
So that's a funny name. What's your surname? What's your origin?
So it comes, the name is Iranian because my father is Iranian and my mother is Swedish.
And you're flying for
Sweden.
Sweden.
Because I grew up in Sweden, yeah.
So how was the first task for you?
The first task this morning, the task this morning was a really nice wake-up call. We had all the 5 pylons built up, so as soon as I entered, I was in the zone. I enjoyed it very much. I did take some things a little bit, some turns wider, but that is something that I definitely can improve in the next upcoming tasks.
So the first task was around 2 pylons. This next task is around how many?
Next one is around 4.
4 pylons.
And
so
has a lot of turns, yeah.
That's obviously a lot more difficult. How are you going to approach this one?
I'm gonna keep the flow, fly how I enjoy it the most, but of course considering the circumstances, the conditions, and adapt to that. But even if it's a hard task, it's a fun task.
There you go. That's
because the harder the better.
It's a good attitude.
Yeah.
What are you hoping for from this week?
From this week, we have 15 nations. Everyone have a different hunger to win. My goal is to finish the championship in a safe way. Finish it, and then if I manage to place myself within the 30, within the 25 or 20, or maybe even closer to the top pilots, then I'm more than happy. But that is going to be a bonus.
Is this your first World Championship?
This is my first Paramotor World Championship.
So you competed in another sport before. Which sport was that?
Yeah, that was BMX freestyle, in which I've done multiple World Championships.
Fantastic.
So it feels really good to be back in this atmosphere where you're fighting for seconds and you do what you can do the best.
So you're used to the competitive nature, but this is your first paramotoring World Championship. Are you back for more?
Definitely. I'm going to do all in my power to help this sport grow and contribute on all fronts.
Okay,
Definitely.
so we can see all the pilots now getting ready. We won't take up any more of your time.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you
Fly
very much.
well. Hope you do well today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the day 2 of the 6th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. I'm your host, Regan Tetlow, and joining me in the studio, Gordy Oliver.
Hi, yeah. It's been a fantastic morning so far. We've got the first heat out of the way. It's absolutely amazing success. Yeah, we've had one swimmer, which is, you know, when we're pushing the limits of our cutting edge of our sport. And we're here now. If you come back to join us, you'll notice the conditions have improved. We just took a little bit of time just to get a bit of fresh air outside and have a little walk around, and the wind has now dropped to pretty well zero wind out there, which is perfect for competition. It could mean some of the takeoffs might be more challenging as the guys are trying to get these highly tuned heavy paramotor wings off the ground on the small wings, so we'll just have to see. And you can see this shot now of the grandstand area at La Salle. That was where the opening and the closing ceremonies are held, and that area there is full of dignitaries. Some of the top officials of the country were in attendance for this event, thanks to the support of this fantastic state of Qatar and the Qatar Sports Committee. And we had a brilliant opening ceremony with the Qatar Air Force and the Qatar National Skydiving Team giving a superbly professional demonstration of their skills. And then we had all the competitors in a beautiful parade. Many of their countries' consuls and officials were here as well to support. It's a world-class event, and for a sport like ours, which is a small sport by world standards, it's just been an amazing privilege to be here and to be part of all this.
Yeah, it certainly is a great exposure to us all and for the sport and for the venue as well. Hope you're all doing well. Let's have a look at the chat there for us on the YouTube channel. Who have we got around at the moment then? Have you all pressed like? Come on, you guys, get that like pressed and give it shared as well. But at least you can do is just hit the thumbs up, give us a little like. What it's going to do, it's going to push the live stream further up the algorithm and open it out and get a few more people watching. Great production that they're putting on for us all here. Let's have a look what we've got the messages. And I like my favourite name so far is Fly Baby Fly PBG. That's a good one. Who else have we got there? Let us know where you are, guys. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what you're liking. Let us know anything you'd like to improve. I think we've got most things covered. I think we've got about 5 or 6, 7 different cameras going. We've got the drones, we've got the follow drones as well. Any base jumpers watching? Anybody looking at these towers with kind of a beating heart looking at those? I think they're about 300 meters, about 1,000 feet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, in base jumping terms, they're asking for it. But anyway, yeah. So we've got the course up now for the next round. You see that we're using 4 pylons again. It's the 5-6M16 course. So from the start gate, they'll go for the center pylon anti-clockwise up to what was the into-wind pylon earlier, but the wind has now dropped to 0 outside. It's perfect conditions. And if you are interested, I just did take a minute there just to do a little video outside, which I've loaded up to Facebook. If you go to Regan Tetlow or Gordy Oliver on Facebook, you'll see that's there on there now. And you'll see the setup, what we've got here for this live commentary and this fantastic production team Regan and I have got working around us here. You'll see the drone guys and how they're operating, and it'll just give you a little insight into what it's like for ourselves and how we bring you this action live at this absolutely world-class event with this world-class production company.
We're just going to take a little pause. We've just got a change of the wind direction, so they're going to be making a few technical adjustments. So carry on with On the Background. We'll be back with the live commentary once the pilots are in the air. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting underway with the second task of the day, and we're going first with Mohammad Reza Kezavich from Iran. We saw him earlier on today. There he is, just cruising around this course. Great to have him there.
Absolutely, and it's nice to hold this long shot, and then you can sort of see the whole beautiful vista what we've got laid out in front of us here, where this course is in Lusail, in Qatar, in Doha. And you can see our Iranian friend here is just taking it nice and steady, flying well within his ability. That caption there is not quite right at the moment. We'll correct that because we do know it is our Iranian friend. And yeah, he's done well. He's done his first heat. As I mentioned earlier, this guy, I managed to get him strapped to one of my jetpacks earlier this week. So he's our first Iranian jet pilot as well. And he's just having a nice time flying through the course, keeping it safe, keeping it sensible. It is competition, but you know, half of the reason of competing is to take part. It's not the winning, it's the taking part, Regan, isn't it?
It is indeed, and I think it takes more of a competitive guts and glory and spirit to enter a world-class event and put yourself in that situation of having the equipment and giving yourself the training. If you are naturally at the top of your game, you could argue that's an easier thing, it's an easier choice. Of course, you're going to compete in the world level if you're in the top 10. There's no doubt in that. But if you set yourself up and decide to commit yourself with your time and your resources to put yourself in a competitive spirit when you're not in the top 10, you're not in the top 20, that takes commitment in my mind.
Absolutely. And then the other beautiful thing is it brings all those people from all these nations together, this sport. We have one collective interest, we're pilots. Politics doesn't come into our lives. We just want to talk about flying, our love of it, and share that passion with each other. So for us to come here, for us to meet each other, for us to make new friends, we'll be friends for life now. We'll share these memories of this event here, and they'll never leave us. So yeah, it's a brilliant thing for us all to be here, and we're privileged, Regan. We really are privileged.
We are indeed. It's the winter time in many places in the northern hemisphere, of course, so that means cool temperatures, even snow in a lot of areas. And here it's like a very pleasant into spring, start of summer European day. So that great big artificial grass patch that's put down for takeoff and landings, what happened there?
So I mentioned just before we left commentary that the winds had changed and it's dropped off. You notice that launching in a different direction.
Yeah.
But at the moment there's like zero wind. So to try and launch the glider has become more difficult now. You have to run faster at the beginning to get the air to inflate the glider and then pop the glider up above your head. Then also the gliders will try and surge to gain airspeed as you're running, and you'll have to control it on your brakes. So yes, we will probably see more failed launches from the taking off area, and it's just the nature of it. So we'll see here now if you can get it up. So you've got the glider up, you know, so run really fast and he'll pull the brakes down. He's actually got a little knot actually on that glider there. I hope that they see that. I could tell by the shape of it that it was slightly pulled in on one side, and we'll just see. But it is going to be more challenging. And then you notice that lovely AstroTurf area which they've laid out in on the effectively a car parking area for the future development of this resort here at Lusail, and that's been all screwed down to fasten it down solid so that when the motors are taking off they don't lift it up with the thrust off the engines. Again, just another example of the logistical support which the Qatar Air Sports Committee have put in for us here at this fantastic event.
If you just joined us, a very warm welcome. Coming up on 8:21 in the morning here in the Lusail area, just north of Doha in Qatar. We are seeing some of our pilots with these zero wind launches. Now, great follow shot there by the camera guy, the RF camera team member, running along at the side there, getting some beautiful pictures for you. We've got the follow drones. I can hear number 54 now above the studio as he sets himself up. And look at that beautiful shot of the course reflecting the big tower there, the spectator stadium in the top left of the screen. And here we are. This is number 54, Alexandra Sito from Moldova.
Okay, so one of two Moldovians in this event. You can see him there coming in and doing his turn around the first pylon. The little knot he had on launch has now popped out, and the glider's got a nice uniform shape, which is reassuring to see. And you can see it's flying nicely, and he's doing well. He's got a nice carved turn there. As we say, we've changed the course now. We're going in a different pattern around it. The guys have had to have a little break and get that into their heads and make sure that they know exactly what they're going to do and they're not going to get confused. And he's coming round now, and obviously ourselves will need to retune ourselves as commentators on what the direction of the course is, and it will probably take us a few pilots just to get the feel for it ourselves and know when they're going around the last gates and towards the finish gate. So here he is now, and I think that's the course complete. Yep, he's on his bar, and that's him out the course, and another nice run there from our Moldovan friend. So we're now going to be looking at bringing a number of competitors through in the next sort of hour or so. We've got the most perfect conditions we could ever wish for this competition. The only challenging thing is just the guys in the launching area, just making sure that they get in the air safely. The one advantage, though, is the wind with its change means that when they do launch, they're not having to fly immediately towards all the infrastructure area of the marquee. So they're now flying effectively out straight into the bay where this event's being held, and there's no reason for them to be doing low turns or anything like that. So we're just getting our rescue boats positioned as well, and yep, we're all set for what looks to be another exciting fast heat here in Doha.
And we've got our first time on the board right down here in the start of the pages. And Alexandra from Moldova, 53.9. So we're going to start now seeing how these times get shaved off as we move up through the pike. It was about 2 hours, just short of 2 hours for that first task. So we expect this one to be going through till around 10:30 in the morning, and then we'll be on to task 3. Very good morning and afternoon or evening or wherever it is where you are, guys. For all our great people watching on YouTube, we really appreciate all your content and comments that you're putting on there. Everything you type, even if it's a little tick or a little kiss or whatever, it all helps the algorithm to push us up and get seen by more people. Number 53, next up from Belgium, Naomi Diep.
Okay, yeah, one of a few female competitors here in this event. Her first run was nice and controlled, and it looks like she's opting for the same tactics in this second run, playing well within her ability to keep it safe. You may have seen, if you were with us earlier, that one of the female competitors did actually end up in the water, unfortunately. She's okay, everything's good, she's fine. Unfortunately, her paramotor has been broken, so we're not sure if we'll be seeing her compete any further in this competition. But as you can see from our friend here now going around this course, it's almost quite nice to watch the slower guys go around this course, because not long ago we were watching the top guys in the world do it, and my adrenaline was flowing as well as much as theirs. So this is also a chance for us all to sit back and just look at this sport in a nice, controlled, safe and beautiful manner. And especially with all these backdrops, what we're looking at with these shots. And look at that shark in the background.
You have a story about that shark, haven't you?
I do, actually, yeah. So you notice it's hanging off lots of wires. Well, I taught a guy to fly. I run a paragliding school back in the UK, Air Ventures. And when I was teaching a couple of years ago, a guy came to me called Adam Bodsworth. And I was like, oh, what do you do? He's like, oh, I do high wire work for the film industry, rigging up wiring and things what pull people out of stunts and stuff like that. And anyway, he phoned me up a couple of weeks ago, and I said, oh, I'm going off to Doha. And he goes, oh, he's like, I'm there at the moment. He goes, but I was there last year and I was hanging the shark up at Lusail. I'm like, oh, that's where I'm going for the Paramotor World Championships. So the shark you can see hanging in the background has been hung by one of our fellow aviators and another paraglider pilot. So it's a small world, it's a small sport, but it's funny how the old connections come together in this sport.
Yeah, it looks like he's done a really good job. It looks well hung. Anyway, back to the Championships now as we move through. This is it still Naomi we've got?
Yeah, just taking it steady and just, enjoying her flight. She's got nobody to compete against but herself. As we've mentioned earlier, the whole thing about competition, it's not just the winning, it's the taking part, it's the being here and enjoying the experience. These competitors have been treated like royalty, like pop stars since they've been here through the generosity of the Qatar state and the Qatar Air Sports Committee who are organising this event. They're all staying in a 5-star Waldorf Astoria hotel nearby. On the number of days leading up to this point where they've not managed to fly, they've been giving some fantastic tours around the country to museums and other areas of interest. And it's brilliant for us as a sport when we are a very small sport to be given that level of support and for our pilots to be treated in that manner. So she doesn't need to win. She's just having the best time of her life just being here, and it's great to see, and I really, really give her a big round of applause for what she's achieved just there with that flight.
Let's have a look at her time. Naomi Dieppe, 2.22, so 2 minutes 22 seconds. Good job, Naomi, getting yourself round there.
Absolutely, and those 2 minutes of flight will be some of the best 2 minutes of flight she's ever had.
Absolutely.
As well, with a big smile on her face.
What a location.
So well done her.
All right, well, just looking at the chat here, they're saying we hope Helena's paramotor wasn't damaged too bad. I suppose the information will come later.
Yeah, from what I could see, it looked like the frame had gone a bit. So I'm not sure if it was a carbon frame or a metal frame. Possibly carbon, by the way that it sort of fractured. So I suspect that's what's happened. I'm sure the engine part will be okay. It is seawater we're flying above here, and obviously the engine's running as it goes in, so it will pull seawater through into the air intake, etc. And then what happens is, round the back of the marquees, you can see in this shot now, there's some big pools full of fresh water where all the equipment will be flushed, washed out, cleaned, get all the salt out of it so we get no crystallization as the water dries, which could affect the equipment. And finger crossed it'll all be repaired and it'll be running again soon. So you could see there the speed of launch on that chap who just launched. This is what we're talking about. It is going to be more challenging to get these gliders in the air. And we're now on to our next competitor.
This is Nicolas Bonanez from number 52, actually, and from Belgium.
Excellent. So another one of the Belgium team. Again, obviously a pilot that's, probably fairly new to this discipline and is just, I'm not sure, it may well be his first competition, and he's just taking it steady. He's just making sure he gets around safely. Obviously, after what happened to, was it Helena? I think it was. He went in.
It was Helena,
yeah. Some of the lesser experienced pilots have, probably had a little bit of a shock watching that, so they'll want to keep themselves safe as well. So it's good to see. I'm a paragliding instructor, I'm a chief flying instructor. I almost have more respect in some ways watching these slower guys fly and fly safely, rather than them really trying to crank it with the best and ending up having an incident or or something like that. So when we do watch these and what we're doing is, the way the heats are arranged is, you'll see the sort of slower athletes come first, and as we get nearer to the end, it's ranked so that we've got our top athletes in the last sort of phases of each phase. So this is the time to sit back, put the kettle on at home, make yourself a coffee if it's morning, or a cup of tea if you're in the evening, because we've got a worldwide audience, and just enjoy the spectacle for a while before the adrenaline really starts pumping towards the end of the heat, and we get the real top guys and our world champions competing for the top prizes in this amazing event.
Just getting some chat coming through on YouTube, and they're saying Naomi Dieppe, that we saw a few moments ago, it's her very first competition. So she's got lots of great support from people watching her there.
Fantastic then, isn't it? And great to see her, and obviously to showcase her in front of a worldwide audience. And the comments that are coming are really important to us here, not just because of the algorithms and that, but for Regan and I to know that you're watching us, to give us your support, and also to ask questions. It really helps us with the commentary here. So please, the more comments you post, keep hitting the like button as many times as you can. And then we have some idea of how many people are out there and how many people we're talking to. Maybe if you just put hi from your country would be really lovely, so we can see where you're at. We know it's early morning here in Qatar. We've already been flying for hours, but it's only 8:30 in Europe. I know that it's dark, and if you are watching it in Europe, we're really grateful, because it's obviously very early in the morning for you. But if you're in Asia and countries like that, it's in the afternoon. You should be sitting there, having a nice relaxing time watching us, and we want to hear from you. So please give us the like, send us a flag from where you're from, and let's see where we are pulling you guys in from.
Well, over on the West Coast, Albuquerque and Los Angeles, it's 10:30 at night. Chicago, 11:30, and Los Angeles, it's 9:30 at night. Over in Europe, we've got 6:30 in the morning in Central Europe and 5:30 in London. And in the sky now, number 51, Chris Claessens from Belgium takes to the course.
Excellent. So another one of our Belgium competitors. The Belgium team's obviously quite new to this sort of style of competition. I'm not sure what the training facilities are like in Belgium. The top guys, such as the Qataris and the French and the Spaniards, they have the ability to get these courses out in their home countries and practice lots, hence the reason they're so good. It's almost a bit embarrassing for me here being British, because we haven't got one Brit in this competition. Sadly, we fly in quite a windy country, so we're really good at windy soaring, but yeah, we don't get the chance to practice slalom much. Skill set wise, yeah, we've well and truly got it in our country. Just in my Jet Paramotor display team alone, we've got some fantastic pilots, but we just haven't had the opportunity to fly this sort of way of flying much. So yeah, to see the Belgians here representing their country, they should feel a lot of pride for what they're doing, and we're really appreciative of it and take our hat off to these guys.
Netherlands in the sky right now. We're going to get the replay for you.
Great stuff, and thanks to everybody who started sending us their little wave and their little flag. It's lovely to see where you're watching us from, and also if it's one of your countries on screen at that point, feel free to give it a yippee or a bit of encouragement, and we'll immediately go live with your comments on that competitor. These live things we're doing, they'll be on the YouTube forever, so that comment, your name, and that person who's flying will know that you've bigged them up. So please guys, keep them coming, and that's great to see there. So you can see how these guys now are practicing for these routines and how we change the course between each heat. So they're trying to lock in their head exactly how to fly that course. It's like if you've ever watched skiing or a sport which involves movement down a course, you'll see the guys stood at the top practicing, shutting their eyes, visualizing it, locking that in. I don't know if you ever watched climbing world championships, and the guys stand at the bottom practicing the maneuvers before they go up, and that's the level we're at here now.
So actually it was Nicolas Boudinens that we saw. Chris Claessens is not through the course yet, so just a correction there on our name on the screen, who we thought was coming through. It was Belgium, just a different Belgium, and we have, should be 51, Chris Claessens should be the next. Here's the actual task which we're flying right now.
That's right. So the blue circles are the pylons we're using around those, and we've got an extra pylon that we use in the configuration, but just not in each pattern. So it's quite complex, and that's why you need to be practicing, as you've just saw the Qatari team practicing there. The S is the start, the F is the finish, and that's the route round the serrated line.
How are we all doing, everybody? We've got some information where everybody's from here. So Fly Baby Fly PPG, Cuban American in Florida. Hi, Florida. And Netherlands is TG Slinger there.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, thanks for getting those comments into us, guys. And as I've said, when it's your country flying, we want to see those that support, and we want to see you giving them lots of yahays and come on, do it for America or do it for Iran, wherever you're from, guys. It's a worldwide event. It's brilliant. We've brought people together from all sorts of countries, and we're all friends. We've all got one common interest and one common love, and that's the love of free flight and paragliding and paramotoring.
The iconic shot of these four towers with the football stadium of Losail just behind. Can't see it from this angle here. This is the course we're focusing on. This is where our task is, right in front of the towers. And to the left, about 600-700 meters down there, we have our second course where the rest of the competition is taking place with the trikes. And here is this up-and-coming area of Doha. It's north of the town, about half an hour north. It's called Losail. They're building all the promenade that you can see halfway up the screen there. There's metro transport and tram links and all the infrastructure's going in, the restaurants, the accommodation. Pretty cool place to move into, right by the waterfront. Very nice indeed.
It's amazing. It's fantastic. I was chatting to people who live out here. There's a guy, Mike Lewis, I think is his surname. He's in charge of the Qatar National Skydive team, and he was explaining to me how it's all been developed in the last sort of 2-3 years. This area, a lot of it's been reclaimed from the sea as such. We're actually in our commentary booth right now with a load of diggers not far away from us. So if you hear the odd tap, 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 that's simply the guys still working on this area now and developing it. And when we fly and we look down on it, they've made it into beautiful shapes. So the lands are formed into patterns, and it looks like looking down on a beautiful rose or a flower or something. And makes for a fantastic spectacle. And the towers as well, they're amazing. The shape of them and the way they've put them together there, the LaSalle towers, again, they're still under construction, and this whole area, but you've got lots of tram infrastructure as well. It's fantastic to see, it really is, and it's great that they support sport so much in this country, and they really are leading the way at putting on like world-class events. And for us, as such a small sport, comparable to other things, to be given this level of support and showcased at this level, as I keep saying over and over again, but it needs to be said, is an amazing thing, and we're eternally grateful.
Big hello to TG Slinger, the mother of Gillis Slinger from the Netherlands, who's watching as well. Good morning to you.
Oh, fantastic, and no doubt fantastic to see your daughter flying here. Sorry, son, I do apologise, here as well. So, yeah, great for you, that comment, and we'll certainly try and give them a big up. Let's put an asterisk by that one, and then we know to give them an even bigger shout when they come through.
I'll put a mark there.
Yeah, we'll mention you when that competitor comes through, and that's what I'm meaning about this live commentary. We're live with you, so keep those comments coming, and we'll try and link you in with what's happening in front of you now.
Tell us, guys, you people watching, what's your experience? What's your paramotor? What's your history with it? Have any of you tried the slalom yet? Let us know a bit about what you've been up to with your flying too. And as we look here, we have our great camera team out on the field with the remote camera, the radio frequency camera, the RF camera. A lot of time stood there in the sunshine with it balancing on his shoulder.
That's right. And you might have noticed just in the last sort of 10 minutes, they've changed again the direction they're taking off because the wind is so light now, they're having to adapt to it. It's the most challenging we ever get it when the wind's light. Half a mile an hour, literally, if you crawl, that makes a massive difference to the direction we take off in the sense of the speed. So, as I've said, it may slow the competition down a little bit now as this wind's changing on us, just to try and get the pilots in the air and try and keep them coming through the course in a rapid point. But that's the sport we do, and that's why we're always having to adapt. We never have a fixed plan. We're always adapting and changing, and that's the reason we keep it safe. If we didn't, it would be not safe. So yeah, it's really, really important. As you can see, the marshal's helping people lay wings out. That's Simon there, the guy from Poland with the marshal on his back, one of the main organisers and marshals of this event, who's put a lot of work into this. And hopefully we'll be getting these guys coming through. So we've got our next competitor now, who is, let me just look at my notes. I believe this could be Chris from Belgium. No, sorry, Thomas from France. And again, he's flying quite well, so he's obviously done a bit of practicing at this course. It's possibly his first competition if he's low on the rankings, but I can tell you now he's flying well, so he's certainly going to be moving himself up if it is. And I suspect we'll be seeing him start higher up the start list in future. This is really good flying. He's flying an ozone free ride 2. You can see he's keeping the angle of bank up high and keeping his altitude low, which is the key thing in slalom racing. The lower you go, the sort of faster you go, and the more you can get banked up in the turns and get your body up sort of on the vertical axis in relation to the wing, the more you can get a faster turn in. So that was a really good time, and that'll push him right up the standings for sure. So well done, Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas Minot from France with a replay coming up now.
Great. So, as I mentioned, he's a good pilot. You can see how he's coming off the speed bar, allowing the glider to convert energy to pull him around the pylon. He's back on his speed bar there. He's also leaning, which is called weight shifting at the turns, which helps the glider fly. So there's maybe 4 or 5 different dimensions with thrust, weight shift, lean, and then you've got to deal with all the ways the glider's flying as well. So it might be one of the simplest aircrafts in the world to fly, a paramotor and a paraglider, but to fly it well takes a lot of skill. You really have to be sort of jet fighter pilot reactions to be really good at doing this. And in truth, a lot of normal pilots as such, whether it be fast jet pilots or civil pilots in aircraft, they actually paraglide for the hobby, because all they want to do at the weekend is get somewhere in the car, pull the glider out the boot of the car, walk up a hill or fire the paramotor up. And the other beautiful thing is the way we fly. We're as close as you can possibly be to flying as nature intended, as the birds fly. So it maybe is one of the most simplest and possibly one of the most basic forms of aviation, but it's also one of the most fantastic, one of the best forms of aviation as well.
In flight right now, Maxine van Ogleveil from Belgium.
Great. So she's doing well. She's carving around the course well. Holding his altitude well. Just got to watch as he pitches out of his turns that he doesn't get too low and he controls that altitude, because obviously get too low, it's going to get wet. And there we go. That was another good run by him. Off the bar, energy's converted, climbing out the course. And again, that's going to be another good time for one of the early heats.
Here goes the replay for Maxim as we bring that action to you here. Somebody was asking a moment ago, can you show the starting list and result tables after the flights? We don't have that for you at the moment, actually. We're just building up to what we have. It's not a full Formula One type production. 48.063 is what we have there.
There we go. So you can see how they're starting to become quite evenly matched on time now. They're under the minute, shall we say, to get around the course. As time goes on, as you saw from the earlier heats, the good guys might get round in about maybe 10, 15 seconds, possibly less. We'll just have to wait and see. Each course is different, and each of the times are different. So the pilot revving his motor up there to spinning. It looks like a Mach-fly motor to me from what I can see. So yeah, that's one of the French manufacturers. You notice he's got buoyancy on his behind him there. So if he goes in, what happens is that sort of tubing and that material around his back is actually his buoyancy aid and life jacket, and that automatically inflates, and that would keep him floating and keep him safe if he did go in the water. That's also part of the rules here, as well as obviously one of the biggest rules is you've got to wear a helmet. Absolutely. But then on top of that, we have all sorts of different safety equipment. So the guys are flying with flotation devices in case they do go in the water. And by doing so, we try and hold the competition in as safe and as controlled manner as is possible.
Thank you very much there. Gordy was taking some notes down of these wings, so making sure we can isolate and identify the correct pilots. One of our trikes heading to the south course that we've got set up as well. So we've got the trikes and the foot launchers all operating at the same time. It's a great morning. Thanks for joining us here. We are live with the FAI 6th Paramotor Slalom World Championships. I'm your host, Regan Tetlow. In the studio with me, providing the expert commentary, we have Gordy Oliver. Good morning, Gordy.
Good morning, Regan. Although it's a good morning, it certainly is a good morning. We've got a beautiful day here in Qatar. Regan and I were up well before dawn with the production crew to prepare for this event. We've basically watched the sunrise above this fantastic landscape. We've already had one heat done. There was more wind earlier with an offshore breeze. The wind has now dropped, and we're now witnessing the pilots in the second heat. It's effectively zero wind now, which has made the launches more challenging and has slowed, shall we say, the speed we get in the pilots through the course. But that's okay. We've got all day. It's a fantastic day. We've got got a fantastic forecast today, and we're certainly going to get this competition done. That's the great thing after effectively 10 days of waiting for this opportunity. We had a strong shamal, isn't it?
Yes.
The wind here. Yeah, so as you know, every region of the world, if they have a wind which comes and causes, let's say, issues, they generally give them a name. In Europe, you have the Mistral on the Mediterranean. In where I live in the Lake District, we have a thing called the Helm wind, which blows over the mountains and becomes very destructive as it blows down the mountains, and has been known to actually knock houses and barns down. It can get so strong. And that wind, they're often the names often go way back in history. The Helm wind goes back to the old Norse Vikings when they used to come round to the area where I live. And the Mistral is strong in history, and the Shamal, that will have been named probably because of the Bedouin times, and when it would have probably knocked the Bedouin tents over, and it would have probably earned its name from there. So yeah, we've now lost that wind, and we've got these beautiful, lovely conditions.
And it's Danny Polspil now, number 47. Danny from Belgium comes into the course. I was a full-time skydiving instructor for 10 years in Spain. Northern Spain, we had the Tramontana, the wind which used to come through. That's the wind from the north, from the mountains through the north. That was big problems when that came.
That's right, yep. So here we are now. We have no wind whatsoever, perfect conditions. Again, we're on the earlier pilots in the heat who are ranked. So these are the newer pilots to this form of competing. It may well be their first competition. So a lot of them are just taking it well within their ability to keep themselves safe. They're enjoying being here. Competing is the most important thing here. It's not the winning. They're all enjoying this experience. And I think you'd say, I'm jealous. I'm sat doing the commentary. I wish I was flying with them, because what a fantastic day to be flying above La Salle today.
So this is number 47. Just as a little recap what we had going on in the first task, the fastest time we had was just over 24 seconds, 24.304 from Alexandre Mateos from France. And in that top 10, we had quite a few around the mid-20s, 25s, 26s, 27s. So that's giving you an idea of less than 30 seconds. You know, we're somewhere around the top 10 in the pack. But at the moment, the action is with Belgium and Danny Polspil.
Excellent. So there we go. I think he's just completed his run. That's his second run today. Well done. Completed successfully and safely. Completing and also creating some fantastic memories for him at this event. He'll remember that forever now. That's in his head. He's got his little videotape in his brain working. You don't need a GoPro when you're a pilot. We have our #1 Mark eyeball, and it's amazing what a great recording device that is. 30 years into this sport, I can shut my eyes and remember the first day I ever flew and the first time my feet left the ground. It leaves such an impression on you, this sort of flying. It's a brilliant thing to do, and we're privileged to be able to do it, especially here today.
So Danny there with his time of 1 minute and 32 seconds. Well done, Danny. I'd like to know if anybody knows Danny out there. Let us know a little bit about his history. That'd be great to hear.
Absolutely. The more contact we have, the more we bring you guys together, the better it is, and the more you can get involved. This is an interactive experience. It's a live feed, so interact with us, please. And we'll give you all the info we can.
Don't forget, guys, smash that like button. Let's get that thumbs liked. I think there's only 3 of you pressed it. I'm telling you now, come on, get it pressed.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep hitting it. That's great for us. It's great to know that you're listening to us, and great to know that our commentary is going out and is being shared around the whole world with you. So don't worry about if you've dropped. There we go. Just every now and again, we might just drop a little bit of feed. It's a live feed, so we have a fantastic internet facilities here in this country. But as with all things, there's the odd little hiccup, and we'll soon pull it back. So our next competitor there getting lined up. That's the view we have now. The commentary team, that's our view. We're across the lake from the main event site. Takes us about 15 minutes in the morning to drive round here to get set up where we are. And I'll hand over to Regan for the next competitor.
It is Ramon Mansouri, number 46 from Iran, being followed on the drone. Here we go.
Here we go. So these fantastic drone shots off our drone team. You can see him there coming in for his first turn on the first pylon. I believe he's our only Iranian competitor. We've got two Iranian competitors. Fantastic. I've got to know them earlier this week, and this particular guy I had on my jetpacks. He loved it. Yeah, you should have seen the smile on his face when he was running around the car park, making a lot of noise with one of only 4 jetpacks in the world, jet paramotor packs. So it's been great for me to be able to come out here with my Jet Para Hawk display team. We were due to display for the opening ceremony, but sadly it was just too windy. But we did do the practice display. But it's been great for me to get to know these guys and look at these beautiful shots. And he's now going to be able to carry these images back to his home country to show his friends and his peers what he's been doing. And that's really special, isn't it, when you see shots like that from the drone?
Is there potential sponsors as well? That's what you want to be getting out there, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, yeah, absolutely. So he's flying an Ozone wing. I think he's a Viper, from what I can tell. It's not the newest of Vipers, that. And it just shows, the more he can fly, the more he can get himself showcased, then who knows, he may be getting the sponsored Iranian pilot as well in the future. And I'm not sure if it's his first competition or not, but anyway, from here it can only go better and better, and again just showcase what we've got and bring more and more people and nations of the world together to share this fantastic sport which we all love.
1 minute and 6 seconds for our Iranian there. You were just talking about the jet paramotors. We posted one of the takeoffs on my Instagram at Regan Tetlow. It's currently running at 1.4 million views. Can you believe it? 1.4 million views. I've never had a view as high as that on my Instagram reels, but do make sure you follow me at Regan Tetlow, ReganTetlow, and God is here as well.
Absolutely, and we can just see Oleg there getting set up. You notice his Paramotor looks a little bit different than some of the Paramotors we've seen previously. That's because it's carbon fibre. Oleg lives out here. He's a doctor. He's a spinal doctor. He's just got himself qualified. I think he was telling me it was about 10 years studying he's done to get to this point. And he's I'm not sure how long he's been flying, but he's one of the lower rank pilots, shall we say. But that was a really good takeoff there off Oleg. And he's also a big guy as well. So you'll see when he comes through the course, he's like the jolly green giant, shall we say, of the paramotoring world. And he is a jolly fella as well. He's a brilliant guy. He's helped me a lot. Him and his colleague, when we first got here, we were running our jets normally on diesel in the UK, and the diesel fuel out here just wasn't up to what we needed, and it was causing us issues. So Oleg and his friend went to the airport for us and managed to source some Jet A1. And in Qatar, you can't buy Jet A1 unless you have a registered aircraft. So I had to send pictures of my jetpacks with a petrol can next to them. And he went to the airport and he sorted it. And he came back with 2 big barrels of Jet A1 jet fuel that allowed us to run our jets, allowed the competitors, when they were not able to fly in the early parts of these heats, to try them and experience them. I'm sure some of you have probably seen there's been countless Instagrams shared, not only Regan's, but also other Instagrams from these competitors of the jets. And it's been a great experience to give everybody.
So we've just been handed a sheet from the scoring tent. Now, I am new to paramotoring competition, so I can't really decipher this too much, but it's about the penalty point codes: wing collapse, water touch, failed entry. Does this mean much to you, Gordy?
Yeah, so what there'll be various penalties if you go too high above pylon, if you get a collapse. Obviously, the collapse, it's a shame if the conditions induce a collapse, but now we've got a level playing field, and you can see here I've mentioned about Oleg before. So let's just watch Oleg before we go back to that. It's fantastic to see this. You can see him there with this amazing drone shot with his beautiful carbon paramotor he's got. He's going for his first turn on the pylon there. He's a nice steady turn in, so he's not losing much height.
Is it Oleg or is this Leo?
No, I think it's Oleg. Looking at the colour of the glider and the size of him. Is the two Moldovians close together?
No, it's just I've got Leah as white and black.
This is. I'm pretty sure this is Oleg. Yeah, I know it is. The other day, I've been struggling with some of the countries, and I did get his country wrong, and he sent me a message about it. So I'm trying really hard at the moment to get that information correct. And I keep pulling up on my phone. I've got a picture of him at the opening ceremony with his teammate with their flag held up, and I can read it now, and it is definitely. His country is definitely Moldova.
I've just got a notification that Leah, she failed to start, but she's fine.
Okay, so Leah, it's probably because of the conditions she's struggling with. Oleg, another reason being tall helps is when you're running with them out, if you're a big guy, the cage is well off the ground and, it's easier to get in the air. So Oleg here, flying fantastic, coming up for one of the last turns on his pylons here as he's coming round. And we'll be round this one, and then I think it's the finish gate he'll be going for, and then this fantastic shot. So you'll see the finish gate here. The penalty points is if you don't get the right place between those buoys on the water there, then you'll incur penalty points. So we've got a number of penalty infringements which happened in the first task. That then will add more time effectively to their time, and it'll obviously move them further down the leaderboard, shall we say. So that's how it works. It's not just about the timing. You've also got to do the course in the absolute pristine, correct manner. And we've got a time there of 1.31 minutes, 0.442 seconds. So just like Formula One, we're going down to the 1,000th of a second time in here. We're beyond ski racing here, mate.
Yeah, that's true.
We really are at the cutting edge of it. And as we mentioned earlier, it's laser timed, so it's absolutely precise. So yeah, great to see. That's Leah there, I think. Yes. So she's with. Stood next to her is Amelia from the French team, and I think that might be Alex giving her a hand. Possibly, I'm not sure. I can't see from his back. So she's probably struggling with the launch. You can see they're all happy. They're all smiling. You notice Leah's not too tall, but she's got that massive cage on her back, bless her. So it is harder for the small people to launch, and I'm sure if you're watching this and you are a paramotor pilot, you can sympathise with that point, and you can obviously understand it. So she's looking for probably what would help her is just that little bit of breeze. You can see them looking around, trying to desperately feel for that bit of wind. As the day goes on, we are going to start getting more of a wind from the southeast, which is to your left of your screen coming into shot. At the moment, it's still, it's mirror calm, which is great once you're in the air, and it gives us a beautiful level playing field. But yeah, we could do a bit more breeze to make the launches easier.
So just a bit of news from the launch area. They are struggling. The wind is really light. They're thinking about changing the takeoff direction. So there's going to be a short delay while they have that information. That was Alex on the screen there as well, as you mentioned, with Leah.
There we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're getting better at the commentary, and thanks for giving us that support there, whoever just sent us that comment in. So you can see there, the competitors don't only just compete, they help each other out. That's a beautiful thing about this competition. Alex is the world champion. He's not there now sorting his own kit out, being selfish, trying to win this competition. He's over there helping out one of his fellow competitors who struggled on launch, along with Amelia, and that's beautiful to see. And as I mentioned, we're all in it together, this sport. We have one common interest, one common love. We just want to help each other out and make sure everybody has the best time possible in this competition. So yeah, it's lovely.
And number 5 there on the screen, that is Agustin Len Sanchez from Spain. Buenos dias, España. Or bon dia if you're Catalan.
So you can see the guys are all moving across on the takeoff area. The one nice thing is about a day like today, when we're not under pressure from a wind that's suddenly going to increase and stop the competition, we're not under a time constraint, so we can sit back, relax, take our time, adjust our takeoff locations, and just see how it goes. So you can see there now we've got Leah laid out in a different direction. You can see Johnson, her teammate there, giving her a pull start on the motor. It's hard for now because she's been walking around with sort of 30 odd kilos of weight on her back for the last sort of number of minutes, so she will be getting tired as well. And it does get to the point where you literally only have 1 or 2 launches left in you before you need to take all the kit off, sit down, recoup, get your breath back, get some water in, get your energy levels up. So hopefully she'll get off this time, and hopefully we'll get some faster heats through for you and faster competitors through for you. I've mentioned before, I have a display team, a jet display team, and when we do displays, we're often in a very tight time slot of maybe 10 minutes between heavy aircraft such as the Red Arrows or something like that flying between us. And the pressure's really on us then, so we literally have maybe a 30-second window to launch 4 or 5 gliders, and if we fail a launch, it's really hard, and it's really embarrassing. So what we tend to do as well, we have a ground crew with us what can assist us, and you can see now what's happening is the competitors who are flying later in this heat, they're now acting as ground crew for their friends and their peers. They're helping them lay out. They're trying to feel what the wind's doing and adjust to it. So hopefully whilst we're sat here looking at these scenes over La Salle, we could always throw in some clips of previous rounds or previous flights so far today if we get more of a hold. But yeah, it's okay. But we've got Leah there now. Her engine's fired up. She's going to take a deep, deep breath. She's going to get her legs as strong as much energy in them as she can. And then what will happen is she'll run really hard to get the glider up. Hopefully they'll get the glider up first time. And then if they feel the glider's stable above them, they'll then gun the engine on full power to push them along, to give them lots of space to get in. So yeah, fantastic. So here we go. Here's some shots from earlier in the heat. This was one of our top competitors so far, who got one of the fastest times so far. You can see him there flying through. Oh, and look, this is just great, isn't it? And this is just when the sun was a little bit lower this morning. You can see how it's just got that lovely sort of yellow tint to it. And again, I've really got to thank these guys, that sat around me, that are giving me and Regan the support we need. Now, this is actually the one where we did have an incident earlier, so she's okay, but if you watch this now, she's gone high above a wing. You'll see how she's dropping down, and unfortunately, there we go. And you'll see there's bits come off a frame there over to the right and land in the water. So yeah, so that was earlier on this morning, about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, that was Helene Nyman from Finland, in case you were wondering who you were seeing.
And she's all okay. The rescue crew pulled her out and she's fine. She's on good spirits. I think, unfortunately, her equipment is damaged. And now we're looking at the Qatari guys. Now, these guys, the top guys in this sport. They've got the home advantage here. The pressure's on them here this time in this competition. They've got these beautiful matching wings with the pylons, which are sponsored by the Qatar Air Sports Committee, this fantastic organisation which has laid this whole event on. And yeah, it's just fantastic to see.
We've had quite a few questions previously the last few days about these jet paramotors. While we're just waiting here, do you want to do a quick fire question and answer about them? I've got a few questions lined up.
Yeah, go Regan, yeah.
So how much flying time do you get?
So we get about 10 minutes flying time. We carry around about 12 litres of diesel or Jet A1, depending where we're at. It uses about a litre a minute. And yeah, that may not sound pretty harsh, shall we say? But I can tell you now, after 10 minutes of flying on a jet, it's, you need to have a sit down, let the adrenaline go out your system. It's an amazing experience.
How's the noise compared to a propeller?
For the spectators, very loud, yeah, and especially from behind the engine. In truth, though, some of these paramotors we've got here are highly tuned paramotors, so they're actually very loud as well. When you're flying the jet paramotor, though, it's actually very quiet because all the noise is going out behind you. And unlike the paramotors, as you can see here, the bit behind the pilot's head on a paramotor is generally where the air intake is in the carburetor. That makes a lot of noise. So if he took his helmet off, it would be really noisy. On the jet paramotors, because the jet's throwing the noise away behind us, they're actually quite quiet to fly as a pilot and very comfortable that way.
And then the other comment which everybody asks is, can I buy one and how much are they?
So the prototypes currently, the guy who's built them, a guy called Alan Hewitt, he's instrumental in the stunt world, James Bond, Mission Impossible, I could go on. Anyway, about 2006, he flew the first jet to work on fill concept, but they were very basic then, and the technology wasn't really up to it. Over the last 4 or 5 years, AMT Jets, who make the jets for us, have moved this technology to a level where they work really well. And Alan's got intensively into it and spent 4 or 5 years developing the jetpack, these prototypes, to a point now where they're incredible machines. Alan and I have worked for a number of years together now after coming together through the filming of Mission Impossible in my home country in the Lake District, where you might have seen Tom Cruise doing some speed flying in the last of the Mission Impossible film. From there, myself's got the experience of flight. We put the jets, we put the experienced pilots together, and we've moved the technology on. We've tuned the jets even better for free flying now, and obviously we've formed a display team. So we're at that level. We've got I've got 5 flying prototypes, and what we're now going to do is go into production. It will take us around about 3 months to produce them through our production system, and then from that point they will be available for general sale. They're a very specialist item. You do need training in their use. They're actually very easy to use, and they're actually easier to fly than a paramotor. We have a lot less of the hang-ups. You notice there the big propeller spinning on their back. That's adding a lot of torque, so it's trying to twist the pilot one way. There's lots of things we build in the paramotor to stop it effectively. Is that Leah, I think, going for it?
Yeah, we've got Leah in the air now.
Excellent there, so that's great to see.
And just took off before Leah, we had Toon Heilbos from Belgium. He had some troubles a little bit earlier, but he's back in the air, and he should be the next person through the course, number 48.
Brilliant, so we're back at it now. The action's about to start again. And let's see how these guys can do as they start entering the course. It has been a bit of a hold. Hopefully they've still got the course direction locked on in the head, and the distractions haven't caused any confusion for them. And hopefully they're going to get through the course neatly and with as few penalty points as possible as well.
So this is the second flights for our pilots today. We're in the second task of this day for you. It's the FAI 6th Paramotor Slalom World Championships. I'm your host, Regan Tetlow. Gordy Oliver's here in the studio. And into the course goes Toon Heilbos from Belgium.
Excellent. So, yeah, he's a good, giving it a good bit of speed there. You notice how he had his legs down, keeping the angle of thrust low on his motor to keep his weight in his butt and his glider down low. He's definitely going to get a good time here already. I can see he's carving well around that first pylon. Coming up to the second pylon, you notice he'll really lean over, try and get his body up high against the wing. The higher he goes, the tighter he can turn effectively with his body angle, because it's that angle of bank he's going round the corner rather than trying to pull the glider up into the sky. Again, nice turn there, coming in wide, pulling in tight as he leaves the pylon. You notice here he's coming in wide, and then what he'll try and do is come in tight as he leaves the pylon. So this is really nice piloting here, round the last pylon, towards the exit gate, and that should be a really good time. I won't be surprised if that's going to be our lead time, although there was one earlier that was fast as well. So let's see how that compares.
Well, Chris DB on the live feed says Toon is the best Belgian pilot in slalom. So we've got the replay happening here. It looked like a very nice flight indeed. So we got another comment saying that it was a textbook launch from Leah. That was from Scott Simon. Thank you very much, guys. I do appreciate all your comments. I'll try and get to them as we go through, but here's a replay, and the time is coming up shortly for Toon.
Excellent. So you see in the slow-mo there how well he was flying. Let's see what his time's going to be.
We have 46.586.
Excellent. So yeah, just like his little emoji picture there, he's probably got that grin on his face now. That was a good time. How does that compare, Regan?
We've had a 41.8 from, I think it was from Chris. So he's in the ballpark of where he should be in this block of flyers.
Excellent. So yeah, it was actually Thomas who's got the fastest time so far. He's one of the French team. It's probably Thomas's first competition, hence the reason he's, I suspect, coming in early in these heats. But he's a good pilot, and the French do practice a lot, so it's not surprising that Thomas is currently leading.
Here we go now. Leah Catula, USA, number 34 on screen. Here she goes.
Go, Leah. So she's done this lovely textbook launch so far. She's working well on a speed bar to get the energy in the wing. She's using loads of tip steering to initiate the turn, which keeps the stability in the glider. She's now accelerating away again around the second pylon, and you can see she's managing to keep her height low, which is fantastic. That means she's not going to incur any penalties. Again, coming up for the third pylon here now, and again, another good turn around that pylon there. One of the few women competitors here, so it's great to see her representing the fairer sex, shall we say. And around this next pylon, again a good turn, quite wide on the exit. That will be on a little bit of time, and now hopefully she can come in not too tight the pylon at the start. There we go, and she'll get it round. One more to go, and out for the exit gate. So yeah, this is looking great for a second heat. get the energy in the wing, belt the speed bar on full blast, give it full gun on the gas on the power. And yeah, excellent. Well done, Leah. Fantastic run.
Yeah, nice to see you through the course, Leah. Here goes the replay.
Yep, so you'll notice how the corner of the glider initiates the turn called tip steering, and then once she's banked up, she'll use the brakes to slow the glider down to increase the angle of bank and pull around the turn. So there's 2 or 3 things on that alone what she's doing. She's then also pushing the speed bar, which is another element. She's then also got the thrust of the motor and throttle control, which is another element. I think we're on 5 now. And then there's the wind, which is another 6th element. And then there's also, you can see how just flying around this course isn't as simple as catch up these. There we go, we got the time.
Which has got 55.33.
Excellent. So well done, Leah. That was a really good run. And she'll be quite tired after those failed launches as well. So that's a really good effort, and she's something she should be really proud of.
So we just got a update on Helena. She's fine. She did a precautionary visit to the hospital to get checked out, but everything's good. So well done. Little round of applause from here for Helena, who took a little crash in the first task.
Oh, bless her. And that's fantastic to hear. And I'm sure she's going to get a lot of hugs later to try and make her feel better.
Now, on the course, we have number 28, Abdulrahman Galwas, Qatar.
Exactly. So I presume he's one of his first competitions because he's high in the start list as such, but he's very good. You can see this here. He's obviously done a lot of practicing on this course. He's really flying well. He's got this fantastic Qatar Sports Committee wing, dudek wing. We've got this beautiful white propeller as well, showing you how the motor's working. This is going to be a good time. You can see the glider twitching a bit there. That's because it's flying so fast. It's sort of like nipping at little bits of air as it's flying along. And that was a very good run. He should be proud of himself there. And effectively, he's a professional pilot because he's employed by the military. That was really good. Well done. Great slow-mo shots again. And certainly for the Qatar Air Sports Committee, after all this planning, to see their pilots performing here with these beautiful wings, their beautiful pylons, and all this infrastructure that they've laid on, it's great to see. And here we go with the time.
38.313.
We have a new leader, I believe.
We do indeed.
Excellent. So, yeah, the Qataris, they're putting up a fight. It's starting to get competitive.
These times are going to start getting faster and faster as we move up. We're about quarter of the way through the pack on task number 2 here on the first official timed days of the event, the qualifiers. We had the practice sessions yesterday. I think somebody's just done a low buzz at the studio. Could you hear that on the mics? That was quite a low pass.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's probably him there flying past us now, the same guy, and I suspect he's just lining up for the start gate. So, yeah, we're all good here. We're all good to go. You notice the trikes there. We're all getting ready to take off. So what? Unfortunately, we can't see the trikes on their actual course they're running. But anyway, we've got the foot launch guys, and here's the next competitor coming through the course.
It is Andrzej Gadzia, number 12, who's coming through the course now from Poland. Again, being followed by the drone. Incredible shots. Carving round to the left, very close with the drone that time. Levels out again, back down to the rest of the course. Full power, full speed, and now carving round to the left. Can you imagine a paramotor competition without the drones? It's once we've seen it, it's not going back, eh?
Oh, the bar's been laid, hasn't it? Yeah. I almost feel sorry for whoever's going to lay this competition on next to try and live up to these achievements. I mean, the one thing to be said, our team around us here, they're absolutely fantastic. They're all really keen supporters of this event as well. And we've got a number of Spaniards and Europeans. So, yeah, you know, we may well be able to provide this level of professionalism in this presentation in the future. But you really are witnessing something very, very special for a paramotor in sport here in front of you now today, coming live from Qatar.
So let's find out what we've just seen from Andrzej from Poland. Jak se máš, Poland, Dzień dobry, as we finish off the replay and get his official time on the screen. 38.3 to beat, and we have 47.27, so not as fast as the previous pilot through the course from Poland. Next up, we have Spain. Augustin Len Sanchez. Vámonos, muchacho.
Hey, here we go. And is this my let's see what he's flying, because I like we've got a Spanish guy who's flying the Mustache glider, which always gets me excited because it's one of my favourite gliders. I'm not sure, we'll just have to wait and see. And as the end goes, so as we mentioned earlier, the trikes, we're not watching them on their course today. They're about 800 metres away doing their course, but you can see the guys getting settled with the trikes. You might think, what's the difference? Well, obviously they've got wheels, and the reason is it aids takeoff, basically. It means they're not having to run, so sometimes they'll actually try and fly a smaller wing, which gives more speed, and they might actually have even more powerful engines on the trikes sometimes. Although it, inverted commas, it makes takeoff a bit easier. Once you're in the air, it's a bit more funky to fly, shall we say. So yes, here we go, a nice high shot there of one of our competitors. You could see he was just working things out on his brakes. He's just leant down there for his speed bar. He's kicking his heel down underneath him to hook the speed bar up on the first part of his ladder bar, and getting preparation for his competitive run in a moment.
I'm just flicking through my notes here just to check his actual his colours. I'll get back to you on that.
No problem. So there we go. We've got our marshals here now helping everybody. The marshals have probably got the hardest job. They never stand still. So there's one of our Spanish friends. You can see him revving his motor up. If you look at it's just showing me cut away, but if you looked at the riser system there, it's completely different to a normal paraglider. It's not brakes and tip steering, it's the whole angle of attack that goes to the risers when you apply the controls. Anyway, here we have our Spanish competitor about to enter the course.
Is Augustin Len from Spain, number 5.
Great stuff. So let's see how he does. First turn, gets a nice high angle of bank, pulls it round well. Look at that fantastic drone shot again. Again, a really good angle of bank and pulling it in close to the pylon. This is looking fairly good so far. He's going to go hard on this turn, tip steering and then using both brakes to convert the energy. Probably welling the speed bar just now to get it to go again. You can see his hands, how they're applying the controls. When they're out to the side, he's not using tip steering. When he's trying to pull it more in towards his body, and then he's using the tip steering, which it affects the glider's stability, basically. And it's the way we try and fly them, that doesn't mean that they're going to get collapses. Not only is the collapse potentially dangerous, you might hit the wall, but they'll also lose marks for it and end up with their time getting made longer because of the collapses. So there you go. Look at that beautiful action there of him carving around that pylon, diving down to get more speed and more energy into the wing before he starts his next turn, and then again carving up high with his body to keep the angle of bank over and keep the altitude nice and low in his turns. Good run there by Augustin.
42.2 is what we get for Augustin. As we move into the next competitor, number 3, Navid Saliki from Sweden is preparing to come onto the course. We've got 2 or 3 machines above our studio right now. You can probably hear them being picked up through the microphone. And I've just been informed by my colleague out on the field that Javier, number 2, had a bit of a close takeoff. He was scraping himself almost across the floor. But here we go, Navi, number 3.
Okay, yeah, so our solo Swedish competitor, a fantastic guy. Spent a bit of time with him since we've been here. We had another guy we had strapped to his jets, and it was his birthday the day we strapped him in. So yeah, his eyeballs were on stalks. He was so excited. Again, flying well. Got quite high in that turn there, which may deduct him some points. He needs to basically get a higher angle of bank on his body if he doesn't want to get so much height in his turns. But again, flying well. He's smooth. Everything's coordinated. There's no heavy or sharp inputs. So he's a very coordinated pilot. Probably quite new to this discipline, and again, being the solo Swedish competitor, he won't have any training facilities to be able to practice for this, unlike a lot of the countries that are here. So that was a great run there by our solo Swedish competitor.
So just to inform you, Helena Namien was going to be coming up very shortly indeed. She's out of the race at the moment. She's fine, but she took a little bit of a crash and she's not competing for now. So that's just an update on the Finnish pilot Helena. 45.4049 for Navid. 45.0.
Excellent. Well done, Navid. Second heat completed successfully.
Coming up next, Javier Thiero Lopez is approaching the stadium. We had a really low and dirty takeoff, scraping his bottom half of his body almost along the ground.
So here we go. So he's on the mustache. I'll explain why he had a dodgy takeoff in a minute. But anyway, let's watch him fly. So he's carving around that first pylon really well. You notice the glider's not getting deformed on its trailing edge like any of the other gliders because it works in a completely different way. These are actually my current all-time favourite gliders to fly. I've got to confess, I use them on the jetpacks. But just like him this morning when he was struggling with his launch, if there's no wind, they're really hard to launch because you have to run so fast. So I know exactly what he's been going through. But to be able to use this in competition and fly it this way is brilliant to see because it's only been around for maybe a year and a half in production. They spent 5 years building the prototypes before they went into production on this glider. It's actually come from power kiting, not paragliding, the design.
Right.
It's a new way of and it's called parakiting, actually, the way of flying it. So that was a fantastic run, especially after a nil wind launch is damn near impossible. It's only 13 meters the wing is flying. He's flying at 110 kilograms all at weight on it, so it's near towards the max wing loading of that wing. So basically it's like a total rocket ship that he's got there
with a 40.798.
Excellent. So great time. And I believe he's a resident out here as well, from what I understand, Regan. You interviewed him the other day.
Yeah, he's working with Sky Masters, and they provide tandem flights over this area, actually, in the evening, which is a really cool thing to see.
There you go. So, yeah.
So next up, we are going to have number 41, Peter Hidese from Hungary.
Excellent. So we got our first Hungarian in the second heat here coming in, flying well off the bar. You know, the now guys, once they crank it up, the higher they can get the body in relation to the wing, probably the tighter the turn they'll get. So you really want to see the try and get the body level with at least the middle of the wing. Once they go higher than the middle of the wing, then they really are doing well, but they've got to watch they don't drop too much height as they come out of the turn then. If you know about paragliding, it's effectively doing a wing over then, so you have to be careful. So it's all judgment here. If they don't get the body very high, the glider will want to convert the energy and climb up in height. So it's a very complex thing to do well, is slalom racing. It takes a lot of training. He's coming around his last pylons, out towards the exit gate, getting the speed bar on hard, trying to keep his legs low to keep the angle of thrust nice. And there you go. You might think that's loads of drag when he pushes his legs down low. Yeah, but it's to do with what the angle of the motor does on his back when he does that. If he pushed his legs out in front of him like we normally do in paragliding, the engine would still be sort of wanting to take weight off his body. If he leans forward, it keeps the angle of thrust pushing him low, which again adds more momentum, more weight, more speed to the wing. So, yeah, a very complex way to fly on a very simple flying machine, shall we say.
And he gets a 44.359. 44.
Really good. So they're all sort of going in around the same time at the moment. You can see how evenly matched these guys are. They're all in the 40s.
Yeah.
Have we had anybody in the... Yeah, we've got one in the 30s so far. So who's our current leader?
So currently, I think it might be, just from my notes... If we just see 40 there, we've got a 38. Give me a second on that.
No problem. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we had Abdul Rahman from Qatar with a 38.3.
Very good. So again, here we go. Now this does look good. I can tell you this is one of the French pilots. It's possibly her first competition. I'm not sure because she's in the heats, but she's definitely got that skill level. You see how low her legs are for the angle of thrust.
This is Morgan Planton from France.
Excellent. So yeah, she has climbed high in that turn, so that's going to maybe lose a little bit. She's trying to keep the height low in this second turn. She's gone quite way. That was a great shot, wasn't it? So she's gone quite high in that turn there. But you know, we're getting it round. Yeah, she's getting a bit pushed out on the turns, so she's basically gone full guns, and it's just sort of got a little bit out beyond the first few turns. She's gathering it together now on this next pylon. She's going up towards the furthermost pylon on the course to get round, and then she'll go around one more through the two slalom posts to finish. You can see the drone there in the shot following her. Yeah, and trying to keep up. You know, the drone pilot's got a chance to again converting energy there and getting a bit ballooned, shall we say, into the air. And now she'll push a bar on again. So great to see her giving it a good go. Yeah, you know, that'll get better with training, probably her flying. She's probably nervous as well, and rightly so. And she's probably had a really hard takeoff, and she's probably quite tired from that as well. So all being said and done, that was a fantastic run. It won't score too high, that I'm afraid to say. But then again, she's a female competitor, so she'll be doing well in the female category as well.
Yeah, Morgan Planton from France, with a very close flyby of the drone, and she takes the time of error in the timing there. I'll give you that later.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll get that to you.
So it might be, there could be many reasons why we don't have that timing for you right now.
It's probably not fair we speculate if we get an error. We could say, oh, they maybe missed the beam on the start. Anyway, we're straight into our next competitor. Again, somebody that looks keen, knows what he's doing. He's got his legs low. He's trying to keep the angle of thrust low on the motor.
So big shout out to his mother. It is Gilles Slinger. Mother's watching in the Netherlands.
There we go. So that's why you send us comments. So well done, Gilles. He's here now flying. Feel the pride of a mother's pride watching him. He's coming up for the second pylon, carving round that. Beautiful turn there. Heading out towards the third pylon in this thing. Again, flying really, really well. You notice how he's keeping nice and low on the pylons. Yeah. That's fantastic flying. A beautiful purple freeride 2 ozone wing. Definitely flying well here. This is going to score well. There should be no penalty points incurred from this flight. Coming for the next one, we've got 2 more pylons to go after this. You'll see slaloms around these to finish, and then it'll be out to the finish gate. Everything's been below the pylons there. Nice angle on the angle of thrust. A really good run, that. So yeah, his mum there, I'm sure she's like smiling and clapping right now.
She says, yes, go for it.
Excellent, there you go. So well done, and thanks for giving us that feedback on our live feed. And if you have just joined us this morning, we would really like it if you could hit your like buttons, maybe send us a flag of the country you're on and say hi, so we're aware of where you're coming from to watch us.
And Gilles' time, 44.701. And I can just tell you that the pilot before, Morgan Plankton, she was out of course with a 2 penalty.
I did wonder. I did sort of suspect that when I saw the ballooning, shall we say, of the glider. So, yeah, I did want to speculate that it was effectively a disqualification, but, yeah. So that was great there.
So next up will be Johnson Koo from USA. He was being interviewed a little bit earlier by Roger Hughes, and he was interviewed by me, Rob Hughes, do apologise, by our good friend Rob, out on the course, and interviewed by me in the museum. And this is number 7 right now. This is Norbert Pajak from Poland.
Okay, so the first of the Polish parts, I believe, this morning on maybe the 7th. But anyway, the Poles are obviously very good on a world level. So this is where we should hope that I'll see the time starting to come down a little bit. Certainly that's what they're hoping to achieve. He's certainly flying well. Quite wide on the pylons there, you know. That does lose you time. It's also, though, keeping safe, and it's also how you judge as a person when you're flying. Some people can judge terrain really well and can fly very close. You might have seen some really cool extreme speed flying videos over the last few years. Yet some pilots like to keep that extra margin of safety in what they're doing. So, yeah, quite broad on the pylons, but very smooth flying. You notice how every time he turns, he's getting very smooth link turns. So great piloting, wide on the course if you want me to go, let's say, with a critical competitive eye, which will slow his time down, but hopefully that should incur no penalty points there, and he should do well on that as a competitive run for his second heat.
That's number 7, Norbert Pajek from Poland. I called out initially as Johnson from USA, 33, but he's failed to take off twice, so we'll get back to him when he comes through. But the time for Norbert from Poland is 45.624.
There we go. So they're all getting packed into the 40s and the 45s at the moment. It's getting tight in that part of the thing. As Regan just mentioned about Johnson failing launch, it is hard launching in these nil wing conditions. And to be truthful, body type make a difference. So you can see a Qatari guy there. He's nice and skinny. You can see he's got long legs. His motor's quite high off the ground. Johnson's not the tallest of people, and it does make it hard when you're shorter to get paramotors into the air. So let's see how the Qatari guy launches now. Yeah, and unfortunately even there, you can see that the glider just collapsed. Basically had a little bit of front tuck as it was trying to inflate. There was no way it was going to launch. He immediately stopped launching, which is the right thing to do, and he'll get reset to have another go.
And that was Morsen Halyafi, number 25, trying to launch. But back to the action, it's number 11, Jili Shugya from the Czech Republic.
Okay, so yeah, our Czech competitor here, they keep nice and low, good angle of bank. Quite wide there on the pylon, so yeah, if he wants to improve his flying, or improve the time, he's ballooned up there a bit, so that won't help things, and you don't want to go too high because you get too many, you might get disqualified like one of our previous French competitors. But he's getting it together now. This is looking a lot better as he's halfway through. That's a really sweet turn. You can see how he's exiting close to the pylon, which is the key thing. Wide in, tight out is the trick. And again, coming round for the last 2 pylons as he's slaloming out. He's quite high, but his body's remaining within the pylons, and he's out through the exit gate and converting through. So yeah, another not a bad run.
Yeah, 6-point penalty, too high.
Oh, well, there we go. I don't want to say if I have the suspicion, but I don't want to call it for them. So, yeah, so there we go. You can see that's the point there. He's gone too high. His body's effectively got above the pylons and the wing, and he's out the course, effectively. So, yeah, and the marshals are obviously very sharp, rightly so. It's a competition now, You've got to have a level playing field. If you're not staying within the so-called rules, then it's only, unfortunately, fair that you lose that heat and you become disqualified from that point.
Well, it's all happening here. We've got the paramotors over the top of the studio. We've got some construction outside as well. We are moving into just gone 9:30 a.m. It feels like mid-afternoon, doesn't it?
Oh, my word. Is it only 9:30? Oh, it's hard. Yeah.
6 hours we started.
6 hours we've been at this for already, Regan.
How you doing, everybody watching? Are you enjoying this? Let me know where you are. Let me know if it's getting late for you and who you're rooting for. It's good to hear for you. And remember, hit that like button, guys. Let's get this shared out amongst the world. Here is Alois Singol from number 13. It is number 13, Alois Singol from the Czech Republic.
Exactly. So all you guys in the Czech Republic, it's 9 here. It's probably about 7 or 6 o'clock I think it's about 7 o'clock your time now. So you've got no excuse not to be out of bed watching this action, cheering on your competitors. So let's see you hit that like button. Let us know you're there. I want to see some Czech flags appearing on our screen in front of us now. This guy's doing well. He's keeping his body and his wing low, carving around the pylon nicely. He's got one of those beautiful white propellers, which I love to see because then you can sort of see how the motor's working. The frame speed on our drone sort of slows that. You can see now that you can't see the prop. So, and you can see the drone chasing him there. Again, nice and low on the pylon, slaloming out the last 2 pylons before he's heading for the exit gate. And again, this is going to be a good time. This will be around the sort of top of the people we've got so far through this second heat. Let's see what he's going to get.
Just reading through any notifications from the organisers. Nothing there at the moment, which is useful for us. And JW Ellis says, I've got more flags than him.
Yeah, we're loving it, JW. Keep those American flags coming. You're out flagging everybody else at the moment. So we've got a bit of a flag off going on our screen. So yeah, let's see if we can get some other countries up there.
And Alois with 42.82.
Excellent. So yeah, that's one of the top times so far in the second heat this morning here in Qatar. And There's a little bit of breeze I can see just appearing on the water there. You never know. This wind, what was due to start pulling through from the southwest, may start coming. We'll have to see. It would almost make it easier if we could get a bit of reliable wind, shall we say, just to aid the launches, get the pilots competing and then launching like more on an even sort of playing field.
Do you want to have a look at tomorrow's weather, see how it's looking at the moment for us there? You were saying this morning it might be strong again, yeah?
This is it. So it's not the wind which we've had the previous few days. Has been a north wind, basically, a northeast wind which comes down the Persian Gulf, becomes very strong where we are here.
Yeah.
And that, hence the reason it's called the Shamal. It's got a name. Over the next few days and today, what's going to happen is the wind's veering. So we started off with the northeast wind this morning, very light. It's now dropped to 0. And as the day goes on today, it's going to start pulling in from 180 degrees opposite to this morning from the south east. And what you'll find is the competitors will start taking off, flying away from the marquees and the areas where all the sort of catering tents are, etc. And that'll help a lot with the last heat. That's due to start happening around about midday our time. Currently we're on 9:30 Qatar time here. So yeah, it's amazing how modern computers and modelling, shall we say, on wind and weather has improved over the years. A lot of the computer models you witness, I'll just cut to the course there. So you can see the course they're flying. The serrated line is the S is the start. You can see there how they take a route around the centre pylon, and then they'll head up following the blue arrows around the pylons. We tend to drop one pylon out of each time we're running the heats this morning. So the one with the grey is not always used. And then the slalom through it towards the end. So that's the current course. It changes between each heat. We don't know before it's called which one it's going to be. We just find out in the commentary sort of last minute. So it's sometimes a little bit hard for us to know exactly what's going on. But that's the current course they're flying. It's quite a complex course now. And that's part of the reason why the times are getting a little bit longer, shall we say, than the first heat.
So the top left one that was greyed out, you don't have to go around that?
I think, yeah, they maybe do, but yeah, it's confusing me, I must confess, to be honest with you. I'm getting a little bit...
Yeah, if we can get a little bit of clarification on that, guys, because Well,
we'll see now. So we've got the first pylon there at one corner. Oh, well, that was the centre pylon. And then he's going around the corner pylon. He's coming back for this corner pylon on this side. Now... let's see where he goes next.
Does he go to that
he's
top
heading
left?
back to that one. And now I think possibly the top left. So maybe the grey is, you've got to stay really low on it. Possibly that's what it means, yes. So that was that top corner pylon.
Yes.
That's what it'll be then, yeah. The grey will mean that there's a technical aspect on passing that particular pylon, what's different to the others. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I'm sure some more experienced people than me who are slalom racers watching out there may be able to comment, and please do put it on the live feed if you can give us any advice.
Do you know Rob? Rob Hughes, our technical expert as well, over on the field, on the task, one of the pylons which is greyed out. So what's going on there? What does that mean? So 9 is okay. 9 and an engine change since the last task, which is incredible. And number 4 is okay. So here we go with the time for Alice Trimmel, 36.32.
He's one of the fast guys then. So that was a great time there by Alice from the Czech Republic. And let's see if we can get any Czech flags and supporters giving him a big up on our live feed now. It's morning in Europe now. It's 7 o'clock, I think, over Eastern Europe and Central Europe. So it's time for you to wake up and start supporting your nations and your competitors in this fantastic competition here, coming at you live from Doha, Qatar. And the Lusail sort of stadium arena, shall we say, what they've created for this Paramotor World Championship 2024.
On the screen right now, 31 preparing for takeoff. That is Lubos Halama from the Czech Republic as we move more into the comment. I wonder if can we see the task again? I wonder if we can get the task back on screen, just have another look at it. I'm just going to check if that's okay. Not at the moment, we can do that a little bit later. But we just want to try and figure out what that grey area actually means. Here's one of our competitors now. It is Bartosz Nowicki from Poland into the course.
There we go. You can see this guy's good. His feet were literally skimming the water there. Really tight on the pylon. Keeping the wing nice and low. A constant angle of bank. You see the pylon twitch there from the not the turbulence, but the wake left from his wing. He's really holding his energy well here. You see the glider's constantly smooth and banked. Look at the pylons getting sucked back. The pylons are getting sucked because over the top of the wing we create low pressure when we fly. So as we fly too close to the pylon, it's like a vacuum almost, and it's like it sucks it in.
Yeah.
And that's why it works. It shows how our wings create lift. The low pressure on the top surface of the wing means when we're flying normally like this, it's sucking us upwards into the air. But as we turn in, it's also sucking us around the corners. And you can see he was flying so fast and so well. You could see it there. The whole pylon got pulled in towards him as he turned. That was a fantastic run. I would suspect that's the most competitive run yet.
Beautiful shots from our production team here. Thank you, guys. Here we go with that time. What's it going to be? 36 is what we've just seen. This one's going to be 32.218. 32.218. I think that might be the fastest we've seen so far. And we're moving into the top of the blocks now. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are in the top 10. Let's see these times now from 32 are going to start shaving down into the 20s. But beautiful run. Great images from the team.
Oh, no, and it's great to see this guy launch. He's launching a very small free ride too. You can see a little bit of a run there. Beautiful application of power and a nice safe launch. You also noticed how tall he was, which does help you. I've made that comment a number of times. I'm lucky, Regan. I'm 6'2" and I weigh 68 kilos, so I'm almost designed for Paramotor.
Well, actually, I'm not 6'2" and I don't weigh that many kilos, so that's a slight change there, isn't it?
You would have a challenge, yeah, compared to the rest of it. And many a time, I'll be there with my friends. I get off straight away and bless them. They're still running, shall we say? So,
well, I'm a skydiver by trade, so I tend to go down fast.
Yeah, yeah. You've got the brick aerodynamic, or
I do. I definitely don't disagree with the laws of gravity. They call me down. Come on, Regan. Here we go.
Absolutely, yeah. Brilliant.
Right, here we do. While we're doing, everybody, let's get our eyes back on it. 32.218 is what we've seen so far. It's task 2. Rob tells us that the grey pylons means it's not in use in the task, but they're still flying around here, aren't they?
So we're all forgive us. We're learning as well.
Yeah.
I thought that was the thing if it wasn't in task, but it did certainly look like it was in task.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see. The bottom line is they're flying fantastically. We're into the top 10. This is where the action's really starting to hot up. I can feel my hands have gone sweaty now, and I'm getting a bit of adrenaline in my system. So this guy's gained height. He's pushed on his bar. He's accelerating the wing. He's desperately trying to not let the wing balloon up. See how he's leaning to try and get the motor to push him down towards the ground there. Loads of speed round the centre pylon. A really good carving turn, going for the second pylon. Again, that was an excellent turn around that pylon, keeping it tight, coming in a little wide, and then it allows that. You come in, if you get pushed wide on the exit, it will add time. So he's going to try and pull in here and pull in and pull tight. And this pylon here is the grey pylon on the thing, so they are going around it. And then you'll notice they'll slalom now around the last two pylons before he's heading out on the bar again. That was, again, a really good competitive run there. So that's going to be good to see.
I was talking to Johnson and Navid, and I was saying, who should we watch out for that's outside of the normal vision? They said, keep your eye on Lithuania. They're coming quite strong, and that is Lithuania. That's Thomas Misiūnas from Lithuania on the replay now. I think he actually got a bit of contact on the water with his wing, didn't he? Is it this turn here?
Possibly. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, the zoom shot didn't quite show it there, but there you go. The Lithuanians there, the dark horses, shall we say. They're the wild cards in the competition.
33.185 for Lithuania, which is there. 33.185. Moving into the top 9 now. Let's just check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to come. 8 to come. We should start breaking down into those 20 seconds now. That's 33.185, 32.218. Seems to be a lot to shave off to go faster, but here we go. Next through is going to be Cyril Plankton from France.
Okay, so the French team, one of the top teams in the world, if not the top team, is basically a head off between them and Qatar at the moment. He's flying fantastically well here on his Snake 4 Dudek wing. Got a bit of height there, so that will maybe lose him time and possibly a penalty point. Again, he's pulling it back down low again now. A nice carved turn. Brilliant flying. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm getting a bit critical here, but God, yeah, these guys are still flying amazingly. It's just, yeah, we're at the cutting edge. So, yeah, you don't want to get too high. It will lose your marks. Yeah, and there we go, exiting the course.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. It's absolutely awesome action here as we move into the top of the pack here in the second task. I wonder that height there, did they have to keep the body below the pylon?
Yeah, basically that will lose the marks if they get too high. So that turn there could be penalised that we just saw on the slow motion. So yeah, it's hard, you know, when you're flying in these courses because there's so much going on. You can see the speed flying.
31.6.
Excellent time though. So hopefully you won't be penalised too much because yeah, the time was fantastic and that's our current fast time, I think, Regan, isn't it?
It is indeed 31.06 against 32.218, which was from Poland and Bartosz Nowicki. Right, 40s in the air, 37s in the air. And next up should be 23. Yes, 23 has gone. It's Saeed Malihai, Qatar. Here we go.
Here we go. So the Qatari team, the home team, really flying well there, keeping his angle of bank down, getting a nice turn around that first pylon, going round for the next pylon again, trying to keep his wing and his body low. Really good turns, coming in for the next. So he's gone in wide to try and pull out tight, which is really good because it's a long turn, that third turn. And now coming in for his fourth pylon again, wide on the entrance, tight on the exit. That's what we want to see. Great flying. And here we go again. And now he's just got the two sort of slalom gates to go before the finish. Hear him going on and off the engine to try and keep his altitude, shall we say, good. And that was another really good competitive run by the Qatari team.
Wow. It was amazing. Was it better than 31.06 that we just saw from Plankton from France? Here's the replay.
Yeah, so you can see there a little bit high on that first pylon, but he dropped it down low. Got that nice sort of matching sort of like keeping the wing out of the water, shall we say, in his turns, judging his height. Because obviously the higher you bank up, then the lower that wingtip's getting to the water. So it's a compromise how far you want to push it. So that was really good piloting. And that was a nice turn there, the way he carved down after the turn. And here comes the time.
33.776. 33.776.
So well done, Saeed. Excellent flying.
All right, okay, we are moving on now with our top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The top 5 now. It is seems a bit more of a challenging task than the first task, just not quite as fast.
It certainly is, yeah. So there's more to be done, hence the reason why the times are looking like they're slightly slower, shall we say.
Almost 10 seconds difference.
Yeah, so there's more to be taken in. It's more complicated. Here's one of the French team coming in now.
Jérémy Péon from France, number 37.
Brilliant. So again, technically, he's keeping his legs low for the angle of thrust. That's good entrance to that first turn. Trying not to get too much altitude as he goes around the second pylon. Quite a long turn, that one, so it sort of takes them out around that. And you saw the pylon get sucked in by the low pressure from the top surface of the wing. He's got a bit of height there. That's not great as such. He'll probably get some penalties for that bit, but yeah, and again, ballooned up a little bit there as he slaloms out, nice and low now, and pushing on the bar. So you can see how quick, if you're not quite right, it'll sort of like work against you. Basically, the faster you go, the more chance you have if it's going wrong for it to be exaggerated by the energies that we try to deal with and the forces which are acting upon us when we fly these wings.
It's brilliant stuff. It's fast-paced action, beautiful backdrop, gorgeous images from our camera team that have stood out there in the sunshine, capturing all this for us. Then our edit team here from Catalonia, bringing the best images of Paramotor Slalom to the world. Muy bien, molt bé.
Yeah, bueno. So, here we come with the time.
It is 32.715.
Great stuff. So you can see in this top group, they've knocked about 10 seconds or more off the previous sort of like group of pilots, shall we say. So this is where it's laid out at. Do you think we're going to see anybody knock on the 30? So we're at a 30.06 so far. Let's see if we can get somebody down at 30.
Naif Al-Balushi from Qatar, number 17. Here we go.
Right, he's good. He's kept the angle of bank constant. He's not... See how the wings always lent a little bit rather than going straight?
Yeah.
That's great. That's what you want to see. So he's doing that well. That is... Yeah, awesome pilot in here by the Qatari team. You can see the pylons getting sucked towards him as he goes around him, as the low pressure's pulling it in towards him through the last two. Oh, this is good. Is this going to be the first 30-second or even possibly sub 30-second time? You can see why he's up in the top grade, this guy.
Wow, that was pretty intense stuff, wasn't it, from Nath? Here goes a replay.
Yeah, let's see. We see that pylon get sucked towards him. Yeah, you see the pylon's wiggling. You know you've done well if you see a pylon wiggling and you've not actually touched it.
You really see it there on that one.
Yeah.
What time do you think?
You know, the crowd. When we speculate, we get it wrong. But in my head, I think he's probably in the 30.
Yeah, I'm thinking 32s. Let's have a look.
33. Yeah, there we go. So 33.1. Yeah.
Okay.
It was probably just there was a couple of wide turns in there. What just added that it's amazing how it can just add that extra second or two. Despite the fact watching it, you think it's like really dynamic. So yeah, it's as I've said, there's so many forces working upon the pilots. It's so fast, the action we're watching here. You can see even the slow-mos aren't keeping up with it. So yeah, it doesn't take much just for those forces and what have you, just to change the way the guy's flying and add to the time, which is why the guys who really are the best in the world are the best in the world. It takes a lot of training just to get to that point of shaving a second or two off your time.
So we have three more competitors to come. We've got the top two, Aïssa Al-Hiaji from Qatar. We've got the world champion, Alexandre Mateos from France, but also he's managed to start. Johnson Koo from USA, 33, will come through last. Here we go.
Okay, so Aïssa
Al-Hiaji from Qatar. Here we are.
Brilliant on that beautifully logoed Qatari Air Sports wing, flying fantastically smooth, keeping the energies constant, so nothing's coming at him too quickly and throwing him out of position on the course. Very good piloting so far. Nice and tight on that pylon. You saw the pylon got pulled towards him. He's gone quite wide here actually on that turn, but that might be tactics to get these last turns in really tight. So this is going to be an interesting time to watch there. Well done, out he goes.
Still two more to come through. Will it be the world champion next, or will it be the American? Will it be Johnson? We'll see how they are lined up. Here's a replay for you.
Brilliant. So you'll see there how he tries to get his body up vertical with the middle of the wing on that aspect. You see how he's trying to control and keep everything smooth, so everything's basically leading into the next turn. Unfortunately, they just did convert and get a bit of energy what pulled him up skywards. And let's see what his time is.
34.401.
Okay, good effort. It was just maybe that last turn what just added that couple of seconds, as I was just saying before he's run there, how easy it is if you get it slightly wrong, the seconds get added. And that's why the good guys, when they get those couple of seconds less, are amazing. Yeah, to fly it well. If you flew that again right now, it'd probably do like 2 seconds less. It's just so hard to... Right, now, here we go. So this is...
Alexandre Mateos.
I thought, yeah, this is Alexandre. So this is the world champion. He was about a second or two faster than anybody else in the first heat. Let's see how he's going. So he's going for the first turn. That is an amazing turn. He flies differently to everybody else. He isolates his tip steering. So what he's doing is to initiate the turn, he's pushing his hand up, and then once he's turning, he's then applying the brakes to pull him around the turn. This is something that very few people do, and it's the reason why he flies so well. So he's initially tip steering, and now he's using tip steer, and then he's using... there's so many things going on there. I couldn't keep up with it. And you see how vertically he gets his body, get that angle of thrust. So yeah, he's an amazing pilot. I'll try and describe in the slow-mo exactly what he's doing and how he flies.
Here we go.
So so he's carving in for that turn here. And as he straightens up onto the bar, brilliant turns, by the way, initially he'll push his hand up there on his right hand, and now he's pulling down on it. So we have a 3D steering system on Paramotor Slalom wings, and what Alex has done is isolate the two parts of the 3D steering system, the tip steering and the brakes, to work independently. It still works on one hand, but it means he pushes his hand up to start the turn, then he pulls down on the hand to apply both brakes on the rear to do the turn. And there we go, 31.2. So I do believe we've got second place, because somebody might have been faster than him there.
Yeah, it looks like Cyril Plankton was 31.06. We still have a few more pilots to come. People that failed to launch a little bit earlier have actually got in the air now. The PF1 is finished, but the last will be number 40. He's off okay. 31, Lubos, let me find him. on my list.
That's right. So this is due to the conditions that I've mentioned. It's light wind, so some of the pilots are struggling to launch. Body shape, body type, body weight will affect how easy it is to launch. So this guy's coming in now. This is Johnson from the USA, flying one of the few carbon fiber sort of like paramotors, full frame paramotors. Lovely guy, getting in that nice carving turn. Johnson's normally sort of mid-pack when he starts the heat, so he's doing well. He's got high there on that turn, but he's coming in now for the third pylon. He's trying to get his altitude back down again so he doesn't incur any penalties. Got ballooned up a little bit there again, but, you know, he's doing well, heading up towards that corner pylon, quite wide on his entrance and quite high. Yeah, you know, he could do, really ideally he could do with being a little bit lower, but, you know, the lower you go, the more dangerous it gets as well. So, you know, you've got to keep it safe. And as you know, sadly, we've already had one in the water, but she's okay. If you are wondering, she's been checked out. She did, I think, go off to the medical centre or the hospital just to get double checked. She's all fine. And there you go, Johnson, a nice, safe flight. And great that he managed to get his launch in and get that heat in.
Yeah, well done. He was waiting there. He had his troubles getting off the ground. Here's his replay.
Great stuff. So, yeah, nice tip steering there. You see him looking into the turn. He's just using the energy of the glider to pull him round. Some of the guys, yeah, I can tell, have also changed the trim of the gliders for themselves. So Johnson tends to fly with a bit more tip-induced steering than everybody else. And you see there, he's got himself in at 46 seconds.
46 for Johnson, and I think we still have maybe one or two more pilots still to come. They were the ones that couldn't get off the ground a little bit earlier. I know number 40 is still to come yet. 31 as well is still to come. This is 31, Lubos Halama from Czech Republic.
Yeah, so another one of our Czech competitors. Obviously, sort of mid-table currently after his first heat. Flying quite nicely here, actually. So this could do him well, actually, and move him up the leaderboard here. Oh, do you see that on the pylon? Yeah. I'm not sure if he actually touched it off. It's just the wing, the low pressure sucking it in towards his wing. Try to keep his altitude down as he got high on that pylon there. Again, keeping well. And here we go. Last couple of pylons before the exit gate. And just watch you don't get too low. Nice angle of thrust on his legs. Yeah, great flight.
Good job, my friend Dobshe for number 31, Lubos. And let's have a look at his time once we've done the replay. Here's the replay now.
So yeah, let's see this pylon. I think it was this one what he got quite close to. Oh, it's just too fast on the replay there for us to tell. So yeah, great.
All right, and the time for Lubos is 33.611. That's fast.
So yeah, so great that your comments are still coming in. Obviously, people are bigging up Johnson there from the USA. So yeah, good shout out to him. We've
still got one more pilot to come through. That's number 40, I believe, which is Nicolas Aubert from France.
So yeah, the French team, they're always there at the top of the game. This guy's looking good so far, and a very good posture in the sense of his feet low and the angle of thrust good. Really good on that first pylon. Getting the bar off now to carve into his into the next one. Banging that bar on as you see his feet stretch out in front of him to keep the speed. Off the bar. Oh, loads of energy. Can he hold it down low as it tries to climb up out of there? Again, really try to work the energy of the wing so it doesn't balloon him up into the sky and incur any penalties. Coming round for the last slalom sort of aspect of this course where the zip round. You can see the pylon getting sucked in towards him there. And yeah, it's a great show of the physics and the dynamics, what are involved in how a wing works there and how it creates low pressure over the top surface. An excellent run there by our French competitor.
Well, that's everybody. That's everybody through on the second task. 2 tasks already today. We started at 6 a.m. Here's a replay for you now of what we've just seen.
Excellent. So yeah, flying really, really well. You can see how quick the turn was there, and he was also using the power to push him around the turn as well. So I've mentioned before, this it's like trying to juggle riding a unicycle with your eyes closed. This, it really is. It's really complex to do it at that level. So well done, guys.
With a 33.645. So that brings our second task to close. We're going to take a little break in the studio and keep the live stream running, of course. We'll be back with more live commentary as and when we move into task number 3. From Gordy and from Regan, we'll see you very soon.
Yeah, catch you soon, guys.
the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry now, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
Doing all the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low, 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 low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low, 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 low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Doing all the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Party all night, going to the doors, let's all party all night. Party all night, party all night. Give me one more dose and I'll party all Doing all the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Doing all the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? But take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? But take a look at where we are. Isn't the day so exciting, honey? When I wake up, I'm feeling
Back, everybody. We are live to you from the studio in Qatar, the beautiful new city of Lusail, just north, actually, of Doha. And that's where we've been staying. My name is Regan Tetlow, Air Sports presenter. I'm joined by Gordy Oliver, paragliding instructor and team leader of the brand new Jet Parahawks UK that are on their way down to Indonesia for display. Good afternoon. Oh, actually, good morning, Gordy.
Yes, it certainly feels like the afternoon when you've been up since 3 in the morning in preparation for this fantastic event. We're now entering the third round of heats this morning. We've got the course coming up in front of us, so it's going to be 5 laps this time.
Here we go.
So we've got the start gate, we've got the initial turn, so we're using all the pylons in this course. You can follow the serrated line and see the turn direction. So yeah, it's going to be quite a complex run. They've obviously the competitors are party to this information before we receive it, so they'll have got their little traffic cones out, they'll have walked this route round on the ground, they'll have got it locked into the head. It naturally takes Regan and I a few runs of competitors just to sort of work it out ourselves, so forgive us sometimes on the commentary if we're not always accurate. You know, we're here doing our absolute best to give us the best commentary that we can. What really does help us, though, is the live feed. We know now there is no excuse if in Europe not to be out of bed watching this.
Yes.
People in America, great stuff. You're obviously, in sleepy time. And if you're from the Far East as well, you should be watching us live.
So here we go. This is our start list for you. And as you can see, we start with Iran and Mohammed, and then Moldova, and we move on through then with Belgium, 3 from Belgium, France, 3 more from Belgium, Iran again, USA, Moldova, Qatar, Poland, Spain, Sweden. Everybody's here, everybody's taking part. We're in the third task of the day. It's been an incredible week, really. All the competitors have been here for quite a few days, and there was some strong winds around. So they've got an opportunity to have a good look around Qatar, and the organisation has been pretty good at taking people around and showing them the museum and the beaches areas and lots of different bits of it as well. So not only just competing in a location, actually getting to be a bit touristy as well. How's everybody doing, guys? Let's read out a few of your comments. We've got Christy B. Thank you for the comments on the live stream. Thanks very much. Sky Monkey Robin, nice comments, guys. Keep it going. Sandra Renitsky, great job. Johnson, Govan, Abbey, Goal France. JWLs says Jacob beat his goal by 5 seconds. Don't get too used to the fantastic Lexing, beautiful commentary from Gordy, because unfortunately this is his last day. He's away tomorrow to go and do his jet paramotor exhibition. So I'll be here, of course, but I don't know that much about the sport, but I will try and get some expert advice as well. But soak it up from Gordy while you can, guys.
Absolutely. So yeah, unfortunately I'm off to the Philippines, a big international balloon festival for my Jet Parahawks display team after this. However, it does look like the winds are going to increase over the next few days, so this could well be our last day of competition. So we're now on our third task. So this could be the third and potentially final task of this competition. So this is the one now. The pressure's on the guys. This could be the decider of the 2004 paramotoring world champion. So we've got a competitor there in the course now, just one of the early heats, or early competitors in each heat. They're ranked, so they're generally the sort of people who are newer to slalom racing who go first. That you may think, well, how come they're here? How come they're allowed to compete in such an event like this when they're new to slalom racing? It's partly because of the amazing support the Qatar Air Sports Committee and the state of Qatar have given this event in supporting the athletes. Once they've got themselves here, they've laid on all the accommodation, they've laid on fantastic facilities, on effectively a parc ferme. It's like a Grand Prix setup over there, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. So tell me, this display you're going to be doing down in Indonesia with your jet paramotors, what are you going to be doing? Is it formation flying? Is it? I mean, have you got a plan? If it's secret at the moment, that's fine as well. But can you walk us through a little bit what you intend to be doing during this balloon event?
No problem. So with the ballooning event itself, it's 30 years. It's happened in the Philippines, the big ballooning fiesta. It's one of the largest events which goes on as a national event each year. It's supported by the government, etc., things like that. Our display will fly twice a day. We'll do an exhibition in the morning where it'll be sort of more free flying and what have you for about an hour or so, and then there'll be lots of other stuff goes on, and then in the evening or about 4 every afternoon we'll do a proper formation display. We fly for 10 minutes as a formation team. We do various synchronized formation flying, and we also then go into acrobatic flying towards the end of the display. We have some of the world's top paramotor acrobatic pilots involved in my team. These guys are doing maneuvers such as infinite tumbles on paramotors. If you're a paramotor pilot, you're probably thinking, oh wow, yeah. Even I've been in the sport for 30 years. I organised an event in the UK called the Buttermere Bash, which is the only real, it's like a mini Sanalair if you're into flying. And therefore we do try and push the limits of our sport and showcase our sport. And from having this paramotor jet paramotor display team formed, we're now getting these bookings for these fantastic events. We were here to display for the opening ceremony, off to the Philippines. Throughout next summer we'll be displaying in the UK at various events such as Farnborough Air Show.
Oh, so it's not just a one-off thing then? You're actually out there, people can book you to do displays?
Absolutely, yeah. We're available for bookings all around the world, to be truthful for you. It's fun transporting ourselves because we come with around 300 kilos of excess baggage because we've got, big packing cases for our jets and things like that. But we sort all that side out, and then we come to these events and we put on a real show. As I mentioned, it was a shame that the wind was too strong for us to do the display for the Qatari opening ceremony for this event. However, we did fly in the practice event, and I mentioned earlier, I managed to fly with the Qatar National Air Force and the Qatar National Skydiving Team, who are absolutely amazing aviators. The spectacle is just unreal. So to have that accolade now, like these guys here now, they've got the memory, they've got the #1 eyeball recording, all the stuff what they're doing here, that'll stay in their brains forever. I've got that image in my head of flying around this beautiful landscape under jet power and displaying for some of the best aviators in the world who are watching me in their field.
Well, we are back on with the competition here for you, here with the third task of this championship. It is a 6th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We've had a few through already, and we're going to be bringing you who they are and their scores as we move through the action. So there's a shot of one of the tracks, number 44, getting ready to fly, and I can tell you now that we have already 1, 2, 3, I think 3 or 4 of our competitors have been through the course. I think 48 will be next. Toon Heilebos from Belgium, I suspect. We'll check on that.
Yeah, that's it. So we're just sort of showing you the nice scenes around. We've already obviously seen a lot of the slalom racing this morning. So we're watching the track launches. Some things that we've not made our teams to witness if we're watching the live feed from the start. You'll notice the trikes then head off to the south of the course what we're flying. We've got this beautiful drone shot now of one of our foot launch pilots, which we're commentating on flying this course. This is Chris from Belgium. And he's doing well. So earlier on, we did have one of the parents of one of the athletes, one of the mothers, give us a comment to send. So we've mentioned, get your comments up live. If one of your siblings is flying in this event, we'd love to give them a bigs up. Or if they're a friend of yours, let us know that you're their friend. Ask us to put a comment on when they're flying. We can write that down next to their start list, and then we'll be able to give you a heads up as well. And you can join us here. You can be interactive with us.
So this is Chris Claessens from Belgium. He is number 51, and he's just finishing off his run right now. And I'm sure we'll get his score, his time to you as it gets fed through into the system. Third and final task. Well, I'm saying the final task. I'm not actually sure about that.
Yeah, it's just in a little bit there. That's what I'd heard. I'd heard it was going to be a 3-task day, but I'm just not sure. So we're just waiting for final clarification. The reason being is, as I've mentioned, the wind's getting stronger over the next few days. What we do today is probably going to be on the competition. Great for a live feed, great for you people to be able to sit here and watch it, and not over day after day after day, shall I say. But we'll get that clarification, but I suspect it will be the case that this will be the last task. And then it'll be a case of scoring, working out the penalties, and working out exactly what's what. It's great that, as far as I'm aware, there's been no protests. So, somebody saying that, he went too high and you haven't caught that. So it sounds like all that side of things is good. And you can see that's Simon the Marshal giving us a little wave, bang on cue. Lovely guy from Poland. You can appreciate the people who arrange and organise these events. I organise events in the UK. They do it off the goodness of the heart. You know, there's no financial rewards. We do it because we love our sport. And Simon's one of those people. So it's only fair that we give people like that the accolade they deserve when they're watching these competitions. So we've got one of the French competitors here. Again, this guy was very good in the first 2 heats, even though he's starting early on in the competition. Got ballooned up there though, so that might cause him a bit of a penalty when he comes back to his scoring. But now he's nice and low on the course again. You can see the course has changed yet again, and they're flying in another pattern around it. It's quite a complex pattern now. They're using all 5 pylons, and as I've mentioned, it does take Regan and I just a little while to get our heads around what the actual shape of the course is. And there we go, and then he's out. So that was a good time. And generally what we tend to find with that the French competitor there, he's shaking his head. I think that was a happy shake. Yeah, I think we'll find he'll probably hold the lead for a number of competitors. We're just trying to work out on the live timings to pull them up with the names as well, so we can give that. So that was that high ballooning type thing where the energy just caught him off guard and the wing pulled up. Normal flying, that's lovely, but not when you try a slalom race. But you can see he got it back together, got himself down nice and low, getting around that last pylon and out the exit.
Do you know much about racing teams?
As far as the teams go, yeah. So the French team, they're fantastic. They get a lot of support. They support themselves a lot as well. A lot of the guys who are in the teams are involved in the industry, in the manufacturing process. So therefore, they're just they have that sort of advantage, shall we say. They also have the ability to train, and they get really good weather in France. We all know it's an absolutely fantastic destination to go for a paragliding and paramotoring holiday. And if you're a local and you live in the country yourself, then you've got that on your doorstep. So they've got a little advantage over some of the lesser nations, so we say.
So next up will be Thomas Millot from France onto the course.
Yeah, so we'll just confirm that. So he's flying well at the moment. He's going off the bar there. Yeah.
I do apologise. It is Maxine.
I did right. It's all
Let
right.
me just give the name. It's Maxine van Ongeveel from Belgium, 49.
Yeah, forgive us, guys. We've already been doing this for about 6 hours already this morning, so the odd little hang up. But hey, that's paragliding. You've got to adapt. You never have a fixed plan. You go with what you see, and that's what me and Regan are doing to the best of our ability. I hope you can appreciate that, and it's always nice if you give us a little comment and tell us that you appreciate what we're doing. And I've said before, if you just kept joining us live now, if you'd like to send a flag of your country and a thumbs up, then we know that you're here and that you're supporting your own athletes. If you know anybody, let us know their name and we'll give you a heads up with them as well. So that was our Belgium competitor there, going through the course and just exiting.
All right, back to the action. I've just received what could be some scoring. I'll just look onto that and try and open that email while you carry on.
So you can just see he's exiting there now, climbing out nicely. You see the weather conditions are fantastic. If you've been with us since this morning, you can see the forecast is bang on. I mentioned earlier about computer modelling. That's what we use to find our forecast. There's a great app called Windy app online, which is what most paramotor pilots and paragliders use. It covers the whole world's winds, and the computer models are running constantly. And what the computers do is they re-educate themselves each day. So they'll then look at the forecast from weather stations and what have you, and they see how accurate they are in what they've forecast. And then the computers learn the massive computer bank systems which are powering these. There's a few really good ones in the world what do it. And therefore, these applications now which we use are incredibly accurate, and even up to the number of days ahead, they give very accurate forecasts and very localized winds as well. Literally within a kilometre of each other, you could get the accurate forecast. So we've gone off that this morning, and it's been bang on this morning as Windy app. It gave us a northwesterly of about 8 miles, 10 kilometres an hour initially, which dropped slowly. Then it's dropped down to 0. It's due to stay very light up until about 12 o'clock, as it then starts swinging around to the southeast. And later on in the day, the southeast wind starts to increase. By about 4 or 5 o'clock, it'll probably be too windy. And then after that, it's looking now for the preceding days after this, then it's going to get too strong again. So we're all delighted, everybody who's here, that this competition's going ahead. And above all, we're delighted for the Qatar Air Sports Committee who've put all this effort and logistics into the support that they've got their event successfully being held right now. So well done, everybody. You all deserve a massive slap on the back, and thanks for your support for bringing me and Regan here and allowing us to give you this commentary now for this fantastic event.
So we're moving into this bit of action. We do have other events as well. We've got the trikes that are racing as well. Then we've got the racing teams, which is 2 times PF and 1 times PL. There's a relay team. I've not seen that before. Do you know much about that?
So the relay teams, yeah, they'll go in one after another. So that's probably why we're doing 3 solo heats now, and then we'll maybe move on to the team relay. So what'll happen is the guy will enter the gate, go around the course, then his next teammate, when he exits, has to go in and go around the course. What will happen is they'll then get penalised for if they're late entering or if they're early entering the course, they'll get more penalty points. So that's obviously what we're going to move on to later after this. So yeah, so it looks like we're going to be sat here for a good while, mate, giving them the commentary, which is great. So yeah, there's obviously going to be a lot more action to come throughout the day.
Well, we're live on the field right now with our RF camera. Great job there from the team out, keeping in the field, keeping close-up views of the action. Then we've got our couple of drones in the sky, and we've got our fixed cameras out on the side of the water as well. Danny Poshpool from Belgium, number 47, flying now.
So yeah, you can see it, the sort of people who start earlier in the heats are the lesser experienced, for want of a better word, pilots. So some of them just are flying around in a nice, calm, slow manner, well within their ability, keeping it safe. Bottom line is, you know, we all want to leave here with smiles on our faces and everything intact, and that's why he's doing it in such a manner that's well within his ability. It's a learning experience for them, you know. You've got to start somewhere, and it's brilliant to see people being involved in a world-class competition at lesser levels, you know. We don't just want the world's best here. There'd only be 10. You know, we need this spread of pilots and spread of abilities.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, that's a beautiful glider to look at as well,
It is.
isn't
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. You can't see Regan, but it matches his shirt right now.
Indeed, it does.
So yeah, so it's great to see. So well done on him on making the effort to get here, and obviously it's worked out great, and he's enjoying the experience.
Right, so flying, carving around now. Just it's amazing to see the difference there when we've seen the top. It's so cool to see as well.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's always relaxing to watch these guys. When we're watching the fast guys flying, oh, my hands are sweating and my adrenaline's flowing just trying to do the commentary. So it's sometimes quite nice. At the end of the day, paragliding and paramotoring should be quite a calm, sedate sport. We don't want to be flying around full of adrenaline. You can appreciate if you're driving your car down the road and you're full of adrenaline, it's not a nice experience. You know, it's the same for us. Flying something to be enjoyed. So yeah, there's times when you can just sit back, enjoy the views, and take it at a nice sedate pace. It's quite a nice thing to do.
And different countries have different regulations. Like you were saying in the UK, you can just buy a system and be off. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a license.
That's correct. Yeah. So generally, most countries have a thing called like a foot launch exemption. It's sports aviation basically. So it means that if you can launch on your feet, then it's not regulated in the sense of you don't need a license. There may still be other rules, such as, you know, you still have to follow airspace and things like that. And if you get it wrong, you know, you'll end up in court with your local authorities and what have you. You know, so you're still a pilot. You still need to be educated, which is why what happens is a lot of associations run the sport in their country. So their association of members, they'll source insurances for their members, and they'll basically govern the sport in a professional manner. That means then the national civil aviation authorities do not need to get too heavily involved. Because, again, you know, you can appreciate if they get involved, it can get a lot more harder, licensing's harder, insurance requirements could be a lot more complex. But also for the authorities, it's difficult for them too. It's, you know, it's another thing they have to deal with. So in the UK, with that sort of way, we've always run it well in the UK. We have brilliant relationship with our civil aviation authorities, and they have the foot launch exemption. And most people choose to do it the right way, which is going through a regulated school, through the association, trained and qualified instructors, and a proper syllabus which has been researched and used for many years and adapted as equipment changes and what have you to improve it and make that better as well.
Absolutely wonderful. Our iconic beauty shot straight down the barrel of these 4 gorgeous buildings. Really well. It's incredible when I think of architecture. Somebody's had that idea and somebody's thought how that should look and how it should be designed. And at the night time, the lighting, this gorgeous violet blue light, which is all over them. It's really something special to see.
Yeah, for me, this is my first time in Qatar and Doha. I'm not sure for you, Regan, and it's been an amazing experience. The architects is the thing. So we'll go back to the commentary because this is Leah from America, one of the few female pilots here. Great to see she's got off because earlier she was struggling with launching, but she's obviously the wind's maybe improved and she's doing well. She's flying really well here, actually. You can see her really curling the tip of the glider on the tip steering and getting a really nice turn around the pylons. This is the slalom section, like skiing when you're going through poles, and then they'll go around in a revolution around the top end. Quite wide on that one there, which, time-wise adds a bit of time to it. But you can see she's flying in a very smooth, controlled manner. You can see what a good pilot she is. It's a shame there's not more women pilots, because at the end of the day, it's just your brain what makes you a pilot. There's no real physical attribute to being a pilot. It's all about your headspace and how you are and how you control yourself. There's more people should be pilots because it's a great thing for keeping your headspace right, through COVID, let's say,
Yes.
When we were on gravity lockdown, as we called it as pilots, it was harsh, and that feeling of freedom that we all had once we were released from gravity lockdown was fantastic. I remember my first flight after it was brilliant.
So Leah taking an error there, Leah Catullo from USA.
So that means he's either got too high in a pylon or something along those lines. And unfortunately, when they get an error, it's a disqualification from that heat. You'll still have times which will count from your previous heats towards your positioning. And at this level in the competition with these earlier pilots, they're here just to experience the whole event that we're at. They're not competing hard.
So here we go with Oleg Avedes of Qatar flying for Qatar, but from Moldova.
That's right, yeah. So he's Qatari-based, and he's a spinal doctor out here. A lovely guy. I've mentioned before that he's given me a lot of assistance with my Jet Parahawk team since I've been here, so I owe the guy a big shout out. You can see again, he's just flying it steady, just taking his time, just enjoying the experience of being here. This guy's basically never stops smiling. He's one of nature's nice guys, I think you would say. And it's great for us all to be out here meeting like countless nationalities being brought together with this one shared love and this shared passion we have for this beautiful sport of paragliding and paramotoring.
Middle of winter, backdrop of palm trees, sunshine reflecting off the water. It's I have to remind myself what the weather's like where I would be if I wasn't here.
This is true. My family have been sending me pictures of the snow back home in England and moaning about the weather, and I'm now sat in a commentary tent wishing it had aircon. I'm sweating here, but it's good. I'm happy to be here as well. And there's a great flight by Oleg off his last heat of of this particular competition. So yeah, well done, mate. And I'll catch you later for a good old Moldovan hug.
Let's have a look at this replay. Then we should get a time from him as well, and we can start looking how the times of this round, this task, compare to what we saw on the previous. So here he goes. Is his time coming up on screen? 104.595 for Oleg.
Okay, well done, Oleg. Yep, and you can see Oleg's one of the larger, taller, bigger guys here, so he's got a big paramotor on his back, and he's also got quite a beautiful carbon fiber paramotor as well. There's not many of them here. Now then, here we go. This is one of the Qatari team. It's one of his first competitions, hence the reason he's starting early on.
This is Abdulrahman Gawaz from Qatar, number 28.
Exactly, and because of the Qatari team train, you can see this guy's good. You can see him really carving around the course well. He's going into the slalom section now, like a skier, so he'll pull round this pole and then should slalom through back this way. Oh no, sorry, as I mentioned, it takes us a while to get our head into which pattern we're actually flying on each course. But the bottom line is the guy's doing really, really well. and then he's out. So yeah, so I think what happened was earlier I watched Leah. I think she maybe went the wrong way around the course, because that's given me a little bit confusion as to what direction we're doing. Now, hopefully, if he's done well there and he's done the right way, then we'll slowly, Regan and I will get accurate on what the course is, and we'll be able to give you good advice. But that certainly looked like a good run, and you could see the guys obviously got a lot of skill there and a lot of experience.
So Oleg before was about 30 seconds faster than his previous round, and we've got Abdurrahman here. He had 38 seconds on the second task. So let's have a look how this task is, shaping up compared to the other one. So 36.184 is a little bit faster than the previous task. Obviously, it is a different shape and a different flight. But we're just going to start building an idea now whether our pilots on this one are going through faster or going through slower than the second task. At the moment, they seem to be coming through a little bit faster. Andrzej Kazia, now Qatar. It's number 12 from Poland for Andrzej.
So again, the Polish team are always strong. It's probably one of his early competitions, hence the reason he's starting early. But you can see by the way he's flying, he's pulling in these turns really tight. And yeah, it's a spectacle to watch, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So yeah, this is definitely going to be up there with the Qataris, guy that was just recently through. And yeah, I can see the course now. So yeah, I can see Leah did make an error on the course earlier. So, and you can see the wing twitching a little bit there, just from the angle of bank and the G that was getting pulled through the wing. You'll notice some of the guys are the wings, if they're smoother, they're oh, there we go. We've got oh dear. So yeah, so we'll get the safety crew come racing across to him. You notice his life jacket's popped straight away, which is why they wear this safety equipment. And you notice how he was lying on his back, so his head was above the water. That's the key thing. So what happens is, when they're flying fast on the gliders, the centre of pressure is towards the front of the wing. But if they then pull the brakes on it, moves it back, and it basically loses the support, what's sucking the wing up and keeping it inflated, and then the wings get a collapse. And these slalom wings we fly are very aggressive when they collapse. And that's what's happened there with his pilot, unfortunately. He had exited the course. He's going to get his time.
Right.
And he has finished this event. So he's actually going to be okay that way. But obviously he's going to have a motor full of seawater now and equipment full of seawater. It's going to take us a little time to recover him. We won't fly anybody else because we need our safety crew on board for that. So what we'll do now, I suspect they'll be put on hold, even though we're getting and you got his time there for Andrzej, is it? From
Andrzej,
yeah, from Poland. And what we'll probably do is, just because we're on it quite full on, we'll probably just take a little step back, Regan and myself, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Just to gather our thoughts and get a breath in.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty intense doing this whilst he's recovered. But the key thing is, I can see he's absolutely fine. The guy, he's obviously got his safety equipment's kicked in. The safety crew's with him. We'll probably start sending you some pictures. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, you can see him going in there. And immediately, if you we just cut that shot. But if that had carried on, Ulysilian would have popped out, all this orange thing would have appeared, which was his self-inflating life jacket. And with anything that we do, we're not taking a little walk in the park here. We are doing what's classed as an extreme sport. There are always risks. We try and mitigate the risks as much as we can, but things may occur. So the competition will be on hold. It'll probably take about 10 minutes probably to get him recovered, get him back over to the Parc Fermé area. Effectively what we've got here, his equipment will be washed, he'll be cleaned up, he may be checked over by the medical crew, and then we'll carry on with the competition.
Yeah, we'll take a little break while we just reset, and we'll be back with live coverage in the next few minutes.
camera. We're wide frame, so we'll both be in. Okay. And when we're finished, just smile, look at each other, carry on looking at each other, and then he'll cut and we can go. Okay. Yeah, we have to face the sun, unfortunately.
I have sunglasses on. Hello, hello.
So welcome back. We're just waiting after the last water splash, a couple of minutes until we can go again. Really pleased to be joined by one of the female pilots here, Leah Cotullo from Florida, USA. Leah, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm enjoying being here.
You've just flown, how did it go?
Oh, well, I've been doing well since the morning on this last task. I almost missed a turn. I had to take the long way around.
So Gordy and Regan, the commentary team, said you went the wrong way. You think you went the right way?
Well, I was about to go the wrong way around the turn, and then I took the long way around the turn.
Okay.
When they look at the video again, they'll see I didn't go around the pylon the wrong way.
Okay, but you're enjoying yourself?
Oh, I absolutely love it here.
What's it like to be here in Qatar flying paramotors?
Oh, amazing. The facilities are above and beyond what I would have ever expected.
So now there's only 3 female pilots left. We know what that means for the competition. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, well, I think there's definitely a little race going on.
And who's going to win?
USA.
So you're from Florida, USA. How's the paramotoring in your country?
Well, in my state alone, tons and tons of pilots. Most of the U.S., maybe 5,000 to 6,000 pilots. There's big flying going on right now out west in the desert.
Do you have competition over there?
It's really hard to get competition together at even a fly-in. So, no, we're still all traveling over here.
Okay.
Kind of a commitment for any of the U.S. pilots.
Okay, so we're having a break from PF now for the racing team event. Quite likely we'll be flying again later on this afternoon. What would be a good result for you this week?
Number 1.
Number 1. Okay, thanks very much, Leah. Best of luck. Good luck with the rest of the flying, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
How is the flying here in Qatar? The flying. Voilà ici à Qatar. How is the flying? Is it good flying?
Yes.
Are you happy to be here? You just flew the last task. You are winning. How do you feel?
Faut que je dise si je pense que je vais gagner ou pas.
Oui. And what would be the best result for you? Do you hope to win? Est-ce que tu espères gagner?
J'espère que je vais gagner.
It's fine. You're French. Donc, il n'y a pas raison de parler anglais. Enfin, il faut parler anglais. Mais l'audience sait que tu es français. Donc, pas de souci.
Ouais, ok.
Okay? C'est pas une compétition d'anglais, c'est une compétition de volley.
Le slalom. Heureusement, parce que sinon, je n'aurais pas prêt de monter sur un podium.
Alors, tu es 6 Baer,
6 Baer.
6 Baer, numéro 43.
Exactement. Very fine. I'm very happy to fly here.
How is the flying for you? Is it good?
Yes, we wait the results for being sure, but for me, I'm happy.
Do you hope to win this week?
I hope. I hope.
Are you in good form?
Yes,
And what is it like flying here in Qatar? Is it good flying?
very good.
You're enjoying being here?
Sorry?
Are you enjoying being here? Tu t'amuses ici?
Yes, very good.
Good.
Yes.
And back home in France, where do you live?
In Lyon.
And do you practice in France, PL1?
No slalom. Just fly a classic competition, but slalom need to practice on the water.
So you go to Spain or
Yes.
okay? And how did you compete last year in World Championship?
Second place.
Second place. And you hope for first place this week.
I hope to. Thank you.
Best of luck. Fly well. Thank you, Boris.
Thank you very much.
Something that'll get the people on the floor. Give me something that'll get the people on the floor. Get the people on the floor. I got something that'll get the people on the floor. Give me something that'll get the people on the floor. I got something that'll get the people on the floor. Give me something that'll get the people on the floor. I got something that'll get the people on the floor.
Here with Saeed Al Amari. Very, very interesting character. Saeed, what is your job here this year?
I'm team leader of Qatar national team.
And what do you expect from your team this year?
I accept always the best.
So first, second, third?
I don't know, depending when we finish the full task, and we will see.
So you have some experience of World Championships. What has happened to you in the past?
Sure, I am world champion in BL1 in 2022 in Czech Republic, and also world champion as a team nation. And I done many competition. It's depend about how to start this competition. When you start well and you continue, you will have very good results. When you start and you be well after, maybe you will get something. But when you start not good and you continue not good, for sure you will not accept we start good.
So
And we hope we will get what we want.
You're a former world champion, and now you're giving your knowledge to the other members of the team so that they win the World Championship.
I hope.
Are you jealous? Would you rather be flying?
I miss the fly, for sure. When I see the competitors fly and there is some tasks, for sure I miss the fly.
And how is your team performing this week?
Again, please.
How is your team performing? Are they flying well or are they flying badly?
Sure. Some of them fly very good. Some of them like not what I accept. But this is happen. Sometimes everything is go as you plan it. Sometimes it's going like there is something maybe It's not fish too much. Maybe it's happened for normal human.
So tell us, who do you think is your strongest pilot, your biggest hope for a gold medal this week?
It's so hard. I will not choose a name, but it's so hard. I accept from all of them, one of them or two can bring the gold medal in BL1 and BF1. But I can't choose one person because they are like same level. There is small difference between them.
Good. Well, congratulations
Thank
on
you
the
so
Qatar
much.
team so far, and may you win lots of medals.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Very warm welcome back, everybody. A beautiful, successful rescue for our splashdown. I'm Regan Tetlow, your host for the FAI 6th Slalom Paramotor World Championships. And I'm joined in the studio for the second day running with expert commentary by long-time paraglider and paramotor coach and the wonderful expert, Gordy Oliver. Morning, Gordy.
Good morning, Regan. Aren't we having a great day today, eh?
It's wonderful. So much happening. And people are keeping safe. That's what's
That's
important.
right, yeah. So we've got our next competitor entering the course.
Augustin Len from Spain, Paramotor, number 5.
That's it, fantastic. So he looks good, this guy. He's let off the bar a bit early there, and that converted the energy high, which means that, yeah, he may get a little penalty for that. But he's got it back down now. He's feeling the course and feeling the energy of his wing. If you want a little bit more technical stuff, ideally he wants to get the bank of the glider more before he lets off the bar. But to do that, he has to use the tip steering. If he tries to do that using the normal brakes, as you might have just seen a guy go in the water, that's what will happen. You'll get a collapse. So it's really important that this is much better now. You saw that there, how he got his angular bank up, and he's quickly through the course, and he's out safely, and he'll release the bar now, climb out safely, and there we go.
It's quite a climb, isn't it?
Yeah, that was quite an aggressive climb there, actually. I was hoping that would stay in shot because I was nearly going to go, break the surge, as he came out of it. But yeah, it's all good, though. So yeah.
So we check in with what people have been saying while we watch his replay. Let's have a look. I was having a flick back through the it's just general go Poland, lots of that. Leah says Sandor. Yeah, great translation live, says Matteo. Great to get your comments, guys. Keep them coming in.
Absolutely. It really helps us. It helps us know what to try and say to you. As I've mentioned, any friends, family, or if you're just joining us live for the first time, then just post a flag and a thumbs up from your country, and then we know where you're watching us from.
So, Augustin, Vámonos España, Les Sánchez with 37.83. That's his time through the course.
Great stuff. So, the guy who went in the water, yeah, he's all good. His equipment now will be taken back to the sort of Parc Fermi area. It'll be washed. There's these big pools of water. And straight away, we're off with our next competitor entering the course. So let's see how he does.
This should be Sweden and Navid Saliki.
Excellent. So Navid, great guy. I've spent a bit of time with him since I've been here. On his birthday. Oh, he got collapse.
Oh,
bless. So as I've just mentioned, this is the problem with the sort of flying we do. So what will have happened now is you can see his hands are in the air. He's all good and he's lying on his back. So what happens is his buoyancy life jacket kicks in. It gives him flotation. It keeps him the right way up. You can see the safety about how quick they've got to him. The reason his wing collapsed there is the way we fly these wings is they're on. It's the reason we're flying over water. Technically, what happens is when we're on a speed bar on a paramotor wing, we fly with a thing called reflex.
Yeah.
The trailing edge goes higher than the leading edge. Now, normally, because the wings effectively dive in, then the wind would effectively push on the top surface and cause a collapse. But when reflex, the trailing edge kicks up, and we'll see it here. So he's turning. And you'll see as he comes out the turn, I suspect he'll put his bar on. It was very fast,
Yeah.
so I didn't catch it on. So I suspect what will happen here, hands up, he'll probably put some bar on maybe. Yeah, there's his feet standing, there you go.
Yeah.
And just that point, as he starts turning and pulling the brakes on, the centre of pressure goes, and also, not so yeah, possibly there's maybe a little bit of wind in behind that pylon as well. So, when we had that little break there, Regan and I took the opportunity to go and stand outside, and you can see there's a few waves on the water now. The wind, as forecast, is starting to veer around, and it's coming in from effectively the angle of the camera now towards the course. So, and you can see the flags there now starting to move in the breeze. So that it could have been a number of things what caused that collapse there for him, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's the game we play. It's the sport we do. It's the reason we're doing it over water. It's the reason we've got all this safety cover. It's dramatic, you know, on camera. He's okay, I can tell you that, because we could see his hands waving, and also his buoyancy aid's done exactly, or his life jacket's done exactly what it's supposed to do, and we got the safety crew to him. So again, unfortunately, that's going to give us another hold for 10 minutes. What we'll probably do is we'll probably try and go over to our commentary crew who are over in this area, this Parc Fermé area, and they'll be able to maybe do some more interview sessions if possible. I can tell you there, that's Leah and, yeah, I think that's Amelia, yeah, and the America team there. And you can see people just stood. But all the guys obviously in the high vis and the marshals helping people launch. The great thing is now that the wind is starting to pick up again, you see it on the little windsock there, it will mean that we'll get very good launches now. So once we do start flying again, we'll rapidly wrap through the competitors. So like the rest of us, I'd suggest you either go and make a cup of tea, keep the volume on, keep listening in, and around about sort of 5-10 minutes time, we should be straight back to the action again.
So there we go. We're going to take a little short break while we just get the rescue of Navid, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Margarita.
Everybody, we are back to the action. Navid is out of the water and we're carrying on with...
So yeah, we're straight back in. We've got one of the Spanish competitors coming in here. It's
Javier Delito Lopez from Spain.
okay, and this is the guy flying the mustache. We're going to get the live feed cameras coming to you very soon. I can hear him zooming over our heads right now. If you've not seen it before, the mustache is that different way of flying, a parakeet basically. He's only been around for years, and here he goes. So he's getting in tune more and more on each flight, and I can see his flights are improving with this wing. I fly this wing a lot under power, so I know what it's like. It's not, well, it is easy in a way, but it's not. It's hard to get it to carve around the turns and get the feel for it. So yeah, he's doing really well at the moment. He's managing to keep the massive amount of energy these wings have him. So to keep it low and to stop it not ballooning up in the air is key. And yeah, it's great. He's looking good so far. The one thing as well must be said, you've seen the collapses. These wings are incredibly resistant to collapses, these mustaches. You can fly in the most turbulent air. You can pull what they've called the front risers down past your knees and it still doesn't collapse. So yeah, there's sort of advantages and disadvantages to flying them. But that was a fantastic run there, and let's hope he's got a good time.
Well, Javi, here he goes. He's finishing off on that. Yeah, like I say, it's a beautiful wing, isn't it? You have one of these, don't you?
Yeah, I actually have 4. I've got every size. Yeah, I'm a dealer in the UK and I work with Flair, and I'm addicted to them. I hardly ever go near a paraglider again. Yeah, I just can't big them up enough. And there's constant development, and there's a few little ideas in the future for stuff coming on. That was a good time, wasn't it?
36.257 for Javier. Muy bien, muchacho. Vámonos. Next up will be number 41, Peter Hidese from Hungary. He's in the air, also in the air right now, just taking off Morgan Plankton from France. So next through the course will be the Hungarian Peter as we prepare to, well, we're already halfway up the pack of this third task of the day. Lots of great comments coming in from you all watching, saying that you're loving the coverage and loving the angles and the visuals and what we're talking about. So that's great to hear. We really do appreciate it. Peter Hidese, Hungary, number 41.
So here we go. So looks like he's flying, I think it's a Dudek Snake 4 wing. Nice carving turn to start with. You'll notice the conditions are starting to change. The wind's picking up now from the southeast, bang on cue with the forecast. And it will change the dynamics of the way these guys are flying, so they will have to adjust for that. And at the moment, it's a good direction because it's not coming over a landmass with buildings and what have you. And look at these drone shots. They are incredible. You can also see, you know, both the top and the undersurface, and you can see how we fly a Ram Air wing. It's got cells and the structure inside, what gives us our aerodynamic shape. And the key thing is to have more curvature over the top surface, which allows the air to get accelerated over the top surface, to get over, stretches it, and that's where the low pressure gets created. The air is like a rubber band being pulled over the top surface, lowering its pressure.
These drone shots are absolutely amazing, aren't they? They're absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, it's just, yeah, it's cutting edge, isn't it? It's brilliant. And to combine all these skill set, the production team we've got around us here to produce these shots is just it's great to be part of it, Regan. I think you'd agree.
Let's have a look at the score for Peter Hidese from Hungary. His time, 45.856. Okay, next through will be Morgan Plankton, our female competitor from France.
Excellent. So earlier she got disqualified out the last round, because the glider kept ballooning up. So it'll be interesting to see how she's thought about a previous flight and see if she can control the energy of the wing as she enters the course. The key thing is when you're letting off the speed in slalom racing, you want the glider banked over so that as it lets off and it tries to convert the energy, it's pulling you into the turn. If you have got the glider more above your head, it'll want to like go skywards basically. It's converting. It's like a plane taking off and then pulling the stick back. So our drone's heading on out there towards her now. There we go. And you can see the drone cutting in behind her and you can see her flying along. So so she's coming round now. She's trying to get the angle of bank higher than she's done previously. She's trying to keep her altitude lower. We've got the drone following her now. And here for the second turn. So far it's looking a lot better than a previous heat. She doesn't want to get too high up above the pylon and get disqualified. This is now downwind, this direction. So as she turns now, the wing will naturally want to convert energy and climb more. So this is where she'll need to control it. And she's done well there, both on the throttle and she's starting to use the speed bar. And you notice there she kept it nice and low around that pylon there, coming round. And then I think that's the exit out the course again. So that was a much better run, and that should be a nice scoring run for her there. So well done.
Yeah, well done there for Morgan Plankton from France. Good job, our drone pilots as well, keeping it in the shot. And, they were adjusting to the speeds, different speeds of these drone pilots, the pilots of the Paramotor as well. Here comes the time on screen after the replay.
That's right. So you'll see in the replay how she was a lot more coordinated there, how she was using but all the aspects of control on the glider to keep the altitude from not happening. And here comes the score.
It is time 49.979. Now, a special moment now. We have to give a big shout out to Mrs. Slinger out there in the Netherlands because Gillis is next.
Excellent. So yeah, here we go. It's lovely to have the family contacts. You're all sat at home watching this, and to feel the pride of your family members taking part in this competition is great. So they'll be entering the course soon. You can see the long shot here. We've got the gliders above us. Here they go. Here they come. So yeah, got that beautiful Qatar weather, allowing them to fly in shorts in February. I bet all the people in Europe are jealous at this shot right now. And he's going for the first turn, a lovely carved bank turn on his freestyle 2, ozone glider. And yeah, flying with lots of control, letting off the bar. You see there how he's getting the angle of bank into the turn before he did so. So yeah, doing really well. And again, getting the bar on for speed, the speed bar lowering the nose of the glider. So it's got a lot of speed and energy, and then as you let it off, it'll try and convert that. So yeah, fantastic stuff. And if my head's getting around this direction of course now, I think we've got one more gate, and I think then that's the exit. Let's see if I'm getting it correct. So a nice carving turn. And there we go, coming for the finish gate, stretching out, trying to keep the angle of thrust nice on his motor, and a nice safe climb out. So well done, and stop the surge.
A good job, Gillis. Here comes the replay.
Brilliant. So you can see these lovely close-up replays. You can
Yes.
see how the legs are extending. As I've said, it's a bit like trying to juggle, ride a unicycle, do a number of things all at once when you're flying a paramotor in this configuration. It's about as hard and as complex as you could ever take flying our flying machines. So yeah, to see them flying like this, flying well, is fantastic to see. And look, he's happy. Yeah, that's how happy he is. He's waving to the crowds, giving him a wave back. Well done.
44.046 for Gillis Slinger.
That's it. He's waving for your mum. That was for you.
Next up will be Johnson Q from the USA. Just want to say a big shout out to our mutual friend as well, Ian Chick, watching in the northwest of England.
This is true. Apparently, the Regan and Gordy show has become primetime breakfast TV for all the free flies in the UK. So a big shout out to all our friends out there, Ian and various other people, Dave Manning. And I hope that you're still with us, and hope you're enjoying it. And if you've just heard that, give it a little blast on your old comments, or a little like smiley face or something. And then we know that you're with us here now in spirit. Sadly, you can't be as fortunate as us here physically, but it's nice to have you with us there as well.
So fastest time we've seen so far on this run is 36.1 by Adriano Mangawis from Qatar.
That's right. We've got Johnson now from the USA flying with the drone. See the drone's obviously struggling just at times to get his manoeuvring correct because
Yes.
the pilots. Part of that's probably because of the wind as well as it's changing. And the drone pilots, much like the paramotor pilots, are just into it. You can see how the speed the drone's actually having to fly to keep up with him. The skill of the drone pilots here is incredible too. So there's Johnson coming to the exit, and he's out safely, and that was a good run. Let's see what his time's going to be after the replays.
Thank you very much, Johnson, through the course. I can tell you that our next...
So here's the replay, and you can see that drone there chasing him down, giving us those fantastic aerial shots. You can also notice how he's... I can tell Johnson's really getting into it now. He's getting better on each run.
Yes.
And, that was a much more sort of coordinated and faster run. So, yeah, well done, mate. Really good going.
Here comes his time. Johnson Q 41.30.
Excellent. Team USA.
Next up, we've got Poland and Norbert Pajak. Number 7 will be into the system and take off there for number 13 into the sky for Alios Singoli from Czech Republic. But right now, all the action is with Poland.
Okay, so we've got these lovely long shots. You can the guys who are in holding, where the sort of emblems are on the top right screen, effectively they're up above that, and we can hear them. So here he comes, entering the screen from the holding pattern and entering the course. So getting around the first turn, again he's kept his altitude relatively low, which is good. The drone's going to drop in on him here. Oh, that is just fantastic. As I've mentioned, the pilot's eye view when you're flying around here is just incredible, with the sail towers, all this reclaimed land which has been shaped and manicured, shall we say, beautifully. Some of it's still under development. Where we are right now, which is effectively straight ahead on that shot there, and you might have just caught a little white tent, that's where we are. It's still being built. We're actually got diggers working around us now as we're commentating, but there we go. He's managed to do the course well. He kept his altitude well. There should be no penalties on that round, so another good flight.
Thank you very much, Poland. Norbert, as he makes his way through, here comes his replay.
Yeah, you'll notice how he's on the bar, lets off the bar, tries to get the angler bank and the carving turn. Beautiful turn there. Back on the speed bar again, which is when the glider's getting towards its sort of envelope of safe flight, but he's controlling it well by applying his tip steering before he applies his brakes. Again, accelerating the wing on the bar, off the bar sharply there before he came out and exited. So let's see what he got.
He brings us a time of 39.94.
Excellent. You can see he's happy. Wiggling legs on paragliders is a bit like us sort of waving our hands. So yeah, it means that we're happy with what we've done, and we're enjoying the experience. And all our little pylons are getting happy. They're starting to dance and wiggle for us. Yeah, it's like the Oompa Loompas out, Charlie, in the chocolate factory sat there.
Next up, Jury Schruger, and Jury is from the Czech Republic. Number 11 into the course. Here he goes.
Okay, so again on one of these Dudek Snake 4 wings, relatively new wing. It's in its fourth sort of phase of development. Ballooned up a bit there from, as I mentioned, that was turning into wind because the wind direction is now coming from the camera straight towards him. That's the harder way to fly, really. And then as they go this way, they'll naturally lose energy. Yeah, just bang on cue on my commentary. And obviously he's given a little bit of a scare. He's popped out the course. He'll try and come back in, but I suspect this will be a disqualification because he went so high. So what happens is when we turn into the wind, naturally the wind's increasing effectively, and it slows us down. You get a false climb. As we turn downwind, the wind wants to accelerate and it loses height. We try and compensate by applying power at that point, but it's hard to judge. So the early rounds was less wind, or the last round it was sort of like a level playing field. Now there's more dynamics being thrown at the pilot, so they're having to adjust even more to try and compensate for that.
Did we catch that little
I suspect we did, yeah. It was just after this turn. You'll see he's gone downwind now, and he just managed to get round and not get in the water. It was a good job, actually, because if he had hit there, he was going quite rapid, and it would have been quite a hard hit. We do ever want to keep it safe, but at the end of the day, what we're doing I don't know if any of you have ever, I think he's come back in the course now, bless him. Good, it's all good practice. Anyway, if any of you have ever come off your water skis, you'll know that water's rock hard at speed. It's not as soft as you think, so yeah. So we don't want them hitting the water hard. We want these guys to go home safe, but also for equipment as well. You know, it costs a lot of money. They're all self-funding themselves effectively to be here. We're not a rich sport that has thousands of millions of pounds worth of sponsorship. We're all people who do the sport for the love. You know, so yeah, you know, it's great to keep our kit in one piece and take that home safely with us as well.
So if someone who's asking about scores and previous rounds, you can look at 6WPSC, so 6 World Paramotor Slalom Championships.com, 6WPSC.com. That's a website with all the details.
That's right, and if you're struggling, have a quick Google of it, and I'm sure it'll pop up. You'll notice it's got the Qatari sort of like colours in the website, and that's your way to find it. So here we go now with the next competitor.
This is number 13. This is Alois Sinogol from the Czech Republic.
Excellent. So yeah, then again, these amazing drone shots. Doing really well in these turns, coming towards the exit gate, getting on this speed bar into wind, and then because he's in the wind as he converts, he's coming off slower on his speed bar, so he doesn't get too much of an aggressive climb, which is good piloting.
Here we go with the replay. Let's see what we've got here. They will have the time for you directly after this little replay from Czech Republic and Alois.
This is it, yeah. It's a great fly-in. Coming around this next pylon.
Here we go, and his time is 37.243.
Great stuff. So that's pretty good so far. I think maybe got a couple of 36s and then a couple of 37s. So yeah, that's up towards the top of the leaderboard, shall we say, on the third heat so far.
Yeah, at the moment, Javier from Spain, 36.2.
On the moustache, wow. So here we go, one of the Qatari guys, one of the local guys.
Mohsen Al Yafi.
That's right, and look at that fantastic turn there. He's obviously done a lot of training for this. They're fortunate they do get good weather out here. Sadly, it's not been so good this time with the Shamal wind blowing, but these guys do get to spend a lot of time practicing this, and you can see that in his skill set now. The way he's getting the wing out carving, hands up now so he doesn't use the brakes, puts a bit of tip steer. Oh, well, actually, he did well there. He didn't even tip steer. He allowed the roll of the glider to naturally take him into the turn, which is even better, really, because basically, if you use any brake or input, you're effectively slowing it as well. So, again, a lot of skill shown there, and yeah, well done.
Well, Mohsen on his replay. Beautiful colours on this wing. 36.2 from Spain. Javier is what we're trying to beat at the moment, and the time for Mohsen is 33.04.
There we go. So that's sort of towards the top of the times we're getting on this second heat. So well done for him. He'll feel a lot of pride to represent his country and do it in such a professional.
Czech Republic and Alice Trimond will be our next competitor through the course. And Bartosz Nowicki, Poland, will also be following. So here, first of all, Czech Republic.
Okay, Alice. Again, yeah, this looks good. Yeah, just don't want to make sure you just don't hook the turns too much and swing out, basically, so you get too low. So again, he's getting a high angle of bank. He just needs to come out a bit smoother, which he's done there on that second turn, so he didn't drop his height too aggressively. A little bit of a twitch on the wing there, possibly from the wind direction changing, lee of the pylon, possibly from a bit of turbulence from his own wing wake, and possibly motorway. That was a good turn there. So when they get a high angle of bank, you can allow yourself to, like being a kid on a swing, really. You swing under the wing, and if you can allow your angle of bank to go the other way, it allows you to induce the next turn without having to rely too much on the controls, which is going to slow your speed. So again, a good level of skill demonstrated there by our Czech, I believe it was, Czech pilot.
Alice, yes, for Czech. Nice colours on this wing.
Absolutely, yeah. Those Snake 4s, they're good. And something to be mentioned on the colour schemes, every single bit of colour you see is a different bit of material. So to stitch something like that together requires an immense amount of skill, and it has to be beyond millimetre precise, and they have to be identical. Otherwise, it's out of certification. So building paraglides is a really technical thing to do. So when you see the complex colour schemes, it's amazing.
So
now,
Alice with 35.228, and now Bartosz Nowicki, Poland.
All right, now this is looking hot. We know the Poles are good, but this guy's really smoking it here now. So he's keeping a constant angle of bank, which means that the wing's not going to climb. He's going to keep his altitude low. He's keeping the speed in the wing. Look at that, beautiful colours as well. And if this isn't the lead, I'll be very surprised. That was a fantastic run there.
Wow, that was fast, wasn't it? That's got to be beating 36.2 from Javier from Spain is what we were chasing right now. Let's see what we've got here from the pole.
Yeah, and you can see off the replays how he was just coordinated there, straight into the next turn, but just held that angle of bank beautifully, keeping on his speed bar all the time, which is really good. So you can see why he was cooking it through the course there.
Well, here we go with the time coming up now. Is it going to be less than 30 seconds?
Whee!
Oh, 28.170.
The bar has been laid. There we go. So
all
that's
right.
the time to beat now. Well done.
Game 1, and we move into our next competitor. It's Lubos Halama from Czech Republic.
Okay, and again, flying well. Got a bit of altitude just on that first turn. The drone's going to drop in behind him. He's now getting a feel for that. As I mentioned, the wind's changed, so it's sort of thrown another dynamic on this run, what they have to adjust to and get used to. That was a good turn there on that pylon, got it in nice and tight. You can appreciate turning around these pylons. You know, if you don't get it right, you're going to smash your wing into them. Fortunately, they are soft, they are inflated pylons, so they will bend out of the way if that happens. But yeah, it's not good, and it can cause the pilots to have a crash. So it's a judgment every time you turn of how much distance you give it, and some of those turns there were really good, really well judged.
And we're into the replay now as we get ready to give this time. At the moment, in this third task, it is Poland. Bartosz Nowicki, 28.170. What have we got here from the Czech pilot? Let's see. 30.014.
Yeah, great. And again, he's you can see he's happy there, having a little wave maybe to the crowds that are starting to form here on the waterfront. Obviously, Qatari time, it's still fairly early. It's only 11:30 in the morning. We've been at this for ages now, so a lot of the locals are probably just sort of, coming out for the day with their families. And, oh, right, okay,
Here
the Paramotors are right. So,
this is Lithuania, Tomas Misiunas. Having some early good flights.
This is our wild card. This guy's the guy we've been sort of giving the nod. That's really good, and you can see there he's good. He was quite wide on there, so that is, I would say, he's probably lost about half a second on that one turn there, but he's coming in tight now and getting through there really well. Coming towards the end of the course. He goes in wide and then tries to come out tight, which is a way of doing it, but sometimes if you go too wide you will lose time. So yeah, that was a good time. I'm not sure if he'll get the lead. It's hard to tell because the guy who's leading, we watched him from a drone, so it gave us a different perspective, shall we say.
I think it's going to be 30 seconds.
It'll definitely be I think it'll probably be in the 30s, possibly a 29.
Oh, here we go then.
Yeah.
Game on. After this replay, we're about to find out.
We'll have a sweepstake between me and Regan.
What do you think, people? What do you think watching? Here we go. Here comes the answer. It is Lubos from Lithuania, 29.823. He got it.
I've got my eye in. Okay, then. Yeah, that's it. So,
good luck.
Yeah.
So 21 has been through, and 23 is in the air right now. I'm not sure about 38. Cyril Plankton from France, but we'll keep an eye on that. 21 in the air, just been through. 23 is off and flying.
Excellent. And again, we keep coming back to this long shot. I can imagine all you guys sat out there in the cyberworld, you're like, you would love to fly here, wouldn't you? This is just exceptional. Who gets to fly in a city environment like this and do stuff like this? And now with that glider coming across towards the holding area in the shot above there, it's an exceptional place. It's an exceptional opportunity which the Qatar Air Sports Committee and the state of Qatar has provided us with here. And it's fantastic for us to be here now showcasing this to you and on this live feed. So yeah, and we're not far off our next competitor, about to enter the start gate. Here we go.
Let's just find out exactly who this is.
Great, so a really good first turn there. Really belting the power on with the speed, using his angle of the motor to try and keep his thrust angle down. So this guy's good, yeah, he's doing really well. The drone's coming in. Drone's going to catch him up. There we go. I think this is the second or third to last pylon now. Round the last pylon. Nothing in the water. Looked like a clean round that. So again, this is going to be competitive this time. They're getting faster all the time, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes. So 38 next. That was... It should have been 23. It should have been Saeed, but I think it was Cyril. I think that was Cyril Plankton from France, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that was France, Cyril Plankton.
Yes, so no, I think it was Saeed actually. I actually recall because he's got a little trick of the trade. The white helmets of the Qatari team. Yeah, so I noticed when he was on takeoff, he was there in the Qatari people helped him, but he didn't have a Qatari team wing. So yeah, so he's trying to confuse us as the commentary team, but we're getting the better of him with his beautiful white Qatari team helmet. So yeah, well done you.
He's coming in for a landing right now anyway. So 38 should be next, Cyril Plankton. This is the French pilot.
And you can see the other French pilots there. They've got these lovely team uniforms with the blue on and white livery and beautiful logos and what have you. Some of them flying different wings because they've all got sort of like their own little sponsors and what have you. So we'll wait for those guys. They're actually just taking off to go to the holding area. We've got a few more pilots to come before we'll see them going through. So here we go with Cyril coming into the course. Again, really well trained pilot, the French team. He'll have spent a lot of time under canvas, shall we say, or under nylon, however you want to term it. So we expect big things of people like this in these flights. So this is a wide turn in, so you can hook it in tight now. Look at that. See what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he's going to do the same here. And that's where you see the real skill of the pilot. And also the pylons are actually moving now as well. So we're probably on about 8 dynamics being thrown at the pylons now, at the pilots now when they're doing this course and they're having to think about. So that was, again, a very good time. And it's going to be right up there with the leaders.
Finishing the course on the replay now, waiting for that time. Let's see what we've got from Cyril Plankton from France. As we get further and deeper into the day, 6 o'clock local time was our first flight. Now coming up towards 12, 11:40 is right now, and Cyril takes 28.882. Let's have a look how that stands. I think that's just behind the leader. Currently the leader is Poland with Bartosz Nowicki with 28.17. It's close. Yeah.
See the Qatari guy. Just because the wind's picking up, they just gave him a little bit of assist on launch, and unfortunately he had the camera on him, which always makes your launch fail if you've got a camera on you. And it's just because the gliders are very top of the end gliders, so they can get a little tuck on launch. It wasn't his fault, it's just the way it goes sometimes.
So anyway, this is Nicolas Aubé from France.
That's right, we're with Nicolas now. Again, nice carving turn there. Getting his bar on, you can see how he's trying to keep his legs pushing down to keep the angle of thrust. He's been ballooned a bit there just from the energy, but he'll try and come down now and convert that. And again, just getting a bit wide on some of the pylons here, but again, starting to pull it together again towards the end of his run. Nicely judged on the pylon there. Good exit there with using the dynamic energy of the roll of the glider to get him into the next turn and out. Again, a good time. I don't know if it's going to be a leading time, that, but we'll just wait and see once we've watched the replay.
Here we go with the replay right now.
That was the point. He got ballooned, as we mentioned. Just, if you go too high, you will get penalised. There will be penalty points.
Yeah, and there's 31.9 for Aubé.
Okay, good effort.
37 is in the air.
So again, this was a chap we were just watching take off, as you saw.
Yes.
One of the French team.
Jérémy Penon.
So he was a bit high as he started the course and he's immediately adjusted it, which is really good piloting. And now he's trying to keep that high low. He's doing that by trying to pull his wing below him in the turn, basically, which is really good piloting. Because if you don't get it right, you'll hook a turn, you'll come out and you'll splash the water like there. But he didn't. He's got the judgment for it. That's a competitive time, I can tell you that now. I suspect that's going to be close, if not the lead.
Wow, interesting stuff. A few more pilots still to come. The first one we should have had, Mohamed Reza from Iran. He's just took off now, so we'll get him coming through as we watch the replay here of Jérémy Penon.
Yeah, again, so you see how his body went up above the centre of the wing there, and that allowed him to pull the altitude back down again. And again on that turn, just because he was getting high, but he's controlled everything well. And there we go. A nice little wave to the crowd with his legs. There you go.
27.557. Wow.
You'd almost think they've got the commentary in their headphones.
Yes.
But that'll be because, as I mentioned, the waterfront will be filling with spectators now, and it's nice for our competitors to salute them and to thank them for inviting us to their beautiful country. So here we go. We want the Qatari local pilots. Pressure's on him, as you know, with a home advantage. Doing a fantastic turn there. Find these amazing paramotors that all the Qatari team have. They're sort of matching with these white propellers. Again, another good turn. Using a bit of weight shift in these turns as well. Out towards the exit gate. Just keep your altitude a little bit so you don't hit the water. Again, another good run there.
Thank you very much. We seem to have lost the comments on the YouTube stream. Do apologise for that. It looks like they're back on. Here we go. Just trying to make sure we got your comments for you.
Yeah, so, as we've mentioned, if you're coming to us, just joining this, if you're waking up in some other country around the world, start hitting the like button, start putting your little flag on with maybe a thumbs up, and now we're ready for the time. So that was 29.9, which is about sort of maybe 5th, 6th place, I'd say, at the moment.
Yeah,
Something
that's Naif
like that.
Al-Balushi from Qatar, 29.9. Still the fastest through the course, Jeremy Perron, 27.557. Still to come, we have world champion Alexandre Mateos.
Here he is now, and as I mentioned before, he flies a different way to most of the other pilots. He's on his speed bar, but to induce his tip steering, he'll push his hand up, and then he pulls it on to do the turn. And you can see how fast and sharp. I think it's a 13-meter Ozone freestyle wing he's flying, freestyle 2. The smallest you can get, and he flies it with a competition set up on the risers. So it's not just about the glider, it's about having the experience to fly the glider. And as you can see, this guy's been flying since he was 12 years old. He's in his early 20s now. He's a superbly naturally gifted pilot, hence the reason he's world champion. And that was a good run. We'll have to see how his time compares, because the gauntlet really has been laid down by some of the other competitors.
Here comes a replay.
Yes, again, if we can just try and watch his hands as he starts to turn, up and then down. It's hard, he's so fast, you can't even keep the camera on him. Yeah.
So we should have 2 more pilots to fly through this course to finish this third task. But let's have a look at the time from the champion, Alexandre Mateos. He's chasing 27.557. What did he do?
Yeah.
27.404.
Tenth of a second lead.
Takes
That's
it.
tight, isn't it? Yeah,
It
but
is.
yeah, it shows how good the guys are getting now in his wake that are trying to catch up with this guy, and they're there. So it's the top level of our sport, these guys now. It's fantastic to do it, and you can see how happy the Qatar guys are there, just giving themselves a high five. They've been training for this. I think it was September when this event was confirmed it would happen here. They've had 6 months of anticipation and preparation for this. So it's lovely for them to be there now, and obviously congratulating each other on their runs.
We've still got one more Qatari pilot to come, Isa Al-Haji. I think he's going to be after the Iranian. Here is Iranian Mohammed Rezed Kejaveris, number 56 from Iran. He should have gone first. He had a little issue, but here he is.
That's right. So, as we say, the early pilots who start each round are the lesser experienced, for want of a better word. They've maybe first competition, and they'll take things a bit slower. And he's just flying well within his ability. He's our solo Iranian competitor, so this is fantastic to have him here representing his country and just showing what a worldwide appeal paragliding has, and how it brings us all together as pilots. It's fantastic.
Lots more people joining us now on the live feed. People are waking up, tuning into the action. Good to have you here. This is you're just watching the end of task 3. We've got 2 more pilots. This gentleman from Iran, and then we have number 19, Isa Al-Haji from Qatar, who will come through next. But it's great to have this Iranian gentleman. He's been starting the competition on every task, so we're seeing a different side to slalom racing right now.
And Peter Fly, thanks for that comment about the free ride too. I shouldn't have better. I've got one myself. The issue is, years ago, there's the gradient wing called the freestyle, and I keep always seeing in my head. I'm a bit of an old schooler. I've got too many wing names in my head over the years, so forgive me for getting the odd comment wrong. I'm going to lock it in my head now that the wing that they're flying are free ride 2s from Ozone, a fantastic wing, which I actually fly myself. And it has been a long morning for Regan and I, so yeah, you know, it's tiring doing this, you know, and yeah, we can make mistakes. Anyway, there's our Iranian pilot finishing his competitive run. Big round of applause for him. Well done, you.
So I think we do have one more pilot come through, number 19. I'm just going to check on that, because I'm getting a message saying that we have finished on that category, but let me just find out, and let's see the time of our Iranian gentleman. So we're just going to check. I can tell you that the racing teams will start at 12:45, so that gives us just an hour for a little bit of lunch. 1 minute and 37 for our Iranian. Well done, man. Glad you put yourself out there and had your little event. So is that it? Do we still have number 19 to come through or not? Just waiting to find out on that. That should be the Qatari Al Hayaji. Yep, still to come. Here he is.
Okay, so yeah, home advantage as we've mentioned before. Here we go, entering through the start gate, banking it up hard. Yeah, really good aggressive turn. You can see the skill level of these pilots from the Qatari military. They're all military pilots as such. Fantastic support they receive from their state, which is awesome for our sport to see it run in such a professional manner. Beautiful wings they're flying with the Qatari Air Sports Committee logos on. Coming up to the interwind pylon. You see the wind's picking up and pushing the pylon over there. So yeah, it is getting stronger, bang on cue, just like the forecast said. And then he's out of the course, and yeah, that was a good time.
There's his replay now. This is bringing our third task to an end, and it's going to put us into a little lunch break here for all the officials and all the teams.
Okay, and with Marta, you comment about the trikes. Yeah, there's both events are going on simultaneously because we've had the issues with the weather. We're packing it all in one day. So the trikes are flying, but we can't focus on them at the same time. They're about 800 meters away from us doing their course, and they are competing at the moment. I'm sure if you find the results live on the internet, you might be able to see their times coming through with that. So you can see the trikes are getting revved up and thing. The other thing is where we've had to put their course, it's not in a position where we're able to get decent camera angles on them because they're more out into the lagoon, shall I say. So yeah, it's time for us to wrap it up for a little bit. That's great.
It is. That's it for now from here in the studio. We'll be back at 12:45 with the racing teams. We'll see you soon.